creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out. Point 1. During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hine reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The singularity. 229. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thoughts effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard, core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds.
Modification of time and motion. In much the same way, technique has modified human time. That man, until recently, got along well enough without measuring time precisely, is something we never even think about. And that we do not think about it shows to what a degree we have been affected by technique. What means there were in the past for measuring time belonged to the rich, and until the 14th century exerted no influence on real time or on life. Until then, there were mechanical horologia, which did not so much mark the hour as indicated very approximately by bells or chimes. The clock tower with its public clock made its appearance toward the end of the century. Until then, time had been measured by life's needs and events. At most, life had been regulated since the 5th century by church bells. But this regulation really followed a psychological and biological tempo. The time man guided himself by corresponded to nature's time. It was material and concrete. It became abstract, probably toward the end of the 14th century, when it was divided into hours, minutes, and seconds. Little by little, this mechanical kind of time, with its knife-edge divisions, penetrated, along with machinery, into human life. The first private clocks appeared in the 16th century. Thenceforward, time was an abstract measure separated from the traditional rhythms of life and nature. It became mere quantity. But since life is inseparable from time, life too was forced to submit to the new guiding principle. From then on, life itself was measured by the machine. Its organic functions obeyed the mechanical. Eating, working, and sleeping were at the beck and call of the machinery. Time, which had been the measure of organic sequences, was broken and dissociated. Human life ceased to be an ensemble, a whole, and became a disconnected set of activities having no other bond than the fact that they were performed by the same individual. Footnote. Enrico Castelli's study, Les Temps Harcelants, extends our observations into the realm of the psychological. He shows how the man of the technical world lives without past or future, and how the loss of the sense of duration deprives law and language of their meaning. According to Castelli, modern man lives in a universe in which technique has divested language of its meaning and value. If this formula seems exaggerated, I would direct you to Castelli's book to see its essential truth. The book stresses the fact that technique, as a result of the perfection of means which it has placed at the disposal of modern man, has effectively suppressed the respite of time indispensable to the rhythm of life. Between desire and the satisfaction of desire, there is no longer the duration which is necessary for real choice and examination. There is no longer respite for reflecting or choosing or adapting oneself, or for acting or wishing or pulling oneself together. The rule of life is no sooner said than done. Life has become a race course composed of instantaneous variations of the universe, a succession of objective events which drag us along and lead us astray without anywhere offering us the possibility of standing apart, taking stock, and ceasing to act. Mechanical abstraction and rigidity permeated the whole structure of being. abstract time became a new milieu, a new framework of existence. Today, the human being is dissociated from the essence of life. Instead of living time, he is split up and parceled out by it. Lewis Mumford is right in calling the clock the most important machine of our culture. And he is right, too, in asserting that the clock has made modern progress and efficiency possible through its rapidity of action and the coordination it effects in man's daily activities. All organization of work and study of motion is based on the clock. There is a third general, non-material element of human life, which, along with space and time, has been profoundly modified by technique: motion. Here, too, we observe the same process. Motion is the spontaneous expression of life, its visible form. Everything alive chooses of itself its attitudes, orientations, gestures, and rhythms. There is perhaps nothing more personal to a living being, as far as the observer is concerned, than its movements. In reality, there is no such thing as movement in general. There are only the movements of individual things. Technique, however, considers the matter very differently. Gilbreth's ingenuity consisted in analyzing the notions of an individual and thus rendering them abstract. There was no longer a being in motion, but a point. Not a series of acts, but a curve, a trajectory in abstract space and time. It is true that human activities bear certain resemblances to one another, and by synthesizing them, it is possible to arrive at precise laws of their motion.
Is dim and is an exact bibliophile twin of an alchemist's workshop. Think this is one of the places where books are chosen by the dust they attract rather than their covers. The more dust they collect, the more exciting they get. The store is rich with the fragrance of an old bath dissolved into dust and decayed paper. Ask for Gurukor as his name is on the card. The owner is not there, so I lay out the postcard and the notes written on the front and back for his assistant. He does not speak English well enough to understand me fully. He points to the top text on the card and says no Turkey. I say, Arabic. He shakes his head. I point to the handwriting on the card on the note section, and say Turkish, and he says not Turkish. Farsi. He shrugs again, and so I look around the small store and find the most curious old leather book sitting on the top of the pile of books in the corner with a strange curly symbol on the spine. Walk back up Istiklal Caddisi and stop in a cafe for a glass of wine. Ask the waiter if he can translate the writing on the postcard, and he looks at the image of the church and says Kalisa *, then motions up the street. Weird, because the postcard says Danzig, so it can't be the church up the street. He looks at the text on the back and says the top text may be Old Turkish, but can't translate it for me. I pull up a section named the Z Crowd. I search online for Nurgle and Telebrain. A place which seems to be significant, and one find a picture of Nurgle with a two-faced head, a hyena, and an eroded face of a lion, a scorpion stinging at his penis. I switch to page 261 as the page has been marked by a pink magic marker. This was the last thing West told me before leaving Mosul with his sons to locate that Iranian oil smuggler and doctor who claims to have the diaries of Ibn Mahmoud, the Persian occult saboteur, guerrilla expert and conspiracist who assisted the Fatimid to overthrow the Caliphate regime in Egypt. First Lieutenant BAOSA, USV 1 Battalion, 41st Infantry Regiment. Everyone in this manuscript seems to disappear without a trace. I noticed this after reading a note on one of the page margins. Your contribution to the insanity reminded me of the ancient Greek and Latin scripts for plays in which the names of characters are attached to the text with their roles and the moment they should leave the stage by different means. In medieval theater, they called it exeunt or they go out. Characters were characterized by their exit level. Pulp horror takes this stage flight to its full-fledged extremes. All that comes in must go out by any means possible. *. 15. // What is so bizarre about these writings, quite ironically, since I continue to read them, is that there is so much seething dread and outsized monstrosity prowling through the pages, yet there is no sex part, not even one penetration. Yet I continue to read. / On my back again in my DFA 1979 t-shirt, catch the smell of the night's wine in my glass on the table between the beds. My head hurts between my eyes. Should get some Advil or I won't sleep, but too frustrated to get up. Relax my mouth, relax my feet and toes. Finally begin to feel some pleasure taking away the pain in my head, like the pleasure of losing your limbs one by one. The only thing that makes me feel secure is having repeated visions of being XXX. There is no body in my vision. There is something, but I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if I vaguely think it is 7, the writer of the notes, RN, or something else. It is not like making out with spirits, but rather something which has stripped itself of body to be a better subject of penetration, to be obscenely deeper. Get up to go to the bathroom. Take 2 more Advils. Will I have enough to make it through the trip? Left hand downward tight between my legs and holding the tapestry bedspread, I don't know why. At some point I give up as the drumming in my head takes over. Sleep the only way to stop it. Thinking maybe LL do some more online searching on RN, but for the moment it takes too much energy to get the laptop and lock on. I feel traded with this game. Clues or evidences are the most relentless plot holes. They can even linger after a story fades away. SSS try to change my room as 302 is really getting to me. There is someone in the window across the way who keeps looking over at me. I go out for lunch. Time out, the guide says Rami restaurant is one of the district's classier options. Up to the top floor, I sit in a room with a wooden 16 floor which produces creaking sounds as I walk, making me believe that they are choosing not to repair the place to make it more authentic. The effect really works. Wonder whether an antique seller or a retail expert ran a restaurant, the setting would be like this. I start to read RN's text from page 41, Paleopatrology. From Gog-Magog axis to Petropunkism, not getting very far because the praying at the Blue Mosque is coming on over the loudspeaker and drowning my thoughts. The food bears the genuineness of a culinary relic. I head down the stairs to leave. The stairs have a unique space of their own, a Piranesi-esque structure spiraling down. I notice a James Spader photo there on the wall. James Spader, my favorite cult actor. Wonder to myself, do celebrities carry around glossy photographs of themselves to autograph everywhere they go? / Walls are perfect objects to play things on, scenes which join together the sense of beyond and the sense of confinement. As I am writing now in room 302, and picking up letters, the chair is swiveling and leaving marks on the wall. It looks like a constellation of inscriptions written on the whale with infinite barbs and talons. It is the shape of writing. I wonder what this manuscript's shape of writing is. / Business card for Vega Computers in Maltepe. Note on back says laptop repair £100. Osden will not erase the manuscript or notes. Take a cab very far, maybe 2 hours in traffic, to the shop to try and find the laptop and additional information. Get there, finally find the place and present the card. The store owner disappears, leaving another guy with me. I'm waiting and waiting for what seems like forever. The shop is located in a bazaar with various stands. As I wait, the tattoo art *ist shop, Anatolia Tattoo, is at the end of the bazaar, comes over and starts talking to me. He asks if I have any tattoos, and I tell him no. Why don't I get one? He says. I think, well, after coming all the way to Maltepe, I should make the trip worthwhile. I've been wanting a tattoo anyway. The owner finally returns with a black laptop that looks oldish. I ask him if I can turn it on to check it out. He wants me to pay first, but one say I want to test it. Boot it. The thing runs loud and loads slow. When the desktop comes up, one see there are the usual icons, clustered on a black and white grainy image of what looks like a human cutting himself open with a straight razor. As I switch to the start program, I see other programs too, MathType, Lindo, MathCat, Maple, BuzzIgen. Go into Documents, but when I try open one, I find they are all PGP encrypted. Every single one of them. I go on the search browser and check the history and bookmarks, find 2 links bookmarked in Netscape browser and quickly write them down. http://tinyurl.com/54wvo6 http://students.cs.byu.edu//shariajw/woodbury/given-names.dict. Check the CD slot and find a CD. When the guy is not looking, I slip it into my bag. Then tell the owner I'll come back to pick the laptop up after I get the money. Think about it as I walk around and decide the laptop is really useless. // Back in the room with Eve's beer as the store did not have Corona. If I can't pass through these plot holes, then it is the best to leave my own holes. / Pink Magnolias, NYPL, NYBG. Cherry blossoms in DC more pink, a fleshed out nipple, a bleeding heart, little girls pink velvet ribbons, pink spaces, pink lights, my entryway, an upstairs foyer bright pink lace, a pink cashmere sweater set, Christos pink, pink blush, or the lack of need for blush cotton candy pink poodles or pink cats pink cover of latches the most perfect shade of pink lipstick pink CD holders pink pearl necklace pink pearl earrings pink camisole pink highlighter pink Christmas lights and pink flowers asterisk. Peonies, tulips, Christmas cactus in bloom in my room, pinkish lilac, pink hydrangea, PTNK rose of Sharon's, rare pink poppies, carpet roses, spinning in pink flow ERS, begonia, spider flowers, cosmos, sweet peas, toad flax, moonwort, petunias, floxy, butterfly flower, sun moss, wax pink, lilies, caprifolaceae, pink wisteria, malvaceae, oyster plant in pink, foxglove, caryophyllaceae, heather, Viaceae, magnolias, Chinese crab apple flash by my eyes. Pink torrent. // On another page margin, RT reads, Xenopoetics has something to do with composing out of distorted materials. One page is missing, 1 or 2 lines are pseudonymously or anonymously quoted, one scene leaps from the future to the past, an object evades chronological sequences, a number turns into a cipher, everything looms as an accentuated clue around which all subjects aimlessly orbit, leading into an eclipse riddle whose duty is not to enlighten but to make blind, a poros to the light. Fields of Xenopoetics grow sporadically, until their final takeover of the work, around the regions. 15 *. Overwhelming with a range of distortions from inauthenticity and corrupt authorship to structural holes, configurative bugs, and subterranean structures of hidden writing, Xenopoetics does not necessarily insinuate adventurous modes of expression or prose. Reading about Misa authorship and inauthenticity, I am compelled to write on the left margin of a page of the manuscript, am I not the most generous parent who feeds her children with her own meat? Trying to match my handwriting. Walking back to the hotel I pass an outside restaurant, lots of activity and laughter. Looks very nice, with wooden framed furniture and climb cushions. Makeshift comfortable couches, Turkish rugs on the ground. Women playing tactinard and groups of young people smoking apple hookah. I think back to the only time I tried this in New Orleans, pause for longer than a moment, and again. Back to the room. Blackouts, seeing rodents climbing the walls, thousands, millions of them like wingless birds flying through the void. It vaguely reminds me of F.M. Cornford's The Unwritten Philosophy on ancient Greek cosmogony. Also reminds me of the artist who makes those rodent sculptures I saw at the Saatchi Gallery in London, like chunks of rats layered on each other. // Hotel rooms are Xanadis of things to be exhumed. The cheaper the price, the more oddities you might run into. Found something very interesting in the wardrobe of 302. The concept of progress must be grounded in the idea of catastrophe. That Things are status quo is the catastrophe. It is not an ever-present possibility but what in each case is given. Thus Strindberg, into Damascus, hell is not something that awaits us, but this life here and now. Put it in my pocket. I must remember to check the reference to Strindberg online. In the box, there is a beautiful pink mother of pearl and sterling bracelet with a note attached. Sahiri, Dev Sardust at Daram.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we got some very interesting type of show for you guys today. Let me welcome our homie here. Give me 1 second and see if we got this worked out. Blessings to the brother, Santos Bonacci.
Hey, brother.
Okay. Greetings. How you doing today?
Greetings.
Hey, blessings. Hey, how's everything going?
Pretty good. Thanks.
Yeah, very nice to meet you. And usually I start the show presenting this historiography that I have, here on The Machine Lies. And I think it's pretty interesting because I recently looked at a talk of yours, with Leo Zagami. And if people don't know, the brother Santos Bonacci, he talks to Leo Zagami and all sorts of influencers on the internet. But one of the things that you said in that talk that I think is really interesting is that, you talked about how monism is the primary idea, right? How monotheism came from monism. And you provided tons of steps of how this occurred. And I thought it was fascinating how you presented these steps because it lines up a lot. Almost 1-in-1 with the historiography I usually present on the show, right? Which is this whole idea that, there's this monistic idea, right? And out of this emerges the notion of polytheism, right? Where you get this idea of many gods. And then out of this, you get this idea of henotheism, which is like there's a main god among the many gods. And then out of this emerges this notion of monotheism. So it's a sort of 4-step project, which I thought was, rather astute, right? Usually I present a historiography where I say, sort of man became separated from nature, right? And, this constituted an active sort of desacralizing of nature, meaning that we took nature that was sacred and we just turned it into stuff, right? So this is a huge problem, right? Is that nature is actually living, right? It's part of a living spirit, a living system, right? Nature's not only intelligent, but it's alive, right? Hence the idea that it's sacred. So we saw that nature's peopled with spirits, but then as Rousseau said, we took the gods out of nature, put them into the temple, and then we put man into the temple. We kicked the gods out of the temple and we put man into the temple. So man sort of became, the main thing, not nature, right? And this happens through as you presented, a sort of series of steps. First step is sort of the desacralization of nature. And then maybe a second step could be like the combination of the state with the religion, right? With like the church and so on and so forth, right? And then the third step would be sort of this entire worldview that we have today where nature is totally dead, right? And actually we worship man's creations, right? We went from knowing that nature is sacred to then worshiping man's creations. So that's kind of how I present it. So I hope you like that idea, Santos. But yeah, well, blessings.
Yeah, brother. So essentially, there is a source, God, if you want to call it that, creator, the everything. And everything is from that creator. So henotheism is essentially the one God which identifies with all of his expansions, or you could call them emanations. In the East, Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, expands. In the West, Neoplatonism, Pythagoreanism, Hermeticism, it's an emanation. So to experience or to have some fun in the material electrical world, the God makes an image of himself. And so we have henotheism, polytheism, monotheism, and monism. Monism is the purest form of worshipping the source, which is connected to you. You are the source. And if you deny that, that's because you've been chopped off from the source by your own doing. Or you inherited it from your dead ancestors. You're an NPC, soulless. And there are individuals who have gone beyond the point of no return, where they lose their souls. You see, because you can lose your soul by you know how they say you sell your soul? Well, you don't own, you can't sell it because it's not sellable, but you can lose it. You can fragment it so much. But it comes from willful ignorance and willful practice of what we consider to be evil or self-serving. So self-serving, it doesn't make you a better person. Some people think me first is the best principles in terms of benefiting from life's resources. Sure, you put yourself first, because if you don't love yourself first, you can never love other people. But when it comes to service and giving, which is what the source does, then those people retain what they were given. Now, in the scriptures, for instance, Jesus gives 1 denarii to a slave, 2 to another, and 5 to another. And then he says, I'm going away for a year. And when I come back, I want to see what you do with that money. Well, he said to the first slave, I gave you 1 denarii. What have you done with it? He said, well, I hid it under a rock because I didn't know what to do. So here's your denarii back. I gave you 1 denarii and you give me 1 back. You didn't invest it. You didn't make fruit with that. That's treasure. That's money. I gave you money and you sat on your lazy ass. You're out of the kingdom. Bye-bye. Second one, 2 denarii. What did you do? I hid it under a rock. I was scared. I was afraid. I didn't know what to do with it. Right. I gave you all these gifts. You didn't build them up. The last one, 5 denarii, turns around and says, Lord, here's 10. I invested it. So essentially, we've all been given gifts. You know, my gift is syncretism, I guess. And cursing. I'm good at that. Those are my gifts. But other people, their gift is, like helping people physically, not monetarily, but physically. For instance, can you imagine being one of those nurses that look after geriatrics in a geriatric ward that poo themselves, soil themselves, and they have to be washed and everything? Can you imagine doing that? I can't. I would run away from that. I would pray to God that would never, ever happen to me, ever. Right? That's not my gift. And other people have musical gifts. Other people have gifts of prophesying, of seeing, clairvoyance, connecting with the source.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the source is part of nature, right? Nature is intelligent, right? It's part of the entire or as you would say, the cosmos, right? It's like what we've lost is that we're turning living things into dead things, essentially. And part of the sort of in the historiography, we have like a guy named Skolimowski, right? So he kind of breaks it down in 4 levels, right? So he says that actually, right, we as we've gone up in knowledge, we've gone down in values, right? So the first step was the exchange between Plato and Aristotle, right? Basically, right, Plato said that truth, beauty, and goodness are all one thing, right? There's no separation between the sacred and knowledge. So the desacralization of knowledge was kind of responsible for the desacralization of nature as well, right? Because as soon as we started to say that goodness and the sacred and truth and beauty are all different, separate subjects, right? So this is the thing that Aristotle accomplished. He separated knowledge into different subjects, right? So he said science is different than religion, and religion is different than philosophy, and all this type of stuff, right? Which is kind of a mess, right? And then the second step you have is Aquinas, right? Aquinas said that the church and the state are separate, right? So he said, well, the knowledge of the church is superior to the knowledge of this world, right? So nature became this fallen thing, right? Nature is the fallen, the world of becoming, right? It's the dirty place, right? Whereas the heaven is the place which is separate from nature. So God's not in nature, buddy, right? It's totally removed from nature, right? So this was a huge problem, right? Because this means that nature, God has to make his way into nature. He's totally separated from nature. And then the third step is Kant, right? Who said that the moral system is within us, right? There's a moral world within us and the starry sky above us. So the physical laws are different from our moral understanding. So he kind of separated goodness and truth from, so all the time we're separating knowledge, right? So as we desacralize nature, we desacralize knowledge, right? And this becomes a huge part of the problem, right?
Yeah, understanding nature. See, we go to school to get education, not to be taught how to understand nature. It's how to be confused about nature. They talk about atoms. Everything is atoms. Well, that's true, but they give you the wrong model for the atom. And that model has been debunked by all the geniuses. The atom is simply a torus field. Everything is little stars called atoms, which are torus fields, reciprocating energy. Redshift, blue shift. Radiation, gravitation. It's that simple. Why don't they teach that at kindergarten? If if we were taught that from the very, very beginning, that everything you see is electromagnetic, and what we call atoms is just energy, torus fields. So you're a torus field, you're a sun, you're a star. Same with the sun, same with the earth, same with the universe, same as with this lighter, same as this toothpick. It all has energy. This is energy. It cannot exist if it wasn't energy. Thank you, Tesla. Energy, frequency, vibration. So it's all source. And so I guess the wise man, or I would say the intelligent individual, because intelligence is associated with the divine mind. Smart and clever, like a smartphone, will never be intelligent, right? We will never call them intelligent phones because they are artificial. So they will always be just smart. Yeah, smart people are people who end up in jail and do criminal things. Intelligent people don't do that. Intelligent people use their genius for their expansion to absorb more of the source and to know themselves as the source and to live as the source. So, and you know, that's happening regardless of the level that other people are at. There are many people that are sleeping. If they're good-hearted, they will come to this knowledge. I'm sure it's just around the corner. I'm sure it's just around the corner where we will all look into each other's eyes and say, wow, you are me and I am you. And yet we were fighting because I was jealous that you had more money or more talent or better looking. It's all the heartache and all the suffering and the depression and suicidal tendencies and wars and everything fragmenting mankind is the fact that they don't understand nature.
So you mentioned that in nature the atoms are actually toroidal fields. Does this actually correlate to the spirit in any way? And then you also mentioned that technological devices are separate from this process or transaction in some way, right? So it's like, that kind of confirms a little bit of what I was saying, is like we're turning nature, which is spirit, into dead stuff, right? And then we're worshiping the dead stuff instead of nature, right? It seems like that's the process. It's like we're turning the sacred, and then we're doing it with the knowledge which is supposed to be sacred, but we're separating it from the process in which we could truly understand what the knowledge is, right? By viewing nature in the correct way, right?
Exactly. Because notice how people are giving all their attention to money-making schemes and their phones and technology and being distracted from being. They're in the doing mode. Doing is fine, but if you're not being first, then what you do will always have a double-edged sword where your efforts will be thwarted and they will be obstructed, and they will never, ever produce the results that you intend. Ever, because we have to be. And this system, from school to jobs and bosses, has taught us that everything outside of them is more exciting than what you've got inside of you. Everything. Hollywood stars, rich people. Let's bow down to King Charles. He's a king. Oh, wow. He must be way better than you because he's got a title called the king, the Pope, the Queen. all of these rich people, you know, that you can see the air about them when they walk around and the way they talk, and they like to emanate an energy of superiority, you know, and well, they're not. So because they're just in doing mode.
Yeah, that's one thing I found out in my research, that actually the Catholic Church teaches more of a doctrine of original sin, that this world is sort of like in a fallen state, and that and actually there is a profound teaching that I've incorporated into some of my presentations. Yeah, sure.
Keep going. Keep going.
Oh yeah, by Saint Athanasius, right, who says that in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. And then there's this whole idea that sort of man is the measure of all things. So a lot of times I talk about how humanism was sort of the forerunner for sort of the scientific or technological worldview, right? Or one of the lines that Jacques Ellul says, he says that the universalism of man was necessary for the universalism of technique, meaning that in order for man to be subjected to techniques, he had to be like made into an abstract notion, right? Of like a man, like an abstract version of man, which is based on, just a generalized version of man, like every man, that doesn't exist because everyone's different. Everybody's imbued with a unique spirit. But this concept of the everyman has been used to create the golem of man, like sort of like the technological man, so to speak.
Yeah. So robots, AI, nothing wrong with those things. Machines help us. We make machines. We are technological, and we've been given the elements of the earth to be able to do those things. There's nothing wrong with, tools to help us, but this is where people take it beyond the point of where they lose themselves and being. The most important thing is to be yourself, to be authentic. So I see 90% of people that are spiritual leaders, right, which I never claim to be, or a guru or anything like that. You'll never, in any of my videos, hear me say that I'm a leader or a guru or anything. I'm just teaching what I know, right? So, but I see the hypocrisy written all over their faces, and they're being exposed right now. The Dalai Lama, Joe Dispenza, Satguru. These are all drunken bums. Yeah, I get so many people who talk about Joe Dispenza. Oh, he's great. He does Kundalini and everything. He's a drunken bum. He's a cheat. He's a liar. He's a thief, and he's a criminal. And they're getting exposed. They are really getting exposed. Oh my God, it's really, really lovely to see, because people attack you. Like I'm a very angry person, right? And I don't mind being an angry person at all. But they think that's hypocrisy. Well, no, that's authenticity. It's authenticity. The smiling gurus, like your Joe Dispenza types, yeah, those are the ones that you want to run away from. Ramtha, his friend, she's a drunken bum. And these people are making millions. They'll charge you $4,000 to talk to them for 1 minute. Yeah. And what do they teach? Nothing of value. Everything on my channel is valuable. Every minute of what I say you learn a shit ton. You learn. These guys, they don't teach shit. They're teaching empty stupidity, rubbish.
Yeah, I think it's even worse because there is a real spiritual malaise in our culture and they're exploiting that, right? So it's like, there's actual disconnect in terms of people finding outlets for their religious beliefs, outlets for understanding the world and spirituality and all these things. And of course, throughout history, there was a huge impetus for all this stuff, right? Obviously, religion and art were merged, in the previous centuries, and now it's like, science has taken over, art and technology and stuff. What would you say is the relationship between magic and technology? Right, because there seems to be a profound relationship. Like, for example, in our modern age, right, it seems like a lot of our scientific advances came from a time where people were studying all sorts of occult manuscripts and all sorts of things about the universe, and including people like Isaac Newton, right? And then there's also this idea that it seems like magic is a sort of technology, or to an extent you could say that nature is kind of like technology, or mastering technology is a sort of nature. And so what do you think is the link between nature and magic and technology? Obviously nature sort of is magical, and then so it's interesting.
Well, I've always seen everything as magic. It's magical how our bodies work and all the stuff that we can do. The trees, the birds, the mountains, life, existence, God, source. That's magic. Everything is magic. Everything is God. Everything is good. There is no such thing as good and evil. But we just spoke about false gurus, right? Well, the reason being is because we're living in a period where there is a great deception, because the archon who thinks he's the god of this world is trying to deceive as many people as possible, because they've got souls so they can harvest that loosh and continue living, because those gods are dying. The only way they can live is by sacrificing children and drinking their blood. They're vampires, right? So did I contradict myself by saying there is only good, and which is God? Plotinus said the good, the one, the good, and the beautiful. That's how you describe God. The one, the good, and the beautiful. Where's evil there? There's no evil there, right? Because it's just a term we use for what we don't want. We don't want to see children missing and mothers having their hearts broken because they don't know what happened to their 3-year-old daughter that was playing in the park, and the police can't find her and there's no way to find her. Where did that little girl end up, right? We don't want that. We want music, parties, communities, and everyone to love each other. Don't we? I mean, I do. I imagine you do, and the listeners, right? So that's part of the illusion of time-space, good and evil. They are also an illusion, but they are real things that have a function to bring balance back to the good. Because good splits into good and evil, but it's still good. And all the evil things that are happening will always come around and transform into goodness. Always.
Yeah, I think that they created this notion of sort of nature and time as a sort of separate thing. They created like nature and time to like sort of confuse people. Like you know, like first of all, nature isn't separate from us. Like we are nature. We can't compare nature to man's creations. So this whole idea that you know, that nature is not sort of one thing, right? You know, from nothing, nothing comes, right? So there is no change in nature, right? Nature just is, right? And there isn't any time because there's no movement. You know, there is just like now. So the fact of this idea that we've sort of become spatially dislodged by creating a dualism between man and nature, and then we've also created this futurism where time is always accelerating, right? So you know, we always want to go into the future, right? Because of the myth of progress. So it's like the future is like approaching faster and faster, right? So because we're thinking of time in a linear way, so it's like as it's coming towards us, it's getting faster and faster, right? So it's like we've become confused about time, right? You know, like we've become like sped up in a way. I mean, on the other end, we've have this foggy somatic detachment from nature. We think we're separate from, you know, the trees and you know, the bees, and anyways, we think that's just stuff. And you know, so there's so I say you know, sort of um spatially and temporally dislodged, version of man is you know, been propagated much to our detriment. Right.
Yeah, for sure, brother. So there are agents not from this realm who are perpetuating the confusion as well, and they use their agents. That's why I attack these gurus. Anyone out there who is claiming to be a guru and everything like that, you need to be very, very careful, because they are not your guru. You are your own guru. You must understand this, brother, and all the listeners. You are your guru. Don't go to these people who profess that they can, you know, raise your kundalini and give you all of the, you know, all of this, whatever they teach. Yeah, you can learn from these people, but ultimately, you know the truth. And that is if you are in the being mode. This is the very, very important thing. Every day I practice being me, authentic. Just being authentic. I was a musician all my life, right? So the way I played my guitar and sold hundreds of thousands of CDs, busking in the streets of Melbourne and Sydney, Australia, was by being authentic. I didn't put on a show and I didn't make these fancy moves. You see these guys like that, wow, look at me, whiz bang, whiz bang. No, I would put my feelings, my authenticity into it. That's how we should live our lives, right? So, yeah, I have a nasty, bitter distaste for what's going on in the on social media, and there's so many fake teachers, and I don't mind exposing them. You know, I really don't.
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
Yeah.
same here. I'm not in the game for promotion or anything. So you know, I don't care to get famous. So anybody who is a false teacher, I'm ready to expose them. I don't care what consequences they'll give to me personally. You know, I'm fine with that, right? So I have so I'm on board with you. You know, if you have anybody that you think needs to be exposed, we'll definitely send us some clips of them, and we'll definitely, expose them with you because I'm ready to take these guys, into the trash can because there's plenty of them out there, as you said, right?
Yeah, I mean, you just look at them. There's a guy called Wim Hof, right? The breather. You know, Wim Hof, everybody's like, oh, he's a hero. Well, why has he got a big, fat, wart whiskey nose? Because he's an alcoholic. And I think he's only about 4 years older than me. Why does he look like he's about 470,000 years old? The guy looks like he's going to die tomorrow. And he's teaching everybody his breathing techniques. Fuck your breathing techniques. You look ugly. You need to shut your mouth. You look disgraceful. And even Joe Dispenza, even Jordan Peterson, what's his name? Right? So 3 or 4 years ago, he started teaching a carnivore diet. Well, now he's dying. And his daughter's on this show, asking to help Jordan Peterson. Well, you're a murderer of fucking animals. You're a trafficker of animals, an exploiter of animals. You eat rotting corpse. So therefore you're rotting and you deserve to die, Jordan Peterson. And you want the world to feel mercy. Did you have any mercy for the chickens? The rotting corpses that you stuffed in your guts that are still in there causing your death right now, and the pork. He looks like a bacon. He looks like a pig. Jordan Peterson, Joe Dispenza, they look like pigs because they eat bacon.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's actually really sad because pigs are actually they're smarter than dogs, much smarter than dogs, right? So they're way smarter than goats even, right? So I mean, it's actually a terrifying tragedy. Some of these pigs on the way to go get slaughtered, they know what's happening to them and they have heart attacks and die, right? Because they're actually so afraid, right? So it's a terrible tragedy what's happening to the life on this planet, right? And especially because we don't even know what we're destroying, right? It's like we're taking things out, with the use of machines, and of course the goal is to keep the system up as long as we possibly can. They recently had this fraud come out, right? I think the Robert Kennedy guy or whatever, the RFK guy or whatever, right? He was saying, he made this big push. He said, we're going to get rid of all the GMOs. And then he gets in and says, everybody's going to starve if we do that. We won't even have food for, millions of people if we get rid of pesticides, right? So it's impossible to feed people. We've created this giant machine that we can't shut off at the expense of, animal life, nature, human life, right? And the depersonalization, the dehumanization. And it's about time that somebody actually says something about it, right? I can't believe that none of these fake gurus are actually doing anything about the problem, right? They're not talking. They're actually making more apps and more data centers and more garbage content so that they could pump up this beast system, right? So it's crazy. I can't believe what's happening.
Yeah, I really feel sorry for them because they have to do this for they're under contract to their Archon controllers. They have to do this. They have to traffic children and murder them and torture them and butcher them and sell their body parts. And this is what they have to do. That's that for being famous for 10 minutes and then going to hell forever. So, yeah, it's very unfortunate, but this is the apocalypse. This is the unveiling. All things will be revealed. Even in Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin, right? And no, in Kashmir, my favorite song of all time, their best song, where he says, actually, I'll get the lyrics because this is very prophetic. The opening words, right? So I let the sun beat down upon my face, with stars to fill my dreams. I'm a traveller of both time and space, to be where I have been. Now listen to this part. Sit with elders of a gentle race this world has seldom seen. Talk of days for which they sit and wait. All will be revealed. Talk and song from tongues of lilting grace, whose sounds caress my ears, but not a word I heard could I relate. The story was quite clear. What he's saying in the most beautiful song that was ever written on this earth is that this sitting with elders of a gentle race, teaching him things that caressed his ears, and they told him that all will be revealed. The scriptures say it. The scriptures say everything that is done in the darkness that people think that no one will ever see, all of it's been recorded and will be revealed. So they might think they can, store a cache of kiddie porn on their computers and everything like that. All those people who think they're going to get away with it and have got away with it, haven't. They've fooled themselves. It will all be known. Everyone's deeds, whether they were good and had good intentions and served humanity from a good heart and no agendas, hidden agendas, they will be honoured in that day. Krishna was asked, what's your job? I think it was Ravana or anyway, one of his followers, what's your job? And he says, my job is to bring the high ones, the lofty ones, down, and to bring the low ones up and to ennoble them. And that's what I do all the time. So the ones who are looking good, I've got, like Floyd Money Mayweather, right? He's got a warehouse, like a airplane hangar, full of Rolls Royces, Ferraris, Mercedes Benz, Aston Martins, full of them. Imagine what he could do if he was more like Manny Pacquiao, that actually has given probably more than 50% of his money to the poor people. Has Floyd Mayweather, he shows off all his Rolex watches, right? Money Mayweather. He's a disgrace. He's an imbecile. That guy should never, all of his matches should be removed. He's a disgrace, dishonorable to his people. How dare he be ostentatious about all his possessions and not one charity? There's no one that can say, hey, Floyd Mayweather actually gave me something, like Elvis Presley gave all of his cousins and all of anyone who was poor, cars, money, everything. Gave away everything, right? You see? That these people will be honoured and dishonoured in due time. They'll be exposed. In fact, I'm so happy that Floyd Mayweather has to come back and do a professional fight with Manny Pacquiao. I hope he smashes his head in because he deserves it. And because, Money Mayweather, what a freaking cunt.
Yeah, disgraceful. And some of these Sabbatean, Frankists and the Catholics, they believe that they're liberating the souls by killing them and torturing them and all this type of stuff, because this sin will bring about the coming of the end times faster, right? So they're sort of like accelerationists that are like trying to bring this thing about, because what they actually worship is time. Right, they worship the god of time, so they're trying to accelerate, speed this thing, make this thing come faster, bring Kali faster, and the destruction and all the chaos and whatnot. But what we've really lost is this idea, that some of their teachers taught them, right? Like, for example, St. Augustine, he said, foolish is the man who sends his son to school to learn what the teacher thinks, right? Because, back in the day, the oldest person in the village, that was the person with the most knowledge. They were the university, right? But now we've sort of lost the village and, this, sort of understanding of nature and so to speak, and the sort of local traditions, right? Used to have local traditions. It says in the Tao Te Ching that, the next village, even though they could hear the cocks crowing and the dogs barking, they would never go visit each other. You know what I mean, right? Or they just leave each other alone, right? Because this is the way to live, right? It's like, each town has its own thing going on, right? And now it's like the whole world's like one big town, and there's nothing going on, right? It's like, but yeah.
Yeah, brother. Oh, and I forgot to mention, and the other thing I'm glad about, the fact that Floyd Mayweather is going broke. That's why he had to come back and do a promotional fight. This is a professional fight. It's not an exhibition. It's, and I hope his head smashed in. Yeah, real good and hard. He's gone broke now, Mr. Money Man. This is what happens when, and with Jordan Peterson, when I started seeing him promoting flesh eating, and the continual raping and murdering of animals for our gluttonous lust and bloodlust, I said to myself, Jordan, you're going to be dead real quick. You're going to be dead real quick. Not just because you're eating rotting corpses, because the hospitals are full of people that eat rotting corpses. There are no vegans in any hospital in the world. None. It's all rotting corpse eaters. So not just because he was eating rotting corpses, but he was promoting it. That is shameful. And I knew it. I knew it. I didn't wish it upon him, but I just knew it. I said, you're going to be dead real quick, real soon, because you're promoting it. Yeah. Fair enough if you want to do that, if you think you need to eat flesh, but promoting eating it, yeah, that's how you're going to die. You'll curse yourself. You will die really, really quick with all the rotting corpse diseases, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, brain damage, retardedness, big fat guts, big fat bums. That's all from eating animals.
Yeah. 1/5 of the land that humans use is pigs and chickens and cows to make hamburgers for people, and they're feeding them, huge amounts of corn and soy because you simply cannot raise these animals on a natural diet. So you have to feed them corn and soy, which gives them diseases because they're living in their own filth and shit. So then you have to pump them with antibiotics. So then you produce antibiotic resistance in the humans, right? And these humans are eating the corn and the soy that's full of this pesticide that the animals are eating. They're all eating the same thing, right? So and if you look at some of these concentrated feeding operations, right, CAFOs, CFOs, CAFO, right? You could look up aerial views of them and look up the sludge that they produce, right? Huge pools of just, obviously it's animal fecal matter, right? But the animals are forced to live in this sludge, right? So, it's extremely deplorable that, masses of people, pretty much for convenience, have to be, subjected to this, right? And let alone the animals, right?
That's right. So humans are so stupid that they think that their lives are more important than other sentient beings. You see, the vampires who steal our children to eat them, they're doing that because we do that to animals. That's why they're doing it. When we stop exploiting animals and live and let live, because they love life, Animals love to live. They don't want to be in someone's belly. And all the people that are eating animals are the ones that are perpetrating people trafficking. And you see these people that, you know, rescue animals, right? Oh, we rescued a dog. It was starving, and now look at him, he's healthy. They've got butchered chickens and pigs and carcasses in their freezers. So are you stupid? You're rescuing animals at the same time you're eating animals? I'm speechless. What can you say? There's nothing to say. These people are depraved. They're depraved. Humanity has come to a point of deprivation which is unbearable, and it will end. It will end real soon, and it will be people like you and I and the good listeners that are going to make it happen. We will make it happen.
Yeah, that's one thing that my mentor, right, Dr. David Skrbina, right, he promotes veganism a lot, right? He's a huge a giant proponent of that, right? He's actually famous because he wrote letters to the Unabomber, right? So this is how I started this channel, right? Was because we learned under Dr. David Skrbina, and he wrote these letters to the Unabomber about whether it's efficacious to use violence to bring about a violent revolution against the industrial society as he had planned, right? Because our professor, he is like a vegan, right? So he's not against he's against all forms of violence, right?
Yeah.
So he's against revolutionary action, by and large, but he won't even harm the little animals, right? He thinks that all life is sentient. He's a panpsychist, so he believes that nature is intelligent, and I actually learned that from him, right? That nature actually, mind could not have, arose from dead matter, right? There's no combination of dead matter, right, that brings about the emergence of mind. Right, mind simply is just one of the principles of the universe, right? So, so if you look at the ontological, capacity or the status of mind itself, right, it has to be one of the primary, principles, right, in the universe, right? Consciousness is, one of the primary things, right? If, from nothing, nothing comes, and you look around and you see through your intelligence, that life exists, that God exists, that nature is sacred, then intelligence itself must have some sacred element to it, right? I've always thought, or at least I was convinced.
Yeah. Everything is intelligent, brother. Everything is conscious. Everything is conscious. It's all one
Yeah.
field. Everything.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I would firmly agree with that.
Yeah. So there's no excuse for people who are born in the flesh to continue in ignorance. Not in this day and age of information. There's no excuse. And yet people willfully choose ignorance, and they choose leaders like Donald Trump. Now, how's he going to save anything, right, with that fat bum? I mean, that bum, I don't know how a human being can carry such an enormous bum. We appoint leaders over us with ginormous bums. It looks like he's got 400 dildos up there, because I'm sure he does that shit, right? So they got stuck up there, and that's why his bum is enormous. And that's the sort of people. And he's in the Epstein list, thousands and thousands of times. That guy needs to be lynched. He needs guillotining, and he needs to be removed. He is a degenerate Epstein type. And people continue to elect these people, and they continue to go to their gurus. I always say, if you go to a guru, you're going to be smelling their farts, because they do fart eventually, and they're farting from their mouths anyway, all of them. You can see it. All they want is money, like Anthony Robbins, big big guru, you know, with that disgusting voice. Oh my God, his voice is unbearable. Money, 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 motivating people. Joe Dispenza, Jordan Peterson, encouraging. Imagine how many lives he's destroyed because people think he's intelligent. Oh, he's on meat. Oh, I'll eat more meat, more meat. And now they're taking pills and they've got piles hanging out of their ass and their farts stink like the sewers, like rotting corpses, and they're going to the hospitals and to the doctors and they're paying. You know, people, have you heard of such a thing as health insurance? You know, people buy that shit. Can you believe that most people pay a thing called health insurance?
Yeah, it's clown stuff. Yeah.
Wow. Well, why don't you just look after your own health? They're actually paying money, hard-earned money, to ensure their health. Why? Because they're eating blood guilt. They are blood guilty. Every chunk of flesh you put in your mouth, you are blood guilty. You're a murderer, a murderous imbecile. Not knowing, and there's these idiots, you know, gurus, again. Oh, we shouldn't judge. Humans are omnivores. No, we are fucking not. We are frugivores, and that can be proven in 6 billion ways, and flesh eating cannot be proven in any way at all whatsoever.
Yeah, this guy Trump is a huge example of just the culture. I mean, literally, he's mentored by a gay mobster who's named Roy Cohen, who literally attacked everyone for doing everything that he did. Right? It's like the weirdest guy to learn from, right? It's like a guy who was a homosexual, who had AIDS, who attacked people for being gay and ousted people for being gay. It's like a vile demon, type of character, that actually worked for Joe McCarthy, right? Who was a guy who was wrongfully accusing people of all these things. So I mean, it's just and it's no surprise that he goes on killing babies, right? And then they find out that he actually deals with people who traffic children, right? And all this type of stuff, and this is the type of people that they put in power basically to mock us, right? Just as they put this hoax science in front of us, and they teach the kids this hoax science, and then to get away from the hoax science, they teach you the fake religion, right? So it's like you either have the fake religion that teaches you go into the church or the mosque or the synagogue and pretend that the world outside doesn't exist, and that nature is not that the salvation of the world is not in nature, right? But it's in some other place. Right, where I quoted, just the other day, the dictum of Henry David Thoreau, that in the wilderness is the salvation of humanity. Right. So what we need to do is really replant wild nature. Right. We need to tear down the stuff that's intruding onto the natural design, replant the wild nature, and sort of bring back that small community instead of this gigantic state that's ran by even more gigantic corporations, right? And all this type of stuff. So yeah, it's sad that we've lost contact with nature, right? That we've created an artificial world where most people rely on the fake knowledge and the artificial world for artificial needs, and most people don't even realize that they're slaves. They go throughout their whole life not even realizing that they're completely enslaved. And they could shut off the lights and close down the grocery store and cut the power line, and and they'd basically be they'd have no way to survive, right? And Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it.
Yeah. Look, it's quite perplexing, but it's temporary, brother. Soon, as the scripture say in the Psalms, it says, the day will come when you will look for the place of the wicked one, and it will not be. So let them continue in their wicked deeds, and keep being who you are, authentic always, and we the Jedis will win. We'll win, and they will lose big time.
Definitely. Yeah, good will win out over evil. I'm a huge believer in that. I don't think it's 50-50 at all, right? Because truth is with the good, as I said earlier, right? Truth and goodness and beauty are one. Just as Plotinus said, right? There's no separation between the three. So, so this idea that people think that they can have truth and then just do whatever they want with it, right? That's not going to work, right? The truth's already etched out so that you can't, if you do evil, it's going to come back on you, right? So this is the problem, is that most people don't have the intelligence to realize that, because that's all it really is. It's intelligence, right? Because they think there's something more to the truth than just pure goodness, right? They don't trust in simplicity, right? That's why I say complexity that complexity imbues assimilation, right? It's one of my sort of credos, right? That as soon as you start complexifying the means, right? Because all technology is complexification of means to a particular end, right? If you could do the same thing in less steps, you don't need the technology, right? So this is the whole thing.
Yeah. So what's Trump doing, right? Well, he ran on coal digging. We're gonna start more coal and more fossil fuel and oil. Take Venezuela. Let's take Iran because they got oil. We don't need fucking oil. We already have free energy. Energy's free. Why are these corporations making people, forcing them, because they can't pay their electricity bills anymore, onto the street? Who are these demons? They need their heads removed, and I call for their heads to be removed. And all the brave men out there know this, and all the true Jedis and warriors know that we need to bring our pitchforks out, and we need to carry our arms, and we need to eliminate. We know where they live. They need to be eliminated, gone, lynched. Shoot first, ask questions later. George Soros, he needs his head removed. Bill Gates, he needs to be decapitated. Donald Trump needs to be decapitated. Who's going to do it? Whoever does will be a hero for the rest of eternity. These guys are dogs. They are sluts. They are vampires. You don't think Donald Trump eats babies? Oh, yeah, he eats babies. Not only does he fuck them, he eats them.
Yeah, and not only that, they sort of want people who are ruthless, right? To quote Machiavelli, right? Or to paraphrase his story, right, of Cesare Borgia, right? He said that he put this guy, right? I think the guy's name was like Orsini or something like that, right? But the guy was a known criminal, right? And having a problem with one of his provinces, he put this evil criminal in charge of them for a while, and then he himself executed the criminal, right? And then displayed his body, right? In a public execution. So he created the problem that he solved, right? Essentially, right? He created the problem and the solution in one move. And even Machiavelli describes this in The Prince, and people are still confused about how the political system is run, right?
I mean, and then there's all these morons who read The Prince and think that Machiavelli is an evil guy. So
Right.
the guy was a genius. He was trying to save
Right.
from princes and rulers and these types. He was for a republic, for free humanity. I don't know how people read the Prince and Machiavelli and get it totally upside down. The guy, if we only read his books, if we applied what Machiavelli taught, we would have peace on earth forever. The guy was a genius. He was a god.
Yeah, I absolutely follow you there. And actually, I think there's a reason why, at least on the Harvey Mansfield edition, you see the picture of him, right? It kind of looks like the Mona Lisa, where, you can't tell if he's smirking or not, right? Where it's kind of like this weird picture of Machiavelli, right? And I think that's because, right, he's giving away the secret of what it means to be a prince, right? And he's giving it to the people. Right. And he says that the prince, right, if he wants any success at all, he has to build on the people. Right. So he's empowering. So the people who read The Prince and don't understand that, actually, Machiavelli supported republics. He was not a huge fan of principalities. Right. So again, these are, baby philosophers and things that people that have barely any intelligence that watch one YouTube video and now they're going to wax philosophical about all these subjects that have enormous importance, right? How to govern a state and all this stuff, right? Right. Like, for example, Lao Tzu says the best leader is but a shadowy presence. And you have this, idea, right? Like, people don't know what Aladdin is about, right? Because Aladdin was actually, the original story was written by the Ismailis, right? And they have this concept of the hidden imam, right? Or the hidden ruler. Right, you have a guy in charge that everybody sees, but you have a guy behind him that nobody knows, right? Right, and so the real guy who's ruling over you, you don't get to meet them, right? And that's obvious, right?
Yeah, like the same thing with Plato. They read the Republic. I don't know how they get it upside down. People are so retarded. They're fucking retarded. They think that Plato was a dipshit. He was a genius. The book's called Republic, for fuck's sakes, right? So how could he be promoting anything other than the liberation of humanity and the spiritual enlightenment of it? He was one of the greatest contributors to the enlightenment of the human race. And yet people, like Machiavelli, they get it right upside down, don't they? I think it's because they eat too much pork and they look like pork. Wow, do they look like pork? Oh boy, everybody's porky these days. Human pigs, like in the Odyssey when Circe turns Ulysses' men into swine. Well, that's just what's happening. They've incarnated as swine and they eat swine because they are swine. You are what you eat. You eat swine, you're a swine. You can't detach yourself from that. That is a universal law. You are what you eat.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a for anybody that's sort of understanding, right, of Plato's the whole idea that Plato's trying to lay down, right? He says an excess of freedom is nothing more than an excess of slavery, right? And this whole idea that people think that just by doing whatever they want that they're free, right? Well, even the church knows that that's licentiousness. That's not freedom. Freedom is actually sort of self-mastery, right? The people who don't know themselves, can't master themselves, to them freedom is sort of self-destructive. And that's this whole idea that people lead you to make you do whatever you want in order to destroy you, right? And that's kind of what the Prince is showing you is don't be fooled by the artificial good, the light of the cave, but turn to the natural good, right? The light outside the cave, right? So I think there's a powerful idea there, that corresponds to a deep truth. And I think obviously they don't want people to know about it, right?
Yeah. For sure, brother. Everything's been inverted for a purpose, for the deception of those who will be deceived. Let those who, as the Roman emperor said, those who wish to be deceived, let them be deceived. They want their circuses. They want their bread and circuses. That's all they're thinking about. Their bellies. Let's go out to eat. Let's go out to party. Let's go out. And they don't think of the consequences, because this is all doing. Where's the being? Where's the being in this? People are afraid to be with their own selves, just alone, in silence. They've got to have music. They've got to have a movie. They've got to do activity. No, you don't. That's a lie. That's the time-space, good-evil dichotomy lie. You are complete. You are enough. They're telling you that you're not enough because you need a Rolex watch, because the other brand's not good enough. Maserati is not as good as a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. Double-story house is better than a single-story house. Being a doctor is better than being, a musician, or whatever, right? So, who teaches all this bullshit? I've never listened to them. I don't know why. Corporations, not companies. Companies are good. Corporations are corpses. But I don't know why, like Coca-Cola, right? They advertise and advertise and advertise. I've never drunk Coca-Cola in my life. So they can advertise all they want. They're spending all this money, but they're not going to get me because I'm not stupid. So all these ads everywhere. Buy this, buy that, buy. It just goes, because I'm already in my being. I'm content. I'm complete. I'm enough. I don't need your watches. I don't need your fast cars. I don't need you climbing the corporate ladders and getting stabbed in the back. You will get exactly what you work for. Like Jordan Peterson, he converted many people to eating flesh. He deserves to die. I don't have any pity for that guy or his beautiful daughter who's trying to raise money for him. And it's so sad. It's not sad.
Yeah.
He's a
He
fucking
also he also worked for the international criminal organization, the UN, right? That's passing out the jabbies and passing out all sorts of stuff all over the world, right? They're poisoning kids all over the world, and yeah, he worked for that organization. So it's like, these are the types of people we're dealing with.
Yeah, I'll have a smile on the face when I hear that Jordan Peterson has died, because he deserves it, the fucking murderous cunt. And ugly motherfucker. God damn, he's fucking ugly. And people look up to, Jordan Peterson, Jordan Peterson, Wim Hof, Joe Dispenza. They're all demons. They want your money. That's all they want. They're not teaching you anything that's going to give you value in your life. They're not talking about wealth. They're talking about riches, to get rich, not to be wealthy. Big difference. The astrologer, which is what we all should be, first and foremostly, must always do things not for riches, but for the wealth of others.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
That's a great.
If you disobey that rule, you'll suffer the consequences. You'll see. All of you rich people who think you're so fucking cool and you farts think and everything like that, you'll be in a grave rotting.
Right.
Real good. Real soon.
Right. You're Simon Magus trying to buy your way into the apostleship, essentially, is what is going on. You'll pay a heavy price. And And yeah, I mean, the thing is that what I notice is that, is that an increased amount of screens, right? Well, the screens cause people to have a sort of detachment, right? Because they're constantly flashing on these screens to tell them about the world. And of course, as Plato said, it's just flickering shadows on a screen. It's images of things that are not even real, that they're conflating with reality, right? And the huge issue is that with this increased sense of voyeurism, there's also a sense of escapism, right? And the escapism is because, as you said, right, everything's in motion, and people need to get to somewhere, and they feel like they're missing out on, whatever's going on, because there's so much information being produced. So it's kind of like information overload, with people, that's causing a dual sense of, what I call escapism on the one end, but then voyeurism on the other end, right? So how we explain it, or at least how Uncle Teddy explains it, right? The Unabomber, right? He says people have increased feelings of inferiority on the one end, and then over socialization on the other end. That they're isolated, but they're interconnected, right? They're inundated with all this information, right? But they have to be kept in this close, sort of cubicle, so they could be observed and watched, at all times. So it's kind of like, it's like the internet. You walk into a room where everybody's talking, and it's like, of course, more people are hearing you, but what you're saying is being heard less. So it's like you're communicating less, effectively to more people, right? So it's like you're more spread out, and and less effective. So this is just kind of the effect that everybody's experiencing, right? Hyper individualism, atomization, right?
Yeah, brother. So I guess the moral of the story is to use all your energy for good, for the betterment of mankind and helping people, and yourself as well. Your individual being to be, because we've been taken out of our beingness by bosses and politicians telling us we have to do more. We have to do more. We have to save the plastic. We have to save the farts and the cow farts and everything to save the world. Save the fucking world? Who do you think you are? You can't even wipe your ass properly. And you want to say these people who have got all these charities to save this and to save that and all this bullshit. They just want your money. We are already enough. So governments, leave us the fuck alone. Go away. Go to hell. Hang yourselves. Stop killing us. Kill yourselves, because you deserve it. We deserve to be left the fuck alone, and we will be. And we're coming for you, and we will get you, and justice will be served. And there will be nooses and electric chairs and guillotines. Don't you worry about that. And snipers. Yeah. And let's hasten that with our intent and will. Before you go to bed at night, just intend that the governments go the fuck away. We don't need you. You're fucking the world up. You're not helping the world at all. We don't need wars for oil. We have free cars, free energy. How many men, how many great inventors have been murdered, poisoned, killed by the oil corporations so that they can keep their petrodollar going? It's just insanity. We need to stop these oil wars, and Why are we still running cars on petrol, which is so expensive anyway? And these electric cars they're making, they're not even like Stanley Meyer, right, who was murdered, right? Stanley Meyer invented a car that ran on nothing and forever and never broke down, right? They killed him. They murdered Raymond Rife. They murdered Tesla. I can't remember all the names, but there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of scientists who gave the world free magnetic energy, the secret to it, and they're all murdered. They all end up dead because these oil barons, they live in their mansions, which one day will not be, and neither will they be, but they will know a place called hell, that's for sure, because it's a condition. It's not a place. There's no place, there's no locus, there's no topos, there's no, address for hell. It's a condition which they will be in, because that's the condition they're in. They've chosen that condition. I choose the condition of authenticity. Sometimes I smile and I present information in a very loving way, and other times I'm brutal and I cuss and explode with anger, and I don't give a flying fuck what people's egos think about me. Oh, Santos said a naughty word. He always swears and he cusses these people and those people. How about go fuck yourself? Because I don't give a shit. I've chosen already eternal happiness, and it's mine. And you'll never take it away from me just because you get offended because I said the word cunt. In fact, the word cunt is probably the best word. Every man loves that word, if you know what I mean. So do the women. We all come from one, don't we? Right? You can call, how about this? Let me finish with this because I got to be going too. But so you can call someone a dick, but you can't call someone a cunt. Now, when you see an erect penis compared to a pussy, which looks soft and harmless, an erect dick has raped and killed many, many women, right? A dick looks more threatening than a pussy to me. It's just a pussy. The world's just, they're all conditioned, man. They
have fucked up priorities. Like, for example, you were sort of mentioning earlier how most people think they will kill others, right? They'll kill others, right? And even their own family, right? For fame and wealth.
Yeah.
Whereas they'll never sacrifice for the truth. They won't sacrifice one bit for the truth. Not even one penny they'll give up for the truth, right? And sacrifice, as we were talking about, it actually means to make sacred, right? Sacrificium, right? To make sacred. So they don't believe in anything sacred, right? This is actually the problem. Going back to the basic, value of what we're talking about, right? It's like they don't believe in anything, right? So they'll say that you believe in nothing because you want to talk about pussies or something else or something that's totally benign, right? Whereas they're committed to not even sacrificing one penny for the truth, right? On a daily basis, right? So it is surprising that these people get away with trying to censor or that anybody even listens to them, right? That millions of ignorant retards are actually listening to them all the time. So I can't believe there's pouring money into it. So that's happening.
Yeah, brother, this will all be over because of the good work that you and I are doing and the people listening. I'm sure there's so many beautiful people listening, and they won't ever be offended at authenticity. Beware of the smiling gurus, the Joe Dispenzas, the Wim Hofs, the Satguru. Sadhguru once said that he wants less population. Who the fuck is he to want less population? Kill yourself, you ugly cunt. You look like an ugly demon piece of shit, Sadhguru. Guru, that's a guru. And people think I'm trying to be a guru. Fucking retards. Anyway, brother, it's been great to be on the show with you.
Excellent stuff, Santos. It's great to meet you. You know, I've heard a lot about you from our friends, right? So I greatly appreciate this conversation. Thank you so much for sharing your audience, and of course, I hope we talk again at some point, because this was really just, this was a great conversation. A beautiful conversation. I think we agree on a lot of stuff, and the main things that we agree on are actually, I think, one of the main things that I'm fighting for in this world. So I greatly appreciate your your courage to speak on those issues, and blessings to you, sir.
Same, brother. All the best.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And blessings.
Much love.
Peace. All right, folks. Well, I greatly appreciate the people that are watching here. We are here at the Machine Lies 9534. Right, come and check us out. We have a show Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday night. Right, we talk about the intersection of spirituality and technology. And I give tons of explanations about the history of transhumanism, how art and culture and religion and technology intersect, right? So we give tons of explanations on that, right? Obviously, the main impetus of the show is to explore religion and technology, right? And how we've moved, right, kind of from a scope in finding that nature is sacred, right, to worshiping man's creations. So that's kind of the main scope of the show as well. So the people that are watching, I greatly appreciate you guys. Friends of Santos, right? Definitely friends of ours. And I'll now drop the link and play a music video for the people that I've composed. And hopefully we don't get, struck. But yeah, come on up and have a chat with us, and let us know what you think of the presentation and the interview, and any other ideas that you may have. YouTube rejected your comment. Are we shut down on any? Okay, no, we're still okay. So I appreciate you guys. Welcome to Reddington. Appreciate you. Blessings. And
Yo, I didn't realize my mic was muted.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, let me actually find out what this was that I recorded recently. So give me a second and we'll be back after this musical break. Yeah, I put together music for this show and trying to find. Oh yeah, Scotty Beam. Blessings.
We came up out of the street, we climbing up in the seat. We got the shooters and reach, we running, we strapping the cleats. I took the game like a thief, you dissing the squad, you sleep. They acting hard, they weak, I make them bars speak. Hop in the car, creep. My niggas at large, we deep. I got my name on the lease, I got your bitch on the leash. Handle the work, capiche. We take taking them flights east. You know we got it for cheap. Hit up Scotty for the beam. Enterprise, I'm up in the seat. I got ties to the street. I got ties to the church. My grandfather put in work. My grandmother was a G. Always kept it in the team. Started out as a dream. Then I realized I wasn't asleep. Had to take time building me. Make yourself or they'll make you. Play yourself for them major keys. That's just something I can't do. They just mad cause we can't lose. Can't see cause we out of view. Scotty baby, get you out of body. I got bodies hiding on the roof. We came up out of the street. We climbing up in the seat. We got the shooters in reach. You running, we strapping the cleats. I took the game like a thief. You dissing the squad, you sleep. They acting hard, they weak. I make them bars speak. Hop in the car, creep. My niggas at large, we deep. I got my name on the lease. I got your bitch on the leash. Handle the work, capiche. We taking them flights east. You know we got it for cheap. Hit up Scotty for the beam. See the reds, I pursue the target. And I can't slack, gotta keep walking. They ain't gonna hit, make them beam slide. Beaming. I'm thinking bigger, my nigga. Fuck you and all your opinions. We came up out of the trenches. They never gave us a mention. Nah, nigga, this shit is colossal. I've been underground like a fossil. I've been in the lab, check the catalog. I've been in the kitchen with nada. You got squares in your circle like waffles. Yeah, I'm Prince serving pancakes to your main chick, she'll swallow. No dinner date, my mandate. I penetrate, then vacate. I keep flowing like Great Lakes. You soft niggas like cupcakes. I'm fucking your bitch in the tonsils. Look at the time now. I gotta go and get mine, ho. Get back in line, ho. It took me a minute to get it. I've been in the kitchen with nada. Bitches like you or the father. I'ma turn up in the space base. I'ma tell Ross get the lighter. We came up out of the street. We climbing up in the seat. We got the shooters in reach. We running, we strapping the cleats. I took the game like a thief. You missing the squad, you sleep. They acting hard, they weak. I make them bars speak. Hop in the car, creep. My niggas at large, we deep. I got my name on the lease. I got your bitch on the leash. Handle the work, capiche. Taking them flights east. You know we got it for cheap. Hit up Scotty for the beam. Bang. Hit up Scotty for the beam.
It's Coffee. Yo, Coffee. I hope this is the right number, nigga. I've been trying to call your ass. You don't never want to pick up.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, so let me pull up my channel here. This the channel here. The Machine Lies. And of course, we have an alternative channel called the Cyber Caliphate. So yeah, come and join us in discussions. Right. Recently, we've been talking about the philosophy of technology. All right, and also deep ecology. So these are subjects we take a great interest in. Right, looking at the world technological system, the origins of modern political ideologies through something called political theology. Right, and of course, we look at the history of philosophy and religion and the interlinking between spirituality and technology, right? Science and religion. So these are the main subjects. If you take a great interest in these subjects, right, and you think that, a lot of the ideas that we sort of talking about with Santos there are really important. Okay, then those are the main subjects that we cover here. Right? There's no other subjects that we really touch on here. Okay, those ideas are really important enough to look at the world technological system, to look at how people are, living in technological enslavement, right? To look at how nature's been desacralized, right? The desacralization of nature, which means that nature is not sacred anymore. And I appreciate the people that are joining. Salad, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. David, blessings. I greatly appreciate you guys. Right, but as I said, right, we're sort of become spatially and temporally dislodged. And of course, the universalism of man was necessary for the universalism of technique. And of course, we can't let the technology assessment be conducted by people who are, the technical experts, right? They're the ones, quote unquote, organizing the system for the rest of humanity. Okay, they're not asking other people, right? The experts are not asking the greater society, right, whether their technological improvements, right, whether the greater society accepts them as beneficial. Okay, so what we need is a precautionary ethic that evaluates the development of new technologies and either accepts or rejects these new technologies on a society-wide basis. Okay, unless we put forward these ethical precepts, this precautionary ethics for what technologies are allowed, okay, we'll simply have to leave most of our life to these experts that we'll never meet by face and name. Okay, so it's up to society as a whole to evaluate what technologies, right, we use and operate, right, and which ones benefit society as a whole. Right, and of course, we need a precautionary system of ethics, as I already stated, in order to deal with these problems. So, of course, we need ethics and epistemology to be sort of reframed. Because the problem with techno-liberalism is that it's driving us to the empirical mode, right? To the naturalistic mode, to the materialistic sort of mode of thinking, right? And that's sort of one-sided way of thinking that's based in reason and logic and all of these types of things. Okay, and of course, we've stated that, right, because of man's reason and intellect, right, he saw himself as separate from nature. That this is one of the main ideas, is the development of abstract knowledge. Okay, the minute we use abstract knowledge to understand nature, we started saying that math and logic and reason are superior to nature. And this constitutes our huge separation from nature, right? But it also culminates in the universalization of man, right? And as I said, the universalism of man was necessary for the universalism of techniques, right? Everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. So what are techniques or technics, right? They're the total ensemble of means to a particular end. The complexification of means, the concealing of means to a particular end, the massification of means to a particular end, right? Let's get somebody in here. I believe they want to come in and check us out, right? Greetings. Enrico, are you here with us?
Hey, yo.
Hey, blessings.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
I've been listening to a long time. I'm wondering if you have diet suggestions.
Diet suggestions? No, I don't have any diet suggestions.
Yeah, because I've been.
Less processed food.
Oh yeah, definitely less processed food. Less. Like how Santos was saying, right? Don't rely on the industrial food system, right? These are things we would recommend, right?
I've been doing this.
Suggestion.
I've
If
been
you
doing
get him
this.
on, I can give him suggestions that tie into anti-tech stuff.
Yeah, go ahead, Avian. Yeah, Avian's here now too.
Yeah. I mean, you might to give it right now because you can show the screen and so and I gotta talk
Yeah,
to him.
give me a second. I'll just put myself full screen for a second, so we'll figure out what this guy is. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So my diet suggestion is to avoid processed carbs. Definitely, and also avoid, hydrogenated vegetable oils. That really messes people up. You want to eat whole foods, preferably organic. And if you eat meat, eat grass-fed. Don't eat grain-fed meat.
Oh, I
Grain-fed.
don't do no meat right now.
Yeah. So grass-fed beef. Also, let me tell you this: a lot of people only eat muscle meat, but the offal or the organ meat is also very healthy for you if it's grass-fed. Like liver or whatever, and that can give you like fat-soluble vitamin A. Yeah, and get that from other sources like cod liver oil, including with the cod liver itself. There's this cans that ICAN sells. Comes with cod liver and it comes with the oil. If you drink the oil and you eat the cod liver, you don't need a supplement in vitamin D or K2 because it has all of that stuff. So so DHA and other stuff. If you eat fish, it's better to be wild caught salmon, but also eat the skin of the salmon because this salmon skin and other stuff have a lot of DHA. So the main things, I'm sorry if I go on too long, is to avoid processed carbs, processed foods, avoid hydrogenated vegetable oils. Coconut oil is good. Butter is good to cook in. If it's like grass fed and it's preferably raw too. Stuff like that. Let me tell you this: if cows are grass fed and pastured, you can drink their milk raw. But the reason that milk was pasteurized is because they were stuck up in barns, okay, fed grains, pumped with hormones and RBST, and so they had to pasteurize that milk to make it edible. You see what I mean? Because that if you drink the milk of cows that are grain fed and stuck up in barns and pumped with hormones, you will get sick. But if the cow is healthy and it's grass fed and pastured, you can drink the milk raw, and even lactose intolerant people can drink raw milk because it has beneficial bacteria that aids in digestion of the lactose. It also has CLA that is denatured in the process of pasteurization. Now, people I could list some people, but yeah, there are a lot of stuff I could keep going on and on. There's supplementation you want to do that can help, like krill oil can help.
I'd also say intermittent fasting
Of
can
course,
also
that's
help.
great
That's
too.
a huge
Yeah,
recommendation right there. Yeah.
I fast
Yes,
like
yes.
every other day right now.
Yeah, there's almost like no other way to detoxify our bodies,
Yeah.
right? From
Still
all the
drink water,
chemicals.
even if you fast, drink water and stuff.
Because like if you
Well,
keep eating the junk food, like your body doesn't have a way to catch up.
Yeah,
So
soak
you
it
have
in.
to let your body process and be able to clean house and then do other beneficial activities.
I've
Yeah,
been doing
fasting
that
helps a
that
lot.
Shromelia diet.
But you still want to drink water. Don't do water fast, do food fast.
Right. What you can still drink water. Water is fine.
Yeah, yeah, water is fine. Yeah. There's a lot one
Yep.
could talk about. Go endlessly on this. There's like Dr. Berg, there's John Mercola, there's Winston A. Price. These people are good sources to learn. Dr. Berg is okay. John Mercola is good. Stuff like that. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I used to be working
Yeah.
out a lot, and I follow
I
diet.
just I've been feeling real weird, but I've been trying a different diet recently. It's called Shromelia diet. I heard about it from John Levi.
Interesting. So what's that consist of?
But you pretty much take like a pot and you put water in it, and then you put like some tree bark, wasp honey, some peeled fruit, like I usually use banana, and some leaves and some natural stones. You kind of boil that up for about 15 minutes, and you drink it twice a day.
Interesting. Yeah, I never heard of anything like that.
But it's been making me feel real weird.
Like a nauseating kind of weird, or
Like just I don't know, like tired sometimes.
Yeah, maybe there
But that's
needs
why
to
I
be
was
a
wondering if you heard of it,
yeah,
because I don't know. I was trying to switch it up because I'm just not liking it.
yeah,
it might.
definitely like like mushrooms and things, right? Like for example, like chaga mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, right? Like wood ear mushrooms, right? Like chicken of the woods. Like all these types of mushrooms are actually really good for tons of vitamins and stuff. Making tea with that or like honey, right? Because honey has like probiotics in it and stuff. So like natural honey that's sourced from like where you're at. I know people have different ideas about that. Sometimes vegans say that you shouldn't take honey, right? Because they're using the bees, right? So there is sort of mixed opinions about that sort of thing. But I think the whole thing, with the honey and the mushrooms, right? That stuff I know is good for you. I'm not sure about tree bark and rocks and leaves and stuff like that.
Yeah, personally, I think it's not easy to be healthy as a vegan, but you can be healthy as a lacto-ovo vegetarian. And a lacto-ovo vegetarian still drinks milk and eats eggs. You want eggs to be cage-free, preferably, and stuff like that. But I don't really think it's easy to be vegan and healthy. I mean, because
Well, they got these
hemp is very
caverns
good.
by my place, and that's where I've been going up and picking up the mineral boxes and just using those stones.
Yeah, hemp is very good. Hemp has a lot of the essential amino acids, but you need to supplement that because it's missing one of them. I forgot one of the amino acids. Something, but hemp
It's
is very good. Hemp seeds.
also might have to replace your electrolytes. Sounds like you might not be getting enough electrolytes, especially if you have any muscle cramps. That's usually a, a good sign.
You want
Yeah,
a lot of electrolytes. I think, blending, vegetables in the blender, like, I don't know, celery. Celery juice gives you a lot of electrolytes, especially if you blend them. Celery has a lot of electrolyte and potassium because you see, potassium and sodium have a cyclical relationship. If you have too much sodium, you need more potassium. And a lot of people have potassium deficiency, so you want more potassium. Bananas
that's
actually
what
don't
that's
have
why I've
much.
been using the banana peels, 'cause I figured they had a potassium. But yeah, like 2 days ago, man, I took a shower and I woke up like a couple hours later just laying in the water. It was cold. So that's why I was like, man, this ain't working for me.
Yeah, I think
But
salary just has a.
I appreciate y'all. I was just trying to catch up and see if I could do something different.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I
I'm not gonna
appreciate
keep you
You
too
might
long.
have to like your body. It's too much of a change. Your body might be a little bit shocked in a in such a drastic change. So you might have maybe try to taper it.
All right, well, thanks y'all.
No, I appreciate you too. It's a nice talk. Thank you. All you can spare.
Yeah, blessings, bro. Yeah, thanks so much for coming up. Honestly, I greatly appreciate very, very cordial interaction there, right, from Enrico, the sage. Right. So yeah, blessings to the brother. And yeah, we are taking callers. It is what it is. Obviously, we're talking about the world technological system, right? Uh, and I've laid out a number of topics and areas. I'm going to start getting into some of the main critiques that we're offering. One of the main ideas that I want to get across, along with this idea that, that in assessing, right, the technological system, we can't leave it to the experts. Right. The other point is that forms of alternative technology are legitimate aspects of critiquing the technological system, right? So in developing alternative modes, right, we must realize that those modes are in and of themselves a legitimate critique in terms of looking at the system, seeing that the system cannot realize its own issues and limitations, right? A system cannot realize its own limitations. And whatnot, right? So there's all sorts of these issues that we have to look at.
Yeah, I agree. The issue comes into, we can phrase it in many different ways. Like, who is in control? Maybe no one is in control, and the question of automatism, and the question of the technological industrial order, which is large scale, and is it creating the very complications it claims it can solve, the system itself? And you cannot, analyze the problems it generates within the system. You have to take a more philosophical approach, analyzing the intrinsic nature of the technological system, and then you can critique it from a higher vantage point and such.
As long as the higher vantage point is not a purely technical approach, as Scribina would point out.
Yeah, but Scribina's Pantechnicon is actually a technical approach, because he says everything is technological, including the unfolding biological processes and biochemical processes. So for him, the technical approach can actually point to the limitations of it
Let me
itself.
try to find the quote I'm referring to.
Yeah, I think by non-technical, he's not saying not concerning the technological, right? That's a misinterpretation, right? What he's actually saying is that we're looking at metaphysics and and first principles and things that are not touched by the metaphysical limitations of the technical aspect of thinking. Like, for example, right, empiricism, right, naturalism, right, and those types of ideas, right? So
I have the quote here. He says in chapter 1, like literally the first page.
right.
On the other, to think analytically today is to think technologically, and thus fails to escape to a sufficient altitude for surveying the landscape. To think about technology technologically is to miss its essential nature. And yet, this is precisely how we commonly approach the subject today. I submit that all current thinking about technology occurs within a technological mindset and thus necessarily arrives at certain predetermined results. End quote.
Yeah, I mean, I love Scribina's book. I read it, you know, but I'm saying, you know, he's a panpsychist, which is fine, but you know, for him, the pan-technicon or techne logos, you know, everything is technological for him. He said that multiple times. You know, he accepts mechanistic worldview and stuff. But I'm not saying that's wrong or bad. But I'm just saying that he works from that framework.
Yeah, I would disagree with that framing. Right, there's nothing mechanistic about Scribina's worldview, because panpsychism is not a mechanistic worldview. Right, it's totally saying that you know that nature has spirit or mind. Right, so the mechanistic worldview is saying that nature is just pure mechanics. Right, by techne, there's an expanded definition of what techne actually means. Right, in relation to this concept of logos. Right, it's kind of like techne is physical, processes. Right, whereas logos is the ideas. Right, so
Techne also has, I believe, one of the part of the definitions is that it's craft.
Yeah, but I'm saying
craft.
that. Yeah, but I'm saying this.
Yeah,
I'm saying
so that's far from a mechanistic worldview. You could look
no,
at.
I read the book, you know, and I can find the
so
quote.
have I.
Yeah. He said that, you know, everything is technological, but it has a latent mind. It's in-minded. You know what I mean? It has a panpsychic quality. So he does accept, like, you know, cause and effect, and it all being, you know, technological. Like there's, in terms of the computer and the robots, and including us, you know, the human body, that is all end-minded. All of it has mind. You see what I mean? It's due to the integration of the complexity of the processes that determine the degree of conscious qualia or something. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So that was my point and stuff. It's not. I respect him and I like what he's saying, but I'm saying that for him, you know, the cell and the like micro transistor and stuff like that, both of those are conscious. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's not a mechanistic worldview. Right, because in the mechanistic worldview, they'd be purely mechanical, right, based on cause and effect, and then it would just be, they would have no mind or quality to it, right? So that is a fact, right? That's the hurdle, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I would say that
it's
some
a
mechanistic
colloquial term,
worldviews,
right?
some mechanistic worldviews, like Alfred North Whitehead, he had a mechanistic worldview too, I think.
No, he doesn't. No, because Alfred North Whitehead is a panpsychist as well, so he does not have a mechanistic worldview, right? He's critiquing the mechanistic worldview of people like Newton. Newton is somebody with the mechanistic worldview, right? Because he's saying, like,
big time.
Look, the universe is just gears turning. It's just one giant clock, right? That's, for example, mechanism, right? Reducing everything to mechanism, right, is a mechanistic worldview, right? I'm going more in terms of the ideas of Rene Guénon, right, where he's talking about how dualism and the mechanistic worldview, right? Descartes and Newton, right? Those two guys were basically essential for him, right, and kind of creating first a separation from nature and then a reducing of nature to just a mechanical aspects, right?
And Descartes is, they label him as basically the modern the father of modern science, I believe, right?
Yeah, but just because somebody believes in cause and effect, I don't think you can say that that's
no. He in the book. No, I remember. I have to find it again, but he does say that everything is technically technological, but he sees the technological as not like devoid of mind. You know, like it's technological in the sense that, you know, you can observe it and measure it empirically, but you cannot see the mind. The mind is the intrinsic aspect, and the exterior aspect is the technological. So he doesn't like draw a sharp ontological distinction between, you know, like a machine or like the human body. See what I mean? That's I can find the quote if you want me to go through it.
Colloquially speaking, would scientists say that machines are thinking things?
scientists are not in universal agreement. Not all scientists are physicalists. You don't
I'm
have
talking
to be
about the scientific worldview. I'm talking about the scientific consensus. Have they came to any consensus that mind comes from material things?
There's no consensus about
That's
unfalsifiable
exactly right.
philosophical claims. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right. So
Yes.
since that is the claim that he's making, right? I don't think he's reducing the body to pure mechanism, right? Or at least I don't see that at all. Right? That would be the reductionist idea, right?
Yeah, I can find the quote.
It's one thing to say it's technology, but then to say it's only technology, that's something he doesn't say. That would be the mechanistic philosophy, right?
Yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying and
Yeah.
stuff, but you know, I think that I can find the quote. You know, I
Sure.
yeah, but I would say, mechanistic philosophy depends on how broad or narrow the definition is. It doesn't necessarily imply that it's physicalist or panpsychist. One can be mechanistic and be a physicalist, which I don't agree with, or one can be could be mechanistic and panpsychist. You know what I mean? So he's
I don't
like,
know. I don't think
yeah,
so because see how I see mechanistic philosophy, I see it as material reductionism, right? That's usually what I say when I mean it, right? So if we're not talking about material reductionism, we're putting in all these other things like panpsychism and all these other things that the scientific consensus simply does not believe in, then I think it's getting a little confusing, right?
no, let's go to the dictionary. Because that's what I did. Mechanistic in Merriam-Webster means of or relating to a mechanism or the doctrine of mechanism. So mechanism is just a view where processes or systems or organisms are explained as automatic, physical, or machine-like, operating solely through cause and effect. That's what mechanistic means. So it's just like cause and effect, like like the way the actuators work in a robot or something, the actuators and stuff like that, or the effectors. Your hand is like an effector, your joints are like actuators in some sense. But he would say all of that is in-minded, because he's a panpsychist. But a physicalist would say no, it's not in-minded. The actuators or the effectors and stuff like that.
Yes. Yeah, because see where I'm getting it is from Guinan, right? It says prior to the 18th century, there were mechanistic theories, the Greek atomism down to the Cartesian physics.
Yeah, going on and Scribina are not reconcilable. They have very different metaphysics. They're not reconcilable. They're going on. It believes in like a being and like a Parmenidean being, and then there's an involution from the Parmenidean being. You're
Yeah,
moving.
but just because two thinkers' metaphysics are irreconcilable doesn't mean you can't use them to prove the same case.
Yeah, they converge in anti-industrial.
Yeah, exactly, right. So,
yeah,
so
that's
that's
correct. Yeah.
so let's not get carried away, right, with our metaphysical speculation and go off into space, right? Because it has nothing to do with the tangible issues.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
like going on and Scribina and
like for example, when Guinan is talking about the mechanistic scientific materialism, that is what he's talking about. He's not talking about panpsychism and the whole kit and caboodle and everything that defines any type of mechanism, right? Just by accepting that there is mechanism doesn't mean that you have a mechanistic philosophy, right? Or even by saying that it permeates, right?
Guinan is not mechanistic. Guinan is closer to like an Advaitin, non-duality with being, which is like pure
That's
potential.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Guinan is the guy who's pointing out the mechanistic ideas, right? He's using it to refer to scientific reductionism and materialism and not the ideas that you're talking about. You can't just simply look up mechanistic in a dictionary and then say, well, this is what the philosophical definition is, right?
Yeah, it becomes more of a loaded term at that point.
Yes.
But I do interpret the Pantechnicon as a panpsychist, but still having mechanistic aspects. Because going on, he doesn't He doesn't accept that at all. To him, it's all pure symbols. He is like kind of anti-positivist, okay, to the extreme sense, where he's using the symbols as a way to get to like being, the being that is. So for him, science is like a waste of time for Guinan. So I don't think it is for Scribina. So I'm not trying to insult Scribina or other stuff because I'm just recounting how I interpret them. So
Yeah, I just think that the ideas that you're applying there are not exactly 1 and 1. I think more people will be confused, right? So that's why I'm clarifying. But yeah. Because it would mean to, in terms of Guanan, it would be sort of to reduce things to mechanism rather than saying that there's some sort of pantechnicon or anything like that, right? But yeah.
I found it here, but I can find better quotes. I don't want to go on and on, but he argues for a teleological metaphysics in which increasing order in the universe is itself defined as a technological process. So stuff like Chason's expansion of the universe causing the thermodynamic gradients and
right.
All of that is a technological process, but he sees it as in-minded. He sees it as having a mind that is this intrinsic quality. So I gotta look more and stuff.
Yeah, so
It's been a while since I read.
I mean, that's all very complex, right? So I think for most people, he's basically saying that when nature increases in complexity, that the thing that's actually driving the evolutionary process is not random, but it's actually mind. Right. So you can chart the development of this, right? And the increasing complexity per energy rate expenditure per density. Right. And of course it's increasing over time. Right. So
yeah.
the
One
whole
more
idea.
So I'm just gonna read this.
So that is a super anti, materialistic idea, obviously, because it's saying that the evolutionary process is being guided, right? Any scientist or materialist with a backbone would reject this, right? But
yeah, but he's not saying it's being guided actually. But first, he's saying that there's a. But first, I'll read this quote.
Who isn't saying it's being guided?
Scribino. He's saying there's a directionality towards greater order and complexity. He's not.
So that's not being guided? What? If there's directionality, it's being guided. What do you mean by not being guided then?
Yeah, it gets into. Let me read this quote first, and then we get into that. But
no, but what do you mean by that? No, hold on. Don't skip that. What do you mean by that?
Let's see here.
If there's directionality, how is it not being guided?
The directionality is towards the greater order and complexity.
Right. So that's what's guiding it. Right. So that is what's guiding it. That's what Scribina's saying. So he's not saying there's nothing guiding it. Like, that's not true.
But he's not saying there is something guiding it, like a guider.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's the greater order is guiding it. That is exactly what he's saying.
Logos.
Yes. The latent and the immanent process. It's latent in the immanent process. It's not like
cosmic ordering principle. The logos.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. Yeah, cosmic ordering principle.
So how's it not? So I mean, I'm just confused how it's not being guided.
It's like, like when you deal with the question of telos and
telos is being guided. Telos literally means it's being guided. Like, I don't know. So I don't know what you mean by that at all.
Yeah, but the telos is like dealing with like weak telos or strong telos, and whether it's latent in the immanent process versus something more transcendent guiding it. He's against it. Scribino's against something transcendent guiding it. Okay, but he sees like it has a kind of inherent intelligence that is.
But now you added an extra modifier to it.
Yeah, he talks about this a bit, but I have to go look that quote up again. He actually was talking about it. I have to look that up again. I was looking at that like 1 month ago again. So for my own, interest. But I wanted to just read this quickly. He said technology is mindful creation. It is the realization and reification of thought. Every act of creation is a technological act. Ontologically and linguistically, technology is techne-logos. There is a techne of all things, and there is a logos of all things. Therefore, reality itself, in the broadest sense, is something technological. So he sees the technological as being an end-minded process that has a mind that pervades it, that permeates it.
Right, right.
So, yeah,
But techne and logos is not just mechanism. See, that's word concept fallacy, right there.
yeah. I just interpret mechanistic and technological as
It's not the
very
same thing
different.
because techne logos is much expanded definition of what technology is, right? You know, are you including logos inside of mechanism? Probably not, right? Right, because mechanism has no logos. It's just bare facts. It's a process, right? It's physical process, right?
Not if you ground it in the logos. I'm saying he's grounding it in the logos. That's what I'm arguing.
Oh yeah, yeah, and in the telos, right? It's being guided with logos and imbued with logos. It's not purely mechanistic. Therefore, so mechanistic and technological are not the same thing. Or even technics is not like, for example, the machine is not the same thing as technics in Mumford. Right? The machine is not the same thing as techniques in Elul. These are distinct things, right?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're working with different definitions of mechanistic, you know, because, you know, Aristotle was somewhat mechanistic, you know. I mean, you know, I see mechanistic as more narrow. The definition is more narrow, so that's.
Yeah, I would say Aristotle is more mechanistic. That's where me and Scorbina actually disagree. Is because
that's
he would
what I
say
was saying.
yeah, he would say that Aristotle is not mechanistic at all. That actually Aristotle is a panpsychist, right?
Yeah,
which is true in a way, right? You almost can't get away with it at that point, right? You can't just have scientific materialism, and it's of course true that Aristotle firmly rejected that, right? Even in his, you know, basically his atheism, right? He still, you know, understood like, look, like nature is still ensouled, right, and whatnot. So he still wasn't able to fall to the low level of the sophists and the atomists, right? You know, the decrepit level, right?
I mean, Scribina's views are very close to Aristotle, but he does not have a prime mover in his whole view. You know, like, it's very close to Aristotle. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think there's key differences, right? Yeah, there's a lot of differences. I don't think that Scorbina believes in the hierarchy of being and whatnot, right?
Yeah, he doesn't. He rejects that,
Yeah, he totally rejects that one. So that's a huge hurdle for him aligning with Aristotelian philosophy, I think. And obviously, Skolimowski has offered his. You know, thank you so much to Santos and the team that he represents for being out here sharing their audience here. Please go check out his channel. Right. And of course the people that are here, right? You know, this is wait. Yeah, they're not there anymore. Yeah, blessings to the people though. You know, the people that came by, sub to the channel, you know, showed us some love out here. I greatly appreciate you. It's really game time over here. You know, with philosophical ideas and, you know, and building on all of that type of stuff. Right. So we're more centered in terms of the history of ideas, right? So I got a cool work by Guanan here that I just looked up. So this looks cool, right? A Material Civilization by Rene Guanan. From all that has been said so far, it already seems to follow clearly that those Orientals who reproach modern Western civilization with purely being material are fully justified, he says. It is certain, he says, it is certainly in this direction exclusively that its development has taken place. And from whatever point of view one may look at it, one is always faced with the more or less direct consequences of this materialization. Nevertheless, there still remains something to add to what we have said on the subject, and in the first place, it is necessary to explain the different ways in which a word like materialism can be understood. If we use it in the contemporary world, various peoples who do not believe themselves to be materialists at all, while at the same time claiming to be modern in their outlook, will not fail to protest in the belief that this is sheer calumny. Some further explanation, therefore, is required in order to forestall any ambiguity which might arise on the subject. Okay, so what do we have here, right? The problem is that what most people think of, yeah, I appreciate the homie Santos. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, we'll definitely republish that conversation. Excellent conversation we had, honestly. I'm very dumb. Brilliant dude for sure. You know. Yeah, muchos gracias for sure. Excellent stuff. You know, we've we've chatted with all sorts of online influencers, and sometimes it doesn't go so good. Sometimes it doesn't go so good. We get a terrible time talking to some of them. Right, huge, contentious. Right, it's like we can't correspond with anything they're saying. The stuff they're saying is dog shit. They're shills. It's total garbage rhetoric about destroying nature and trying to bolster either politics or some other trash project that people are working on that has no future, right? So I greatly appreciate the ideas about nature, right? And I wanted to focus on that sort of biopunk versus cyberpunk. I may title it something like that: biopunk versus cyberpunk for the people. So yeah, so the problem here is this idea of materialism itself, right? Materialism, what most people think is sort of an idea that people like material possessions, people who are too much into material possessions. Or of course, that's not what we mean at all. Right? Well, what we mean is what in ancient Greece, right, they talked about was the uncuttables, right? Atoms. Okay, people who believe in the uncuttables, right? That there's a fundamental particle that all of existence or material existence is based on, so that the fundamental aspect of reality is physical matter. But those people are dum-dums. Right? For sure, right? And of course, not all of them, right? Well, not all atheists are sort of materialists, right? So that's true. There's lots of atheists who may have a more spiritual view of things, right? In which they understand things, so they may not reduce things to just physical matter. So those things need not be conflated. But we still have to understand that this whole idea of material reductionism is, from ancient Greece. Really, it's not a new concept, right? That there's this uncuttables. That this kind of seems something to be desired for this view that sort of reality is just reduced to physical matter. It's like, prove it. Prove it. Uh, um, Now, obviously, dualism is much smarter than this idea, right? But I think the top dog is still like some sort of thing where, either monism or panpsychism or something like that, where there's something fundamental that's not right made of physical stuff. So we're looking at materialism. What does materialism mean, and how to designate materialism in terms of philosophy? And of course, it doesn't mean people who like going shopping and they like getting money, right? Those are not the materialists, right? Right, in philosophy, right? But the materialists are people who, they don't believe anything else exists.
Yeah, it is. You know, I think materialism is philosophically weak. I think I agree with Scribino's problem of emergence. He argues for non-emergence. So, but that can lead to to idealism also and stuff. So actually, Bernardo Kastrup accepts that too. But the point is that technology can be framed in different ways. It depends on one's ontology, I guess, and how you go about critiquing it. Because ontology is always like the presupposition or the that determines the direction you go about critiquing it, stuff like that. Yeah.
Here's a quick passage from Scribina on the directionality that we were speaking of a little bit ago, where he says, when we focus on the human role in technology, we miss the larger metaphysical context. There is a permanent and immutable pressure toward complexity and order in the universe. This is the true meaning of technological determinism. But even if we cannot stop it, we can still alter the direction of this advance. We can shape it, we can accelerate or delay it. It is in this fact that our true saving power resides.
Yeah,
So like even if it was in the past not it wasn't being directed by any one particular agent, it looks like he's saying that even now we can become that agent.
You think? No, let me think it. You see, let me think. I have an issue with the idea of becoming stewards of the earth because that, let me think. Is he saying we should become stewards of the earth, like stewards? Because I don't think that's what he's saying. I'm not sure. Though. I know what you're trying to say though. But see, it's an imminent process. It's imminent, and it's
Well, if in his worldview it's not about mechanism, then this increasing, how does he put it, this immutable permanent pressure toward complexity and order in the universe would have to be non-mechanical.
I read the quote. The way I interpret it and the quotes I read is he does think things are mechanistic, but not in the way like a physicalist, reductive scientist does, because they see things as devitalized. He is not seeing the mechanism as devitalized. He's seeing it as more having a, ethereal spark to it, having a kind of, like the pneuma of the ancient Greeks. He sees it kind of like that. But he still thinks that the findings from science should be taken seriously, like biochemical pathways, evolution. Evolution is very important in his worldview. He pretty much sees a kind of spiritual evolution. You know what I mean?
Because if all has mind, then that could lead to there being all sorts of logoi, and the logoi have a corresponding techne, which would be that pressure towards complexity and order in the universe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying, I guess It was just about definitions. Yeah, you know, there's some scientists, they see mechanism in the devitalized terms. They see it as devoid of anything like sacred or special inherently. You know, those guys are he takes issue with. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know,
Right.
yeah. But by directing intelligence, you know, that's we mean it in the sense of like the immanent universe. You know, it's immanent to the to logos, and then it unfolds. You know, he would agree with that, you know, because there is a kind of internal logic to the processes that are unfolding. You know, I mean, he would agree with that, you know. Uh, I personally reject strong telos. I personally reject strong telos, but I do think he has strong arguments. I kind of drifted away from panpsychism. I think idealism is personally stronger. So
I'll be right back.
because idealistic systems do not even need telos. You know, they don't need telos. You know, panpsychism I have some issues with personally, but it's okay though.
Yeah. Yeah, so just as so really interesting news, just as our friend Santos was calling for the assassination of number of people, right? There was actually an assassination attempt on Donald Trump recently. So yeah, crazy stuff at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, right? So this is shocking new news, right? That just came out that the president has endured yet another assassination attempt. So, good lord, right? So this is happening all over the place, and seems quite like in terms of you know going with you know what our friend was saying. You know, interesting stuff there. There's also another panel on non-dualism. So we may go in on this panel, right, on non-dualism and argue for non-dualism. What do you say, Buddha? Are you
Yeah,
game?
if Ronaldo isn't like no, I don't think I want to argue for it. You know, people can read the sutras themselves and decide on themselves stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I will be arguing for non-dualism on a specific show at some point during this show. So we will call in and argue for non-dualism in a online event where we are invited. So that might be a huge idea. I could cue people into the concept and whatnot.
You're a non-dualist? I didn't know you were a non-dualist.
Non-dual. I mean, I can explain it to them, right?
Okay. Yeah, I see, yeah.
You know, but yeah, I don't think monism and non-dualism are the same thing.
Yeah,
Right?
they're not. They're not.
They're
Definitely
different
not.
things. Yeah, they're different things. So this is something that we can explain to them, right? It's pointers like that because I think most people will be confused over little things like that, right? So yeah, so yeah, but
I would say non-dualism is neither one nor two. That's
yeah,
what.
yeah, yeah, that is wise. And so so I don't know if people want to follow us there. At some point, we will call into this stream non-dualism, right? So this is an option we're going to have and whatnot. So yeah. So let me continue reading Guanan for a little bit. Right now that I've explained this idea of materialism and how to, what is the designation of it philosophically, right? He says it is a significant fact that the word materialism itself dates back only as far as the 18th century. Interesting, right? It was invented by philosopher Berkeley, right, who used it to denote any theory admitting the real existence of matter. it is hardly necessary to say that it is not this use of the word which concerns us here. Right? The question of the existence of matter not being in dispute. Soon afterwards, the same word took on a more restricted meaning, which it has retained ever since. It came to denote a conception according to which nothing exists except nothing exists at all except matter and its derivatives. And it is important to emphasize the novelty of such a conception and the fact that it is essentially a product of the modern outlook, he says, corresponding therefore at least to a part of its inherent tendencies. But it is above all in a different and much wider, though at the same quite definite sense that we propose to speak of materialism. In the present chapter, the word is here taken as referring to an entire material outlook, of which the conception we have just described amounts to no more than one manifestation among many others, being in itself independent of any philosophical theory. This mental outlook is one which consists in more or less consciously giving preponderance to things belonging to the material order and to preoccupations relating thereto, whether these preoccupations still retain a certain speculative appearance or whether they remain purely practical ones. It cannot be seriously denied that this is in fact the mental attitude of the great majority of our contemporaries. Right? So what he's saying is that there's a profane sort of science, right, which has contributed to the spiritual malaise of man, right, in which which with this preoccupation with material things, right, as opposed to what, right, probably as opposed to spiritual things or things of a spiritual nature, right,
Yeah.
or
For going on, he sees the material as subordinate to the higher transcendental principle. So, from his profane standpoint, contingent facts are treated as if they stood alone, detached from the supra-rational unity that grounds them. In the traditional view, however, sciences and social forms must be subordinated to the timeless principle of unity, the summit of the hierarchy, from which temporal multiplicity, matter, division, quantification, individuation precedes and derives meaning. So basically, he sees that there has to be subordinate to the higher transcendental principle. So that's, and going on. So the materialism and the consumerism as symptoms of losing sight of the transcendental principle. And so he was a perennialist also. So, yeah.
yeah. And that is something that most people don't actually understand, is that perennialism is sort of I mean traditionalism is a offshoot of perennialism. It's actually really confusing, right? And that might be of a lot of interest to people for sure, right? In terms of, right, that the guy who says you got to follow one tradition actually himself believed in a lot more, right? And so on and so forth. So it's fascinating type of business with this notion, right? But yeah, let's move on to a song, right? And then we'll maybe move to the the panel, where we're invited sort of we'll take a look at the arguments for non-dualism. So that goes back to our discussions on Parmenides, honestly, right? Between the one and the many, right? Obviously, the people before Parmenides were monists, right? They believe in one generative principle for the entire universe, right? And they thought that the spiritual world and the physical world were basically interrelated, right? As Thales said, all is full of gods. So there's a huge idea where monism was sort of transformed, right? Or the Milesian Monis, right? I think Malesia was, I believe that was the name of the place, or I think it was like in Turkey or something, right? Where these guys did their bidding early on, right? So yeah, anyways, I'll play a video here and then we'll get into some other ideas. Thank you guys. Blessings. And yeah, this is a totally different type of show. I'll explain later what's going on. After I play this video. I've sort of invited to talk to a bunch of people today, right? So we're sort of managing that as I do my regular show, right? Okay, looks like we're frozen. Yeah, we're totally frozen. I don't know why it keeps making that sound. Like, I can see the screen, so. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess I'll just restart my internet. Sorry, guys. Be right back.
Mhm. Well, I think we started, I guess, I read this, but for going on, the material is subordinate to the transcendental principle. But then you have materialism and consumerism, and that makes people lose sight of the transcendental principle. And this is what he says: this loss of subordination also produces a devaluation of contemplation. Guénon insists that contemplation, knowledge, is superior to action, just as the unchanging is superior to change. That sounds like Parmenides, right? Unchanging is superior to change. And so action that is
Yeah, it
cut off
does.
from the higher action that is cut off from the higher principle degenerates into sterile agitation. So both Guénon and Evola, even Nimrod, they all are Parmenidian. They're Parmenidian. So they tend to focus on being, and they tend to frame their ontology and other stuff according to these souls. They don't think the highest truth can change. The highest truth cannot change and stuff like that. That's changeless. And that's Parmenidian, the what is, what is not subject to change. What is not the way of seeming is subject to change, but what is not really doesn't exist in the first place. You have thinking aligned with being and stuff like that. So,
So he would be, Parmenides would be stating that whatever the substrate of reality is, that's not changing. But what we experience is always changing. That's just the way of seeming from our vantage point.
yeah. And what the way of seeming is what is not. So it's just like a misperception or something. The change we see. The multiplicities are like a misperception, and the what is just yeah, it's the substrate that doesn't change.
Well, at least his internet survived that whole interview with Santos, thankfully.
Yeah, it was a nice interview.
It's kind of strange that it acts up when that's over.
Yeah. Are there still people watching? I don't see the number of views. I used to see the view count, but I don't even.
What, through StreamYard or just on YouTube?
Yeah, StreamYard used to show view count, I think so, but maybe maybe I'm
didn't know that.
misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering stuff. So
All right, looks like we had to restart the computer, so it is what it is.
He lives.
Yeah, so we'll be back with after this music, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and of course, I put together this music video called Mega for a song called Mega Constructor. So, it's an interesting song. Blessings to the people. We'll be right back. All right. Let's go argue for non-dualism.
Ruh-roh.
It's Mr. Salad Fingers.
Yeah, that's an old one now. Salad,
Yeah.
Mr. Salad Fingers.
So whoever doesn't want to come and represent the Machine Lies panel, you will be memorialized here on the panel of the Machine Lies, right? So, so yeah, so I appreciate you guys. I'll drop the link in the chat. We are gonna crash this panel on Tomato, the Raging Tomato. Where
Oh, baby.
we have been invited. We're oh so fancy, right? So salad loves salad fingers.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Blessings. So we're over here at the Tomato, right? So we'll see if we have a good conversation over there. We've never called in there before. We're going on as the berating potato.
Now I see what you have that profile pic for.
Oh yeah. They are the raging tomato, and we will be the berating potato. So that is the thing. I'm looking for the link. Okay, she has a panel link here. So I'll turn my camera off here and try to hop up into the studio and share the screen for you guys. And hopefully our
system doesn't crash.
Yeah, our system doesn't totally bounce out of here. And I'll drop the link in the chat for you guys. So if you guys want to join, Reddington, Buddha especially, right?
To
And
what? To their panel?
Yeah.
Nah. Hard
Why
pass.
not? Oh, man. You guys are going to leave me hanging alone. Oh, well. I guess I'm going in alone without.
I don't do cam, so they probably won't even let me on panel anyway.
I'm going in butt naked with no protection. Oh, I forget you can still see me here, so I shouldn't do anything too crazy. But yeah. So yeah, there's the link to the new panel. Okay. And we'll be hopping in here and saying what up to the Tomatoans. Blessings.
When they read it, and then from there you put it on
not
down.
Too big, Omar. Like this big. This is.
I mean,
too big. This
you
is
look like you have smaller hands than me, so you have to pull both of your hands up for me to show you what I'm talking about. But listen, now I open the shit up because other people are going to come on here and start getting real gay here now. Not because anything wrong with that.
I didn't even do those jokes, but that was low hanging fruit.
Not you. I'm talking about other people who are not on this panel right now. That was funny. But when other people get on here and start making claims, it's not as funny. Okay, that was hilarious. So yeah, the quantum observer. I'm asking you, Jen, specifically. Like that would be that in essence is the mechanism explanation of a Brahmanistic aspect of existing when it's perception and not existing when it's not, but still existing in the all eternally. Correct, right? That would be similar or in alignment with that.
Yeah, definitely. The idea that something has to be perceived to exist does come from this view.
Okay, yeah. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist when we're not perceiving it. We have no idea. That's the concept, right? It can't be proven or disproven. But quantum mechanics, that's like a strong concept. I mean, you hear it everywhere. I mean, not really everywhere, but you hear it a lot.
Quantum Buddhism.
How would you argue that one?
Omar, that calculus works the same way.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah. Andy?
Matter is trivially conscious. Matter is trivially conscious, and the thing that it's trivially conscious of is dimensionality. So even if you're not actively looking at matter, it's still observing itself. And what it's observing about itself is its dimensions. And then when you behold it, you take part in that observation.
Well, back to when you mentioned the yogic paths, right? The word chakra means wheel. And so you have six chakras in your body, and the seventh would be above. And the way you get this prana or the kundalini to move up is by the wheel, and that's done through breath, right? And so the entire concept of the higher self or the angelic self would be through this process. Or you could use medicines. You could drink ayahuasca, there's DMT, you could have a near-death experiences. These are birth, death, near-death experience, and shamanic medicines. These are like the four ways of having a theognosis experience, right? Like
from Mahabandha. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with all the bandhas. Again, I'm very familiar with everything about this in an extensive detail. I just was shocked to hear, because I thought you guys were going to go philosophy, bro, on all night and talk around me and over me. And then we start dropping I have a book called The Art of Awakening. I have 4 chapters on this subject. And so that's why I'm just gonna, so I was shocked to hear
all the bandhas.
The Uddiyana, no, but here's the funny part though, Jen, it all goes back to medicine. So if you hear a second Buddha, Padmasambhava, he comes from the land of Uddiyana, which is Uddiyana Bandha, right? The root. But in the land of Uddiyana is in modern day Pakistan. And that guy was working with medicines, and his whole story, it's all about medicines. These people, the practice, like the Magi, for example, the Zoroastrian priests, they were utilizing breathworks, meditation tools, which were really concentration exercises, staring at fire through a candle. And they were doing breathworks as preparations to go to the advanced classes of consumptions of medicines. Okay, so, you can have these experiences directly pretty easily.
I don't think it's that easy. Like personally, I had to do the first one, which is the base lock, Mula Bandha, for several years. Because what you have to do is invert the natural direction of prana, and that's not an easy task.
No, that's the hard way. No, that's the hard way. But what I'm saying is those practices that potentially may never work, right? You could do it 10 years. It's not a guarantee that it's going to work. That's why yoga necessary. Yoga means union, but people think yoga means union between the mind, body, and the spirit. No, yoga means union within the mind, body, spirit, and the earth. That's where the medicines come in. So they take the medicines.
Non-duality.
Huh?
It's union with non-duality.
No, that would be the state of a yogic state. But the yoga in the form of practices would be the utilization.
Just to facilitate. It's all just to facilitate.
Yeah, but you can spend 100 years doing that. You can listen to Sadhguru and spend 10 years in his camp trying to do downward dog your way into enlightenment. Or you could find a proper ayahuasquero, drink 2 ounces of a cup, and in less than 1 hour and 10 minutes, you'll be delivered into that infinite, brilliant darkness in the brightest light imaginable, and save yourself squeezing your asshole tight and breathing, and then that's the Uddiyana Bandha, butthole. Oops.
Okay.
And then that's what it means. But once you have those transcendental experiences through using Mother Nature and Father Nature, and we are the children of the earth, then all those practices unlock themselves much faster. And then we are actually in union, in yogic state, here upon the earth with the ancient wisdoms of the self, and turning to Mother and Father Nature, just how Father Sun and Mother Moon is another perspective of, and then so on, which goes to what Balderson was talking about God the Mother, God the Father.
Speaking of delivery, we are going to deliver the Raging Tomato over to the Gauntlet. If you are watching on the Raging Tomato side, please feel free. I clicked the link below, I dropped the link below in the chat if you want to move over to the Gauntlet now. Otherwise, you will catch the raid. I'm closing out the Raging Tomato on Twitch, X, Kick, and Raging Tomato on YouTube as well. We will just strictly be on Rumble and the Gauntlet on YouTube, and that's it. So if you want to continue watching, you got to come over to the Gauntlet at the Gauntlet Debate on YouTube, and we will see you over there. I am removing that now. Now, what will happen going forward? We are in full gauntlet mode, which means just about anything goes. Who just dropped? Somebody just dropped.
Tim dropped.
Timothy.
Tim. Okay.
Not T-Jump.
Not T-Jump. T-Jump's still here. I'm leaving him there at this point.
Yeah.
Just for shits and giggles. So
Oh,
if you're
yeah.
watching over on T-Jump's channel, you're still watching over there. Hello and welcome. Please feel free to come over to like, subscribe, and share to anyone on this panel. At the very least, share the love around and make it purposeful that we are randomly streaming to another person's channel when that person isn't even here. But whatever, I'm going to call it a win. Maxed out, I see you backstage. I do need a cam up back there in order to get you on.
Machine Lies vouched for him. Said he's good to go.
I've talked to him before. I've done a whole show with him before. Yeah.
On your panel?
Yeah,
and you're
he's
no issues?
Yeah, he's well known. Yeah, he runs
the silver avatar guy.
Yeah, silver guy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, Maxed Out is backstage. As of now, our full boot rules will apply, with exception to Balderson, Jen, Shaman Omar. You could boot T-Jumps. You could boot the chair at this point because it's just a chair. Andy, anyone that was on the original panel stays on the panel as long as they want. You cannot boot them because they were kind enough to come and give their time to you. You do not have the right to get them off this show except for the chair. Also, no slurs in terms of that one slur that people like to say a lot. It starts with an F, ends with a T. Please don't use that. Other people are streaming. We like their stuff. We like our stuff to survive here. We don't want it to go away. Gauntlet is nothing gets held back. If you want to yell at somebody. But the only thing I do ask is that if I do interrupt to try to calm things down or to whatever, or to read a super chat, that's the only thing I ask, is that you just let me speak, because that is my job to do so. Otherwise, I will sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride along with you. Tom Carpenter said, set a limit on the gauntlet so you can cuddle with your bud. Never want to hinder that. I guarantee you he's probably already passed out. He came down for his hugs and hoping for some snuggles, but the fact that he came down for that tells me he's already going to sleep. So I'm not worried about it. He knows mommy works at night. He's working through that. Trinitarianism is a lot like non-dualism, goes against logic, so take it on faith because it exists outside of your ability to perceive with rationality. Who brought up Trinitarianism? I know I heard that from. Was that you, Ben? Do you want to?
Yeah, I did also, and I can explain it very rationally. It works out in my lab also, and it actually adds quite a bit to the spagyric process, where you understand that there's a broken masculine in the salt and the sulfur, and then the trin. So really, where typically that's thought of as the masculine and the feminine, it's actually the broken halves of the masculine and the Mercury, and this the feminine that allows the two sides of the masculine to come back together and heal itself, and then it ends up coming together in the alchemical marriage of the masculine and feminine after the masculine is healed upon itself. So you have a trinity, and more simply, for other people, all a trinity is understanding that you have Lord Calvert and Coca-Cola, and you have a Lord Coke. There's still Lord Calvert, there's still Coca-Cola, but there's also a Lord Coke. So the son of the other two pieces is where the trinity comes in, where that's the derivative of the two pieces, but then it's not each of the individual pieces either.
Don't say Lord Coke in front of Gibbs.
That's the Rosicrucian. That's Rosicrucian alchemical consolidation, right? They had we're talking about the Rosicrucian.
They view the salt as masculine and the sulfur as feminine, and then the mercury is neutral. And what it really is that the salt and the sulfur are both the masculine that has polarized against itself, because the only thing you can polarize against is yourself. And so those two things through the feminine get healed and brought back together. That's actually my own. That's actually my own thing.
Understanding here. Yeah. Yeah. No, the tria prima, like they didn't invent it, by the way. Obviously, they didn't invent it. I'm just saying they outlined it. They obviously didn't invent it. It was like 1700s. So but it's the great work, like to turn the base metal into the gold. The philosopher's stone is a constant to turn the base metal of consciousness of a man into the enlightened being.
Yeah, that the entire idea is you move past the dualism and become unified as a person. And at that point in time, you're not the creator God, but you're more similar to him than a human, because you become a realized man or an Ubermensch. And now you have the ability to manifest on this plane instead of going through the processes that a normal human would go through, which still doesn't
go through it. Yeah.
Right. Which still doesn't make you the creator God. A lot of people get that confusion, that people think they become. Obviously not. You're derivative of that. You can't become it, but you can walk a path similar to it in order to achieve more than what you are right now.
They outlined it well. Rosicrucians is the great work. Look into it. It's a good one.
Andy, did you want to add into that at all?
Oh, I mean something very different by Trinitarianism, but it's I was thinking of like why I said it earlier was because if you're not a Trinitarian, you don't have a theological, and I brought it up because of Clay's little tag on there, but you wouldn't have a theological reason to posit non-duality unless you want to say that the Son and the Holy Spirit within the Trinity are less essential than the Father, and there's like a monistic aspect to the Trinity, but that's not traditional. So,
but how even with Satan do you not at least become dualistic, because he has an opposition, a polar opposite?
Say that I didn't hear that first part. I'm sorry.
I said how if the Satan or Lucifer figure or whatever, the fallen angel, becomes the polar opposite, how do you not understand dualism in the first place? The dualism's there no matter how you look at that story.
Oh, I wouldn't deny dualism in that sense, that there's like a being that's other than God. Yeah, I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah, they would say there were one God in three persons, or I mean, there's a whole language for it. And
I'm talking about the economy, like the intra-Trinity workings, not like
not the Christian Trinitarian. Okay, got it. Trinitarianism.
So with the Trinity, from my understanding, well, let me ask you, because I want to actually have your take on that, Andy. Is the Trinity necessary?
No, hold on. Are we talking about like a Trinity or Trinitarianism, which is the Catholic?
Specifically speaking on Andy's take, not necessarily.
Like
I don't know what his take
Christian
is.
Catholic take, yeah.
So
are we talking about Christian or
Christian? Christian.
Let me.
Okay.
So is it necessary? Is the Trinity necessary for God to exist?
Is the Trinity that God is the Trinity?
So then the answer would be yes for you.
I would say God
can exist without the Trinity, but we can't.
I would say God necessarily exists. They would make a split between what they're calling Trinitarianism and God, but that's a different. I think we're having two different discussions there.
I think so.
That's what I was trying to clarify. That's what I was trying to clarify. I think we were talking about Trinity.
Yeah,
we were talking about Trinity as in the three things aspects, whether it's Egyptian or and Trinitarianism is the.
I'm asking Andy, his perspective. Does the Trinity exist? Does God exist without the Trinity?
Well, yeah, I would say God is triune, so he would not be God without being triune.
Yes.
God. The way you ask the question is taking their version of Trinity and applying it to.
No, I'm asking you in your.
No, but your question is malformed, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is your God?
I know, because the Trinity is God.
I
the same thing.
Right? Ask the fucking question.
Right. So the answer would be no. You can't separate the two for him. Yeah.
So your God cannot be anything other than the Trinity.
Correct. Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay, so he's a Trinitarian.
He's a Trinitarian. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's why. Okay, I didn't know that. That's why I was trying to ask. Are we talking about the Trinity in existence, or are we talking about Christian Trinitarianism? That's why I didn't understand.
Right.
Got it.
That's why he brought it up and asked me. Yes. Because when I was talking about specifically duality, what I was referencing was the philosophical idea, but I also apply it to my worldview. So duality for me, all that means is that two things can exist within the same realm. That's all it means.
The question would be, did Jesus believe in the Trinity?
Two things.
Yeah, that's not really what it means. Right. Dualism means that
you are a part of.
What
Like,
we're talking about
So
here
good,
is,
so good and
like,
evil.
Can I
Good
just
and
say
evil.
real
Go ahead,
quick?
Jen. Go ahead, Jen.
Like, what we're talking about here is how many different kinds of things are there?
right, exactly. Types of things, right? Not
Within the same realm.
Yeah.
That's right. It's well,
Kinds is the key
the
word
realms
there.
come about afterwards. The question is, how many things are there?
Within the same realm.
No.
That's what I
how many
said. That's
things are there.
exactly what I said.
Doesn't have to be same realm.
But that's what I said. You're taking my concept and then cutting half of it off.
Neil, you had your hand raised. I wanted to give you the option to
Well,
jump in.
circumcision, terracotta, circumcision.
Go ahead, Neil. Can you hear me, Neil?
Well, having both looked at Taoism and Christianity and deeper study, I can hear you. Do you hear me?
You're a little low.
Does he have a lag or is it me?
Turn up my mic.
There's a delay because he wouldn't have said that so late on.
Okay, that's what I thought. Neil, I think you have a lag. You're going to catch up.
It's YouTube. I'll turn that off. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I think I got rid of the lag. Let me turn up the mic.
Perfect.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
used to being told to speak louder. Is that better?
Yeah, you're great.
Okay, thank you. I find that the distinctions interesting as a Taoist because, as an original Taoist, splitting things or distinguishing things or labeling things brings no real value. And so when I'm hearing these, especially in an area that I understand a bit more about, like, whether it's philosophical or Christian Trinitarianism, and then I think Machine Lies asked, would Jesus see himself as the Trinity? Well, no, he wouldn't have.
No, that was terrifying.
And so I didn't hear you back. I don't hear some people, like I didn't hear Machine Lies.
Wait, are you on your phone or computer?
Computer.
Yeah, he's got to leave and come back in. Yeah.
Hold on a
I can turn.
second. If everybody just stops for a second. Machine Lies, can you just say A, B, C, D and see if Neil can hear that?
A, B, C, D.
Did you hear that, Neil?
I'm digging this. Can I make my point and then leave and come back in like somebody said?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so would Jesus know that he was part of a Trinity? Well, the concept of the Trinity hadn't existed any time before in either the Abrahamic or we'll say Judean Christian philosophies before. There was multi gods. You had El, you had Al, you had Baal, you had all these other gods, and then some people decided that they were going to follow a particular line of going into monotheism. A lot of us would contend that that was influenced strongly by Zoroastrianism. But when they had gone to that, if they're going from a multiple deities, they're not going to have that mindset. And then Christ, if you follow the Judeo line of it, God was one. Okay, that's my point. I'll come back.
Is God all knowing?
Just hit refresh. Just hit refresh, Neil.
Not being a Christian.
Is God all knowing? Is God the Father all knowing?
No.
Then it's not God.
No, in the earliest parts of the Judeo Bible, I'll bring you back to the Tanakh where it was talking about God meeting in council with the Elohim.
Well,
And
that's
when they
because
were meeting with the
Elohim.
Elohim,
Yeah.
they were gods and lesser gods, and they were not all knowing about each thing because they fought against each other.
Yes.
Therefore, they are not one.
Yeah. I agree, but that's Elohim. But if we're not talking about, if we're talking about early Semitic Canaanite tradition of Elohim, that means gods plural, and every single. It says in Genesis, post flood, there were 70 Elohim for 70 tribes and 70 pieces of land.
Right,
And
but
so
I'll bring you back to the origin, even in the creation story. Even in the creation story, it doesn't create the Trinity.
I'm not arguing for the Trinity. I'm saying that I'm saying the Trinity was created by Romans.
Oh, I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing.
and
I
I'm
think they
not
were agreeing.
That's a hard sell right there. The Trinity
well-
exists in a lot of different cultures.
No, Baldur said we're talking about Judeo-Christianity concept. Even though I don't believe in Judeo-Christianity, we should do that debate. No, because there was El, and then the firmament broke through with El Elyon, and then there was the Simsim, which is the constriction and the different Elohim personification. So,
But that's not all the people that the Canaanites worshipped. In fact, they were very regional in the gods that they had.
that they were regional. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes, I think I have a feeling we're probably saying the exact same thing. I'm not. The reason I said is God all-knowing, and you said no. You're saying because no singular Elohim was all-knowing, and that's absolutely true. Yahweh as God, as in like the quote Jewish God or the nation God of Yahwism becoming the national Elohim of what they would later call Israel, was just the chosen of the several Elohim. There were various Elohims even before Yahweh become the national God of Israel, right? At the same, and we can.
And that's why
no,
they
that's
had the
historically what it
Asherah
is.
poles even in the temple.
Yeah.
I mean, Asherah or Asherah.
Yeah, Asher. Yeah, they were Asherot. But it's
Yeah, so
Asherah, yes.
that was even in the temples, which shows there was not the absolute singularity within the Canaanite peoples that
No,
we
of course.
identify as the Hebrew.
Of course. Of course. Yeah, Yahweh, according to the Ugaritic text, which was older than the oldest Hebrew Bible known, it's written this time that Moses was said to exist, said that Yahweh was one of the lesser Elohim who was given a people without a land.
Yeah, if I could just say, I don't think that
Don't entirely.
monotheism
Oh, I'm
and
missing machine
monism.
lies. But let me
Yeah, okay.
unmute that part.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't think monotheism and monism are the same concept at all. And then monism is not the same thing as non-dualism. These are all three distinct concepts, and I'm sure that Jen or somebody else already explained that. But yeah.
No, go into it. I don't think anyone really did. Jen, did you tap into that? No.
Very briefly.
was
She said.
I'd like to hear what you have to
that
say, Machine Lies.
She said that shit doesn't exist. All you.
Yeah. Yeah, monism means there's only one substance, within, existence, right? So it's talking about what types of things they are in reality, right? Whereas monotheism is talking about just one God, usually seen as a creator, but it doesn't have to be the creator because there's lots of monotheistic traditions where God didn't create the world, right? So
and the Elohim were not singular creators as well. Absolutely, that's what Neil was talking about.
Yeah,
they were basic nation-state gods, which they weren't nations; they were tribes in small parcels of land in the middle of the deserts. And at some point, someone later told them, the Spirit told them that this one is the creator of the universe. And even the idea that when Avram became Abraham in Genesis 12:3, and he's talking to El Shaddai, but then later. He says, "Oh, I told Abraham I'm El Shaddai, but in fact I'm Yahweh." But then Moses was like, "Who the hell are you even talking about? I was born and raised in Egypt. I don't know who the fuck these people are anyway." So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because they had the concept of monism before. I think historically speaking, you had such thing as monotheism, right? Because it really just means that there's one. Ultimate substance in the universe. Now you could say this is matter or mind or spirit or something else, right? But it just means that there's one thing, right? Whereas,
one source.
Yeah. So that kind of goes back to what Terracotta was saying, right? But non-dual is not that.
Who's that?
I don't know. Fucking Clay. No, I just realized his name says Terracotta.
Yeah, I didn't mean to snipe at you.
No,
brother.
you're not.
Yeah. So
What is terracotta color?
It's
Clay.
pottery.
No,
it's
it's clay.
pottery.
Yeah.
It's clay. Ah, okay. I thought it was a fabric. Like very fascist.
Terra.
Okay.
Get it?
Got it.
I love it.
Yeah, but
That's
non-dual
hilarious.
is not positing monism. It's simply saying that there is no separation between the self and the physical existence, right? So it's not saying that there's only one substance, right? Substance as opposed to accidents, to use Aristotelian terminology. Right? Because Aristotle was the guy who looked at the pre-Socratic philosophers, compiled their views, and then labeled them and said, this guy's a monist, this guy's a dualist, this guy's an atomist, this guy's a blah, 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 right? But it's in Western philosophy that we make these things. But non-dual actually comes from Buddhism, right? The concept is drawing from the Hindu idea of the self, whether they're positing that the self maintains existence through the cycle of reincarnation or not, right? So
yeah, the Hinduism part's not, again, that Hinduism part, it comes before actually what Neil's talking about is called the Wu Chi. And it's way older than when Hinduism had the concept of Brahman. The Wu Chi is the total formlessness from which everything is created. And potentially before that is Ahura Mazda, which is Zoroaster, which also Neil mentioned.
Yeah, but
so it's not not Sanskrit. British people took over India and then acted like everything came from India.
Right, but let me stop you right there, because Taoism is a 4th century philosophy, whereas Hinduism is much older. So actually, Hinduism would be much older than Taoism, right?
I'm talking about the concept of Wu Chi. I'm not saying it originated from Taoism, but Wu Chi trails through Taoism. Taoism is a philosophical distinction that developed over time, but the Wu Chi is like the oldest thing in China. It's one of the oldest concepts we have. Actually, they may have came up with, quite frankly, the Chinese may have came up. That would be a hell of a marketing tactic for 2027 to start coming out like we invented one God. That would be strong, especially with what's going on now.
But the Chinese did have a monotheistic deity called Shang Di, right? So if you look up Shang Di, there was a monotheistic deity. I don't think he was the creator of the universe, but he was still.
You know where I learned about the Wu Chi? From Wu-Tang Clan in 1992.
Yeah, exactly.
Know that
the Wu Chi. Well, if I may, and I hope I'm not doubling, the Wu Ji is, there's the non-differentiated, and there's the Wu Ji, which is singular for lack of a better word, and then it differentiates into the 2 poles. I believe that goes in similar line with the alchemy. And then from the 2 poles, there's the differentiation to the 4, and then the 4 go into a myriad of things. And that's also the basis for the I Ching, which is about 5,000 to 6,000 years old. So
yeah, but that's what Jen was talking about.
Oh, I didn't hear.
In her concept of the perception of duality coming from the non-dual, from the unseen to the seen, from the unreal to the reality, right? That's the concept in the Sudosi Bodosi. It's actually but the again, in Hebrew, that's the same thing. That's what the Simsum means. It means that for El to become El Elyon or any of the Elohim, and that's why all the angels are Mikael, Uriel, because they have the aspect of God constricted into a personification. And that's the Simsum. It means constriction. And it's the same concept. But it would be like erasing everything and just going nothing or all. That was the.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to say, let's take astrotheology and make an ontological argument for it.
You got to blame the Jews for that. I'm not. That's not. I'm just quoting there, or the Chinese. I didn't write any of those books. I'm not necessarily saying I agree with that being the ultimate truth. I'm just tying things together for an audience.
I didn't actually see anything wrong with astrotheology as long as that we acknowledge that that's what we're doing. But I'm not making an argument for that. I'm saying if you want to understand things on a deeper level, then there's a way to look at them that's conducive to that.
May I ask a question to that?
I guess I think by putting my hand up And doing that, I was the perception of like heaven and not. I was just, or you can go in and out, right? But those are just perceptions of dimensions with no travel. I wasn't necessarily going to go up to heaven. And what's down even mean? Yeah. So.
Well, and Jen, when you said that, isn't it possible or reasonable then that the astrotheology, all these things, there are these percepts that these people, non-enlightened beings, whatever we have going on, and they see the reflection of reality, but all that's really changed is their ability to perceive. Don't know what that is, but that's cool. But
all this is throwing Viking spells on you. Don't worry, it's probably from love.
That's all good.
I think it was giving you a powerful Viking blessing.
Viking by blood. Right on.
I guess I wanted to address what Shaman Omar was saying is like, I'm sympathetic to the criticism that it's cosmologically, the aesthetics are not satisfying.
Well, when I hear my perception may be wrong.
Like, would you say that's an accurate representation of what you are?
Well, I don't even know what cosmological argument means. So let's first understand what that means. We're talking about planets.
You're talking about cutting out all the things in between, and I took that to mean that you didn't like the aesthetic of having.
No, like distance and stuff. Like because, for example, when we speak about the concept of the Elohim coming into form, so to speak, even if it was an etheric light form, they do perceive it actually as like a flat Earth firmament breaking through, coming from distance. So if that's what we mean by cosmological, no, I don't believe that. They came from a different planet necessarily. But I may not understand what cosmological means.
When I say cosmological, I'm talking about your own individual view on what the system is like.
But why would it be cosmological?
Cosmology is how something looks on the universal level. So there's a cosmology to the Big Bang. There's a cosmology to the uncreated universe. There's a cosmology in non-duality. And
you mean like looks like the aesthetic of it? Like if my eyes were open and I witnessed the Elohim come?
The cosmology.
Oh, I was just saying what they said. I don't believe that anything that's I don't believe the creator of the universe is going to walk through a garden asking Adam if he did or did not eat an apple. Just to clarify.
Not an apple for the record.
Well, or whatever.
Why not? Why wouldn't he? If he could.
No, because I believe back to now going in alignment with Jen, that I believe that it's all part of one system with just different materializations of densities and the difference. So the more dense of something with lower vibration it is, the more perception of separation from the all it would have. And that can be modified through practices, good deeds, good thoughts, so on. But no, I don't personally subscribe to I don't believe in the God of the Garden of Eden being Ahura Mazda or the Wu Chi.
So not a personal God.
No, that's the exact, and I can argue that from a Hebrew. Well, that would be a good one. I mean, I have a few lined up with Sarah. I would easily have a great time arguing anything that has to do with God having hands, and I would use just the Hebrew Bible. I don't need to even get into like common sense or reason.
It has a lot of body parts.
Well, what I find interesting,
Hosea 23:2. I'll go book, chapter, verse. It'll be about 25 minutes.
What I find interesting about someone, when they say, no, I don't believe in a personal God like that, there's no personal relationship that you could have with him, is that the concept for me doesn't make sense. If a God that created everything actually exists, I can't imagine that God not wanting to have a personal relationship with beings that he created to be able to make choices that are life-threatening, good, bad, etc. Why would he just? I mean, this is the ultimate question. I'm sure you've asked that question too. Why would he just leave us on our own? And that could go both ways. And for me, the answer is he wouldn't. The answer for you is it doesn't make sense.
My question would be, what do you mean by he? No, I would say, what do you
He,
mean by
she,
he?
it,
What is
whatever. He, she. I look. I'm using it in the colloquial sense.
Yeah, but again, as soon as you say he, that's not God. That's why I'm
Why
talking
not?
about.
Why not?
And I'm saying that it is because we live inside the material realm, and the material realm is the All Father. That's why there's a mysterious All Mother that we can't touch or interact with. That's why she's a mystery. So that's
And the
why
unity of those two is the supreme God that we're talking about. The combination of the eternal unmanifest.
but none of us actually worship that. None of us interact with that being. That's why we're always interacting with lower gods. That's one of my arguments with Christianity, that their God isn't the all.
So what is
also
essence?
an under being.
So then my question would be, what would you consider essence be? What is essence?
Justice, peace, love, tranquility. Oh, you got muted. You got muted, Omar. You got muted.
You're muted, Shaman. You muted.
No, you're still muted.
Muted.
Literally a mute button on there. There you go.
Hello?
You got it. But yeah, no, justice, peace, love, all those terms that we use to represent virtue, those terms wouldn't have meaning if there wasn't a personal relationship to be had.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, did your mic die? That's what happened, huh? But yeah, we heard you on that one. Oh, he might have lost.
I do see the importance of a relationship with God. It's just that I worship the impersonal God, so it's a personal relationship with an impersonal entity.
Yeah, if you were non-dual, there'd be huge hurdles to having a personal creator deity, right? Because it would have to be obviously separate from the thing that it created, right? Unless God is self-creating itself as the universe, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
But self-creation doesn't really make sense either.
Tom Carpenter says with a big 50, he says, because I love Sarah. Yes, lots of love. But don't want to fill the goal all by myself. So others need to push it beyond an hour. So you are officially halfway on the goal mark before your next ticker ticks out. You still have over 30 minutes. So yes, he went ahead and gave you half of the run. And then also Tom sent love over on the on Ben's side. Sorry, I completely lost my brain there. Over on Ben's side, he sent in the big 20. He says, well, I personally think Odinism is interesting. I want you to know I appreciate you and your fam. You are an amazing person. I concur. Ben, tell him.
Thank you so very much, Tom. We appreciate all your comments and all your insights that you share. And Monday's going to be Monday's probably going to be a little rough, but you'll get a better idea of some of the mechanics that I think you're, and not saying that you would ever convert to it, but I think you're intelligent enough to see the mechanics and the beauty behind the system once it's fully laid out for you. It really is a super interesting system. So we appreciate it.
For sure. And don't forget to send love in the chat for my favorite color being on, or my second favorite color on the screen. Send lots of tomatoes to Tom Carpenter because he got you halfway there, okay? Don't let it go to waste, folks. All right, Shaman, are you good to go?
I'm back. Did Balderson just destroy me or something?
Yes, he completely took you out.
It's like he crushed me again. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't talk. I guess
he threw you off so much you lost everything. Ben, what
I criticized Yahweh and called him a lesser Elohim, and then bam, my phone.
Yahweh has spoken. Ben also, as a reminder, Ben has a debate coming up this Monday, and it is in regards to Christianity and its morality system. It is on the chopping block. Ben has challenged it. We found people to accept the challenge. So it'll be Mr. Balderson, the Occult Priestess, Dragonfist TV, and Azrael, your favorite person, Shaman. They will be here Monday to challenge the Christian moralities and where they actually derive from and what kind of mess they've actually made instead of good.
Can I join the panel and defend it?
Open panel, yeah, of course.
I'm going to defend Christianity against you Balderson, you pagan.
I might have to join that one too.
Yeah.
Andy,
Yeah.
Andy. Huh?
Go ahead.
No, Andy, why aren't you there?
I will probably join that one if I have time.
Yeah. Andy unfortunately has a life. I was reluctant to get you on this one. When you said yes, I was like, yay.
It's finals week.
I didn't know who you meant, and I was so happy when it was him. I was so happy when it was him. I didn't know who you meant by Andy. Only thing I did was laugh because it was Andrew and Andy were like the three people.
Oh yeah, we were trying to find different debaters for different shows,
Yeah.
and there's like now 100 Andy or Andrew of some sorts that we know, and it's like, wait,
Dragon
Andrew,
Fist
which
is
one?
also Andrew.
Yeah, this is true. Fourth Wiseman completed the other half. Congratulations. You already have your next hour bought and purchased for you, which you still have a whole half hour and a little then some to get there. So congratulations. Fourth Wiseman says we might be a huge frothing fizzy petri dish and the stars and galaxy are evanescent, both expelling ions at such a grand scale, we fail to see what's beyond whilst continually looking around of that within. Gold done. Top up to Tom. Any thoughts to this one? I still think Tom and Fourth Wiseman need to get on the panel. I'm just saying. But any thoughts to this?
Only negative ions.
I want to add on that there's a conversation to be had with the understanding that these gods were actually regional gods, that we are basically the god version of a homunculus, and we're just a bunch of little god homunculi running around from each different region.
We could be just
Obviously,
little.
the Germanics did it the best.
Each of us could be unmanifested, unmaterialized sperm, and still in the balls of Odin.
That's big balls.
That's
Is big
gross.
balls.
You know?
You would rather be in the balls of a desert god all shriveled up and sweaty?
Not in the balls.
No, the funny part about it, if you really think about it, you know where the word genie comes from? It's the Arabic word. Its Arabic word means jinn. A jinn is a being in fire or smoke. And obviously the genie all revolves around Aladdin's lamp in the deserts of Arabia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so whether you want to talk about Abraham or Moses or Muhammad or anyone, the majority of 6 billion out of 8 people on the earth believe in the vision of somebody at one point who was walking around the Arabian desert or sitting in a cave and heard the talking of a jinn, a genie in a smoke, in a cave and whatever, and everyone's under the spell of the jinn. I could argue that.
Jinn, are you a genie?
Yeah, like I've never heard that before.
I had to.
Wiggle your nose one time.
What people perceive when they look at me is entirely their own projection.
It's not even real. That's why it doesn't matter.
I just feel like that's such a straw man. Like it does matter, but are you saying that nothing matters outside of what is empirical?
No, I'm saying nothing matters outside of Brahman.
Okay.
Well, if you want to go to that.
It's like if you keep saying that, here's the new Brahman. Someone goes and takes mushrooms one time at Burning Man, and then everything is the fucking universe. So they go, just trust the universe.
Don't blame the mushrooms on the Burning Man shit.
I'm talking about Burning Man, not the mushrooms. Fine. They smoked DMT one time in Tulum, usually with the one hat, and then everything becomes the fucking universe, right? And so you'll be having this conversation. It's like, Omar, don't you realize it's all just oneness in the universe? And I say, hey, whomever, Ben, and I go, hey Ben, let me ask you a question.
Are there things about yourself that you don't necessarily like and are working hard on? Oh, yes, I'm meditating on it every day. So there are things you'd like to change about yourself? Okay. Well, those things, as well as evil people and all the things, that's also part of the fucking universe. You understand? So the universe isn't just all love and light. It also includes the things we don't like, you know?
But that's going to give them a bad trip, man. Chill out.
No, I don't. I'm not there when they're eating lunch. I come back and try to talk spiritual things. I'm not there. I don't go to Burning Man in large audiences.
I mean,
like I don't think you perceive everything exactly the same. What you perceive is that every individual consciousness has the same root.
I just when you shave your beard and you're all smooth faced and baby cheeked, you could fit in with them tech bros though. No problem.
Wear the glasses too.
Glasses was because we were talking about philosophy. I had to start off with an advantage. And by the way, Andy, you were wearing glasses.
I do wear glasses sometimes.
You were wearing glasses at the beginning of the thing, right?
I have them right here. I don't need them to see things that are close though.
Well, you have them on, I defeat you all. I've got the Neo Matrix glasses.
Oh, he had them on at the beginning.
I'm actually in.
Two people were wearing glasses. I was like, son of a bitch.
I don't think I had them on when the stream started, but I had them on in the back room.
If you really understand,
glasses on, I'm like, I'm not going to play this shit, and then so I put my glasses on.
I do have a question for whoever wants to answer it. Is like, if I'm wrong and like my non-realism position is wrong, then what's real?
What is real? What is?
Are you asking like, what's the definition of real?
Well, that's a cigar under a desk there, Clay. That's
not even that. Like, I mean, you can define it, but also, how would you discover it?
Well,
how would you even discover it if it is already real? It wouldn't be discovered; it'd be known.
Well, it would still be discovered because you personally don't have knowledge of it until it's discovered.
But that's dualism. You're apart from that.
I would say that the ultimate answer is you are real, and then you would say, how do I know that I'm real? I'd say, I am. Yes,
I am. Well, no, because the I am does not exist without the body. So the mind is.
I'm sorry, Clay. May I interrupt? How is that
Cartesianism?
I think you guys have Cartesianism.
I don't know why you're bringing up French painters from the 1700s.
Oh yeah, you got syphilis.
I don't know.
So both dualism and both dualism and non-dualism exist. This is evident.
No, what exists depends on a definition. And
this is why I was going to go. This is evident.
I believe that oneness exists. If you believe in God, then you believe in eternal life. So if you say, do you believe in the soul? Okay, what is the soul? You would say, the soul is my soul would just be the definition of the human spirit. So at the beginning of creation, there was eternal life that was put into various forms, right? So I have a spark of this life, the Gnostics would say. But once we transcend, we go, karma would dictate what happens next, and no one really knows.
So what is understanding?
That's underneath. That's what the word actually is.
Understanding would be me trying to describe with words something that I have an understanding of through a direct experience.
So to stand under, right?
Yes,
to literally
stand under.
Be under. In other words, you have no understanding if you don't have knowledge.
No, if you believe in a human God, you're already out of your depth, buddy. But you can't go God and then start talking about.
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch anything. What you just
said.
Okay,
I'll be quiet. I want to hear Shaman Omar. I think we're going.
No, Neil, get it. No, go, Neil. You have a better word than
because as soon as you say that you have knowledge, okay, what is that? That's knowledge in the common sense. We'll say in the physical sense. We'll say in these ethereal senses. Knowledge is an understanding. Okay, so you go to what standing under what? Standing under the structures that the human mind most times have made.
So it's subjective.
God is beyond the structures of the human mind.
Well, that's
we God? Yes,
no.
In a non-dualistic sense, we are.
No, I disagree.
How not? How prove otherwise? Because it's turtles all the way down. See, either way,
you are not your mind only. You are your mind and your body.
I never said that I'm my mind only.
Right. So then there's a duality there, correct?
No, there's a complete oneness still out of Wuji.
Okay, so there's a oneness. I agree. But
Omar,
that doesn't mean that
that's
there's
where
no
I'm going.
duality.
Well, even consider science. Let's consider DNA for a second. So you have two parents. The two parents get together. They throw in their gametophytes, and after that, the progeny are a representation of both. So where's the reductionism?
In the child.
Where's the
itself.
separation?
The child. The child is not the parents.
I agree. They're not physically the child, but I said regarding DNA. We can't argue one sense globally and then microscopically when it fits our arguments.
No, we can. We absolutely can.
I'm saying that everything is within the
But
whole,
I did.
which is very similar to what Jim
And I
was
have
saying.
been.
I just don't believe that
You're saying I
reality
can't.
is only.
Okay, Neil. You're
apart.
saying it can't be argued, yet I am arguing that very thing.
But that doesn't mean you're right.
Ergo,
and that doesn't mean it's compelling.
It does. No, it absolutely does mean that I'm
sure
right.
you're compelled by it.
No,
So
hold
give
on,
it to me
Neil.
again.
Hold on, Neil. Neil.
I'm grabbing a sheet of paper so I can
Pardon me for just a moment. Andy, did you want to give any final thoughts to the panel before you head out?
I'll just say thanks for presenting, Jen. That was an interesting presentation. And thanks for the conversation, everybody. Super fun. Maybe I'll see you Monday, Balderson. I
sure hope so.
What was that?
I hope so.
And then
I enjoyed talking with you a lot.
My last thought was I would like everybody to consider the causality subset idea and whether or not that is better handled through formal causation or no causation at all. Because I think you can make formal distinctions in intelligible structures in the world, and that is a better way of participating in things than having the whole cause itself, which isn't even a cause, in the effect, which isn't even an effect. That's all. I guess I'll end there. And also, can I shout out a channel?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm working with Concordia Bible Institute. Really good stuff. If you're interested in Christian thought, even if you don't believe it, really interesting stuff. We just went through Revelation. My friend runs it. Go check out Concordia Bible Institute on YouTube. It's cool stuff. All right, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Andy. We appreciate you. Good luck on finals week.
Thank you.
I know that's a lot. I'm so thankful I'm not doing that anymore. Once I finished the master's, I was going to do the PhD, and then I was like, you know what? I'm done. And Tom Carpenter sent in the Big Ten, says, come for the debate, stay for the elocution. And then also, I think Tom just needs to get up here.
Wow.
He says, reality is the intersubjectively corroborated nexus of empirically accessible phenomena constituted by law-like regularities discernible through disciplined modes of observation. Somebody please dumb that down for me.
Duality and non-duality both at the same time.
Okay, think of it like this. Do you know what an overlap is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so imagine that everyone has a consciousness and that it's a big sphere and that these can hypothetically overlap. So he's basically saying reality is the overlap of all these spheres. Plus a material externality.
I like to put it as realities like a trash can party where everybody brings a different liquor and just pours it in there, and all those different liquors still exist, but it turns into one thing, especially after some asshole brings peppermint schnapps and pours it in there, and the whole fucking thing tastes like peppermint schnapps. That dude's Christianity.
Brutal keg. Brutal.
Yeah, I'm going to tune in.
What an asshole.
My point is that you can proffer another definition of reality, but it's unclear what you're grounding it in.
That's ruthless.
And it's unclear that it's more indicative of anything or useful or insightful. So I accept, I see why you would want to believe that that's real, but in my view, that's just unnecessarily privileging conventional perception, which we don't privilege that because we start from a position of very little awareness, not presupposing that everything's necessarily coherent and just sitting there like a thing on a banquet table to be plucked and eaten at random.
Yep, I agree.
Can I ask Alderson, if Christianity is the peppermint schnapps, then what is Islam, and then what is Judaism? I'm just curious.
Islam's definitely got to be like wild turkey, and amazing.
Oh shit!
Well, you're not. Whoever stops is worse. Go ahead. Now with Judaism, he's gonna like that.
And Judaism is definitely what you puke up after you've been drinking all night. That's just.
And which one of them is piss? Like, is there anyone that's the worst? Like,
well, they say the dog returns to its vomit, right?
Exactly.
Dog, we're just a bunch of monkeys just wiping our ass and smelling it.
So, for Neil, so essentially, what I was trying to say is that essentially, like, so you're saying
everybody likes their own scent.
I can't make the argument. But I can, which presents to you that dichotomy that you're falling into. So without that, there's no dissecting. There's no
was there a dichotomy?
Antecedent. There's no antecedent. There's no reason to argue at all and suss out what is wrong. If there is no duality, there is no wrong. There's only right, which is actually the point that Omar is making.
That doesn't even follow logic. I mean, you know,
exactly.
So
exactly, that's not logical.
I let you go. Buckle up. So,
well, I believe what Terracotta is saying is that good and evil only exist within duality. He's not saying the opposite.
No,
because right, without duality, there's only. Bleh.
It's neutral. Yeah. It's not good or bad because good and bad are relative concepts that we define to particular ends. So it wouldn't even be a fundamental duality. We wouldn't look at things as a fundamental duality because that's basically saying half the field of your mind is taken up with something that you're averse to.
Okay, so the big question is the taking the life of an innocent child good, bad, or
I didn't say
morale. Yeah, can I go back in on this after you?
One thing that should be obvious is if all the minds are originating in the same source, then suffering also has a shared origin. So if someone is causing more suffering than everyone else intentionally, that makes them evil.
Would you agree that would you agree that one person would say that, or many would say that taking the life of an innocent child is evil and bad, correct? We'd all agree, I hope.
Is this the part where you do a gotcha and say that God is evil?
No, I'm not. Level argument, but there are those on the other side of the mountain that think, you know what, I don't know why, but I have this feeling that I just kind of want to feel what it feels like to take the life of an innocent. Someone else goes, you too? And so over here, we're over here, and we have a basic moral understanding. This is the problem with good and evil, is because everyone's standing in their light. On the highest level, the problem is that evil is standing in its light. Don't forget that the proverbial devil's biggest evil on the earth is their highest prayer being answered. So you're treading on very dangerous lines because this is how evil gets justified.
Oh no, Spicoli's here.
You have to believe in something in order to do it.
Yes, but if you believe that killing one innocent child, quote unquote, if you believe with all the information that you have, with all your percepts, with all your training, whatever your existence says, that killing that one child is going to kill 10,000, argue that it would be immoral.
That's the
problem. I mean, I can argue that it's immoral. I can argue that it's relative to perception. I can argue that it's immoral because because there's something called karma, and so you taking the life of the one is evil.
Yeah, I didn't say I would do it.
No, not you. I mean, I'm not going to say me. A person doing that to the one is evil. The inaction is not an action itself. Therefore, whatever took the lives of those 10,000 has nothing to do with me.
Well, I do believe that inaction is an action. And as a concealed carry person, I put this to myself as do I save the guy at 7-Eleven if he's being held up?
In that case, Trump, then in this case,
anyone.
No, I didn't mean to bring politics in.
No. But I'm saying, okay, I did. I apologize. I didn't because it will spark some silly stuff.
Yeah,
and I'm not trying to. And as soon as that happens, there's a few people who will jump on here and they'll turn into a. Anyway, the point
within the. Hold on.
It's saying the best defense attack. It's like, hey, those people said they don't like us, so I'm going to kill them ahead of time.
Yeah, not at all what I'm saying. Please
That's
go
not
back
his-
to the liquor
it's
store,
not his trolley problem.
7-Eleven, whatever.
In the
convenience
trolley
store.
problem that he presents, the person is already innocent, meaning he already presented a justice stance. So in that trolley problem, if you're going to present, say, one person versus the 1,000, that's no justice issue, right? So now I can step away from that, saying I don't need to make a choice. But when you say the one person is innocent or the 1,000 persons are innocent, now you've already presented.
Where's
justice
my
within that trolley
fallacy
issue.
in that argument, though, that I say they're innocent?
Because you're presenting a hypothesis that I cannot win.
There's no way for me to verify that they're
I
innocent.
said innocent, and then if you're saying you took it out, then you change the argument because the argument is
Sarah, can I go? I have a-
If I may, was
Yeah, there's somebody new
Tara.
who wants to talk. Neil, you've been talking a lot, and it's really off topic, buddy. I appreciate
Okay.
you have something to say, but it's really very far from where we started.
Sure, cool.
I have a question. First of all, in the Hebrew Old Testament, God killed lots of children. The Egyptians.
buckle up now, Jen, if you thought that was off topic.
Here's the question. Here's the thought question for each of you. If you saw your dog or your cat or your pet was drowning and there was a baby, be quiet. If you saw a cat or dog that was yours was drowning, versus a baby that was drowning, who would you save? Would you save a strange baby or would you save your dog or your pet?
I'd
A
pick the
strange
dog
one of
and
you
the
answer
baby.
that. A strange human.
No, you can only save one. Would you save a stranger?
Actually, I would not. I would actually save the dog as long as it's Balderson's dog.
Each
Yeah,
one of you, I want you to ask me two
dog
questions.
wouldn't save that beautiful creature. Is the person who's drowning the future little mustache guy or something? Do you have any information, or is it?
You don't know. It's a stranger. It's a stranger. It's a stranger. You don't know who it is. It's a stranger. Would you save a human life
You
over
think
your-
that Shaman Omar knows little mustache guy?
Yes, I would say.
I told you don't know what this guy. You don't know if it's Hitler or not. It's a stranger. You don't know.
Dancing.
I mean, I think that we can say whatever we want, but in the reality of it, you see a little child and you see a dog. We're jumping in, saving the child. Like everyone thinks they know what they would do. I would never steal $1 million. Well, have you ever seen $1 million in cash in front of you and no one looking? No.
And
you're hungry. And you're
I
hungry.
would save my cat. I would save my cat over a stranger.
Are
I
they
would
in
save
the
my cat.
salty
Okay.
waters of
But
like
that's
the Black
that's
Sea
what
or
that's
whatever it
free
is?
will. That's your
They can float in there.
Or option C, can you choose to save neither?
Yes,
No,
that was my argument.
Both.
I
You
just
say
didn't get
you
to it.
could.
It's
Yeah,
I
Sarah,
got you,
let my dog
Neil.
drown.
I got
Sarah, would
you,
you
Neil.
save-
Sorry,
Sarah,
Jen,
would you
this
say-
is
Sarah,
the
would you
reality
say-
of some people.
Be quiet, please. Sarah, would you save your dog or would you save a strange baby over your dog if both were drowning?
I'd kick the dog and drown the baby.
Well, I sure as fuck wouldn't save you, Spicoli. That's all I know.
It's just like,
I'm not a
why do
baby.
you envisage is horrifically disgusting. Like maybe there's something wrong with your metaphysics if you keep thinking about death and shit and torture.
He's nihilistic. Jen, that was one of the better Spicoli conversations we'll ever hear. It gets worse from there by a lot.
I'm thinking about
You say it
flowers.
was one of your menopausal dreams. You're going through menopause, lady. That's your problem.
To go back to what T Jump said earlier.
Here's all we'll do. Here's all we'll do. Here, everybody.
You're lucky.
Hold on.
I can't hear Spicoli's like.
We can't hear you because every time we talk, your whole fucking mic goes out because you have shit quality shit. Spicoli.
He's on a fucking Nokia. That's why.
So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Everybody. Oh, God damn it, Spicoli! You fucking.
He's on a
tardo.
Nokia flip phone. Like this doesn't work, man.
Oh God, he can't even listen for 2 fucking seconds. Like we can't. If I'm talking and he tries to talk over me, like he's got to know. We literally can't hear anything you're saying because you sound like you're. Oh my God, T Jump's alive. Woo!
Hello. Welcome back.
He killed it. Hey, I told him you've been studying Stoicism.
No, I had a date. A girl called. I was like, I'm going there. That was more priority.
Oh yeah.
I don't blame you for that.
Wow.
Sarah, could you give me a recap?
No, hold on. No, hold on. Could you have at least lied to me and said you had to go take care of your mom because she like hurt herself or something?
No, Sarah, you don't understand. The only thing that Tom lives for is what he just experienced. Literally, he'll tell you that. Correct or not correct, T-Jump?
Absolutely, because of my autism.
Literally,
my
why
special
he's
interest
alive.
is dating. And so literally, the only thing that
Tell
can
her
give
that
me joy
you had
is
some bad chili and your asshole was burning.
The only thing that makes him feel like a human is dating.
It's true because of my autism. Yes.
Literally, I'm not even. I'm being dead. I'm not saying it's not even a haha. So I'm so happy for him. We had like a yeah. So now that you did that, Jen had a refutation of your point earlier.
What point? Well, forget that. Sarah, what is your interpretation of Jen's position?
Here's how I visualize it. Okay, this is the only way I think I can explain it. By the end of everything, what I took from it was that every person, thing, item, stuff, molecule, whatever, is trapped inside of this big ball, right? And we're just like little things that try to poke out of the ball, even though we can't get out of the ball. We're just like submerging, like pushing outward, but not really going anywhere. So we're all still traveling as this whole, but we all make our spaces within this little ball, and that's how we're maneuvering. So we're all still wrapped up together, but still able to make a space for ourselves within that ball.
What do you think the ball is made of?
Huh?
Philosophically.
What would you say the ball is made of?
No, because it's the ball, not balls, because that would be duality.
That's one ball.
Yeah, one ball. The ball is like stretchy, plasticky, maneuverable stuff. Like
no, I mean, like, what do you think Jen thinks the ultimate fundamental nature of reality is?
It's
ramen.
She did mention wave function. I think that she really broke it down. Okay. If you go physically down to the wave function.
Well, that tells me where we got, how far you got in the conversation. Jen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is everything fundamentally consciousness?
Well, T-Jump, the thing you have to understand is that conventional language is highly restrictive with what it can convey. So if we're saying is everything consciousness, as in is a rock sitting there thinking about the nature of reality, that's not what is meant. It's meant in a very primitive sense that, like was mentioned with the wave function, vibration. So there's something that we call emptiness, and it vibrates. And it doesn't have a substance. And if you look at the universe, I mean, even in Western physics, they admit that more than 99% of it is empty space. So just go that extra percent. So it's like, yeah, I can't imagine it. How can I ever possibly imagine it? It's like, where do you get off thinking that you have to be able to understand or have some sort of proprioception about ontology? No, you just skip over that part, realize you don't have to understand it. You just apply it as a principle of metaphysical parsimony rather than having a pluralism of fundamental entities that multiply without end. You have a finite set of foundational conditions from which appearances can be accounted for in a minimalistic way. So it translates very easily to physics and psychology, anything that employs something like a causal principle, but it can even go further than that when you're talking about just mental training, because the future is remembered into the present. And thinking about that is more than just causality. It has to do with what's embodied in your actual perception, which is how we define knowledge, is embodied cognition. So someone claiming to have philosophical knowledge in the Western sense, we consider that just rational knowledge. It's conditional knowledge. We consider knowledge more like a ballerina can dance. The dancing is the proof of the knowledge.
So you said to Google
proof of the intelligence.
You said to ask ChatGPT for orthodox non-dualism, and you ascribe to orthodox non-dualism for the most part?
That's my position, but T-Jump, remember, I don't think people should subscribe to my position because
that's not the question. Not the question.
Okay.
In orthodox non-dualism, everything is fundamentally consciousness. True or false?
Yes, true.
True. So that is the answer to your bubble question. What the bubble is made of is consciousness. It's consciousness. All right. And so why should we accept your position as opposed to the consensus of science?
Well, there is no such thing as a consensus of science on a philosophical matter, because science is an application of philosophy. And I think this is important to go over because people want to confuse the two. You can't find scientific evidence for philosophy. Why? Because science already presupposes philosophical attributes in its formalism. It presupposes something called metaphysical neutrality. In other words, the model, as long as it makes the right predictions, we don't care if it represents reality or not, because it's the predictions that we're after.
So if I just ask Gemini, which I just did, is there a consensus on, say, philosophical naturalism? They're going to say no. Is that what you're thinking?
You're gonna appeal to a philosophical consensus, and I'm going to say, what the hell does that matter? When has the consensus in history ever been right? And then you're going to be like,
the question was, why should we accept your position over the academic consensus? You said there is no academic consensus. I just asked Gemini. It said, yes, there is an academic consensus.
What
We
does
should
it say?
literally just look up at the Phil Surveys paper. It says philosophical naturalism is the academic consensus.
Right, and you're
Philosophical
appealing
naturalism.
to a consensus.
Well, no, I'm not appealing to a consensus. The question was, why should we accept your position, not the academic consensus?
Hit it with Brahmin.
There's a lot of reasons.
Such as?
I just
T-Jump, type in Brahmin, please. And then there's your answer.
I discovered the quantum periodic.
B-R-A-H.
I want to hear Jin's answer.
I will.
Jin's worldview. I want
We had
Jin's
2 hours
worldview.
of fucking Brahmanism.
Dude, did you forget that?
It was 2 hours. No, T-Jump, it was 2 hours of Brahmanism. You don't understand.
Shaman Omar pulled the whole thing into a theological discussion, so we didn't get to go into philosophy. So I'm glad T-Jump's here, because I was missing you, because you're actually going to keep us on track.
No, you brought up yoga, you brought up Hinduism, you thought all these white people didn't know shit, and you had a Middle Eastern on the candle, and it was over.
Shaman, let her answer.
I got you. Sorry.
The answer. Jin, why should we accept your worldview? Like, I could come up with 1,000 worldviews, that there is a magic poop potato that's the origin of the universe. And if we compare that to like the academic consensus, we wouldn't accept that, because the academic consensus can make novel testable predictions, make discoveries, save lives, make progress. It is the most robust system that has ever been invented. Your system seems to be incoherent gibberish as far as I can tell. No academic publishing, no peer review, no criticism analysis. Doesn't make any predictions, doesn't do anything. It's just, you have an idea. It's a very pretty idea. I like your pretty pictures. Does nothing as far as I can tell. Why should we think your idea is true and science and the consensus of academic experts is not true?
She did have some pretty cool slides.
They are very cool. I very much like.
Did you say poo potato?
Poo potato. That's right.
Okay, so if you're looking for an intellectual argument, which I'm basically saying that you'll be smarter if you embrace my philosophy, and the proof that you'll be smarter is that I'm smarter, and the proof that I'm smarter is that I discovered the quantum periodic table. And even though scientists have been taking a crack at trying to find the right arrangement of it for hundreds of years, that this is the maximally symmetric version that can be used to derive a whole bunch of interesting things, and tells us something very fundamental about dimensionality, that it's 3 + 1 on the micro scale and on the macro scale, as we experience 3 + 1 space temporal dimensions. And so
3 + 1 is 4.
So that would be one argument that I would use, is that it's better knowledge. Now you
Okay.
could say it's harder to understand, and I would say sure, and that's why
I don't care about the level of understanding. That is irrelevant. You are totally right that if something's hard to understand, that is irrelevant to whether or not it's better. So you claim that if we adopt your worldview, we will become smarter. And the evidence of this is because you got smarter when you adopted this. Now, does this sound anything like a Christian who says, if you accept Jesus into your heart, it will transform your life? And my evidence for this is that I accepted Jesus into my heart and my life was transformed. Does that sound
Yeah, I mean,
anything?
it sounds exactly like that, except that I'm coming with evidence and highly sophisticated.
This is just a quantum mechanical model for like
Jesus is
describing
saying-
atoms. Like, what are we
Well,
doing?
no, that is absolutely not at any, not even close. But so you're
Okay,
saying
my
that your
bad.
evidence is that you have this 3+1 space-time quantum double triangle thingy.
That's one type of evidence. That's
Well,
what
good. That's
would
all I
feel-
want. All I want is one.
Well,
How
there's
do we
the-
know that your triangle thingy is true or corresponds to reality, or is not just something you made up?
Because reality is non-dual and symmetry is a property of non-dualism, and that's maximally symmetric. So it's kind of meant to be its own argument. If you can see
Wait,
why
that
that's
sounds circular. It sounds like you're saying that.
every argument is circular, T-Jump.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They are definitely not.
Establish that, buddy.
Cat-
There's no
Cats are
such
dogs.
thing
Dogs are
as a
chickens. Therefore, cats are
non-circular
chickens. That is not a circular argument. It's just modus ponens. Modus ponens is not circular. No, not all arguments are circular. All right. So you're claiming that this thing is symmetrical. Therefore, it's true. Is that? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah.
That is. So anything that's symmetrical is true?
No, the thing that represents all the matter in the universe that's symmetrical is true.
Why does making it symmetrical mean it's true?
I mentioned that already.
I missed it. I was on a date.
Non-dualisms, I just said it. Non-dualism is fundamental. Symmetry is a property of non-dualism.
Those sounds like assertions. You're asserting the thing you believe is true. And because the thing you believe is true, the thing you discovered is true. And the thing you discovered is true because the thing you believe is true. But there's no independent evidence of either of those things being true. They're just things that you've said.
Well, the question is this adding anything to the understanding of the periodic table to see it in 3 dimensions? I think it is, but maybe I'm wrong.
I
It
don't
starts
understand that
with one
sentence.
thing. I don't know why. It doesn't
When
even
you say
matter how
looking
hard
at,
you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme.
why are you
Okay,
saying
I'm good.
how does this add to the conversation? So why do you think looking at the periodic table in 3 dimensions accomplishes anything?
It's meant to establish that I, because of what I believe, am more intelligent, and you, by adopting my belief, can become more intelligent as well.
Why would the
I saw
periodic
something other
table?
people only saw in 2 dimensions. I saw it in 3 dimensions.
That's nice. Why does this matter? Why does the fact that you see something in 3 dimensions give us evidence that you are in any way smarter or that your worldview is true? Like, who cares if you see things like
because
in 8
ego?
dimensions? Is it just that 3 dimensions is bigger than 2 and you saw it in 3, therefore you're better?
Well, that has 3
Because
plus
it's
1.
fun. It's fun to point out
That's
things
the
we
structure of
know.
3 plus 1. Anyway, we don't have to go into it. That's one. That's one.
I want to go into it. I want a
There are
single piece of
there are
evidence.
reasons why someone should adopt my view, but I mentioned earlier, I don't think people are persuaded on the basis of arguments. I think people have an aesthetic preference, and then through that aesthetic preference, they become sympathetic to a range of arguments.
Wait, are aesthetics truth tracking at all?
They're
Sometimes, yes.
close. Okay, so what's the closest to reality is perception, and aesthetics are meta-perceptual.
So you made it claim that people are not convinced by arguments. That's just abstractly false. It seems to contradict all evidence in science that people are in fact convinced by evidence. Literally, the entire scientific community is built on that principle. And you're saying, no, science just doesn't. Nope, it's a lie.
It's an illusion. She didn't say it's a lie. She said it's an illusion.
An illusion that they're convinced by evidence, like publishing papers.
The evidence is an illusion.
Science's mind
Well,
is
I'm
an
showing
illusion.
you evidence. You're saying 3-dimensional knowledge is somehow not better than 2-dimensional knowledge, and I'm thinking
I didn't
how do
say anything. I was
explain to
asking
this
questions.
person that perceiving something in 3D is better than 2D. I don't know how to explain that unless you just already accept that having a greater dimensional richness is better.
No, that's the question I'm asking you. I'm asking you why.
Well, I'm
is
asking you, do you want to be
perceiving-
able to visualize stuff better?
No, I don't really care. I just care about truth.
Well, you don't really care.
Visualization.
Okay, so T-Jump, you don't care. Some people care. They want to visualize stuff. My system can help them do that. And the proof is that through doing what I do, I was able to discover this. So you don't have to accept the argument, but you could at least acknowledge I'm trying to make an argument. The better argument, I think, honestly, is that it makes you have a better quality of experience.
What?
Because you're not bogged down with being depressed about stupid shit like dating.
That's like the Christian argument. Oh, but if you adopt Jesus, you lose.
But it's not
all
a
of your
Christian
worldly-
argument. You're just saying it's Christian, bro. You
It
literally
follows the same
cannot
structure.
sit there.
Fucking-
That's what you get for being
Bro,
the
that's like the
peppermint
third
schnapps.
time you've attacked Christianity because you just simply don't believe what Jen's telling you, bro. Why? Why do you have this gripe
Why
against
are you
Christianity?
Like
Because I
literally-
can. Because we're on the
literally-
fucking gauntlet, nerd.
Literally, she's making.
You're the peppermint schnapps.
I
wouldn't know why.
I don't ever have to listen to you again.
Bro, we
Bye-bye.
can go at
know
it.
why.
Like, we can absolutely.
Jen,
you
my
and
question
me, you
was
and me,
specifically,
douchebag T-Jump,
why
who
is this
decided to
evidence?
leave the debate in the
Why?
middle of the fucking
Why
debate,
is
not
it
have the debate, come around at the middle of the
Why-
gauntlet,
can you
and then
just
sit here and
stop-
go, I
stop
don't
moving?
believe you,
I
so
wanna
it
hear from
doesn't
Jen.
fucking
You're not
matter.
really- he has no value
Well,
to
fuck
add.
off then, asshole.
I already muted him on my end, so I can't hear him. But
Yeah, you're an
Jen,
idiot. You're an
Jen,
idiot. You don't know how to fucking debate.
I
That's
want to
why
know
you
where the
ran away from
gumballs.
fucking debate,
I want to know where the
loser.
gumballs came from in the
Fucking
middle. Is
loser.
now.
God damn, you just ran away from a fucking debate. You schedule a debate, you fucking run
Jen,
away, you pussy
Jen, so
little.
what
He's
it-
not
why
running
is it
away from the
evident?
debate. He wants to just talk
He
to
ran
you.
the fuck away. He ran away. You guys had a great
Oh, hold
fucking
on,
debate.
hold on,
too.
hold on. T-Jump had every opportunity to sit and talk to just you, Jen, earlier on for the last 3-hour show, where that was his opportunity for a polite debate where everyone, without open panel, without crazy, without blood sport, without gauntlet, without whatever, all of these other interruptions to intervene. Now, T-Jump preferred to go get ass instead of actually staying on the show that he himself committed to, agreed to, and said he would be here for. So I owe nothing to T-Jump. Clay owes nothing to T-Jump. You can kiss my ass for all I care on that matter. T-Jump had every opportunity to have this nice, polite conversation with Jen without any interruptions. Now, this is what you're stuck with. If he doesn't like that, he knows where the door is. He can leave at any time, as he already proved that he knows capable of, because he left to go get ass. So I don't want to hear any more complaints about that bullshittery. This is the
But
gauntlet.
maybe he
Everyone
got
can fuck
pussy.
off. Yeah, well, maybe he should be in a better mood
I
than
didn't
if he got
complain about
ass.
it. I just muted Clay on my end, so I don't have to listen
Yeah,
to his
because you're a
dumbass. Oh,
fucking
so,
dick face.
Jen,
Yeah, you're a little
what
bitch. You
is
ran the
the
fuck away from a debate that
Just
you
waiting for
scheduled
Jen
like a little bitch.
answer
Bro,
the-
you can't debate. That's why the fuck you ran away. And now you're sitting on this panel trying to act like you're going to have a debate right now.
Waiting for Jen.
I mean,
You're
Clay
a
is an
fucking
expert
retard.
on not being able to
You're not
debate,
even.
so-
It's like,
You're
I
not even
muted him, so I
autistic.
can't hear
I'm
anything he's
autistic.
saying.
Okay.
Neil
His
has
mouth
an axe
orders,
out.
He's a moron.
You're also
Neil has an axe out.
Hey, you're also retarded.
T jump off a
Okay,
fucking
I
cliff.
guess maybe
Oh,
I can't.
Damn.
Fucking
Yo,
retard.
Neil got the weapons out. You talk about
Douchebag.
Jesus.
Bro, you're on the
Still can't hear
gauntlet now.
anything.
Yeah, I know. It's
muted your
great,
mouth.
isn't it?
I
It's
can-
great that
I
you
can
can't
see your mouth
fucking hear me,
moving,
loser.
but I hear
It's
nothing.
great.
I
It's
wasn't
great.
talking.
It's great that you can't fucking hear me.
Oh, we
All
got a
right.
super chat.
Fourth Wiseman says, if you look at history of academia is always or almost always proven incorrect over time and testing. Academia is more of an institutional standing point. It's a flex. Continued on the next post. Add on. As well known book burning is as well known book burning is a thing because institutions fail to make admissions of failure itself. In my opinion, academia often observes from a 2D perspective. Any thoughts to that one?
Only dumbasses make those arguments. Like, science is the best
You're
that we
a
have
retard,
at the
dude.
time.
Shut the fuck up,
fact
you
that we
loser.
can.
Bro, you can't even
mute
fucking make an
it,
argument right now
mute,
because you're a fucking loser.
Mute,
Bro,
goodbye. All right.
you have
Look,
no fucking
science,
clue what the fuck you're talking about.
is
You
the
came
most
up on this
direct
panel.
method
Hold
that
on,
we
Have
can
knowledge,
And
hold
so
on,
the
hold
fact
on,
that
hold
it
on,
is
hold on,
by
hold on.
more science
Hold
is
on,
not
Clay.
a negative thing. It's still the most
Clay,
right.
I
The fact
wanted-
that it can be wrong doesn't mean that every other stupid idea is therefore valid. So the fact that science is replaced by new science isn't evidence that every stupid idea could be right.
Nope,
so
just all your ideas.
Hold on, Clay. At the very least, though, you know my rules of constantly interrupting each other.
He can't hear me.
It doesn't matter.
We
I
can.
can, which means all I get is hogwash in my fucking ears.
Yeah, so anytime
So
that he and I talk.
So hold on, Clay. Stop for a second. So now every time I ask a question, and if he has an answer to it, and then you start interrupting him, he may not be able to hear your stupidity jumping in on that, but we can. And then when that happens, now, did anyone actually hear anything of what T-Jump just said? No, Clay, no, you don't care, but my audience gives a fuck to hear what people have to say. Now, Clay, and you damn well know that you're the first one to start crying when other people interrupt you.
No,
so
actually,
shut the fuck up.
I usually do shut up. I usually do.
Hey,
Now,
real quick,
Sarah,
can I
wanna
say
ask you
bye
something
because
on
it's literally
I wanna-
6:48 in the morning. I'm in Bucharest and I have a meeting.
Go to bed. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. Say your final thoughts, Shaman. Get your ass to bed.
You know, the Brahmanism came off the yoga, which came off the Hindu, which came off the karma, which came off the Sanskrit. It's more of a metaphysical thing. I wasn't arguing religion. If I was, I sure as hell wouldn't pick Hinduism as my argument to cement my feet into. But I appreciate that. I have a couple. I'm ready to get in some arguments. I'm ready to hear Monday's Viking pagan return response to Christians' takeover of the Viking. He's coming back. Ragnar Lothbrok returns, and good to see everybody. I'm literally I can't believe I stayed up this long.
Yeah, you were awesome. Thank you so much. I think you did.
Wish
a
me
great
luck
job
in
keeping
Bucharest.
everything going.
Thank you, Shaman. We appreciate you
job.
so much.
See you all.
Good on, brother.
Omar.
See you.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Shaman got up at 2:30 or 2 and something in the morning to come join this panel. And I thought that was very sweet. He really wanted to be on it. So he went out of his way to make sure he could be here. So thank you so much. Tom Carpenter says, now I'm eating Asian, had to fill up for the arguments. Tom's been enjoying the night. I think he's had a couple margaritas. I think he's had some whiskey.
Never ever.
Yeah, drink. I mean, I think I do it just a couple times a month, once a month. It depends, but it's just not. It's not worth it anymore. In my 20s, it was fun. Now it's just kind of boring. Fourth Wiseman says you can't debate with AI at your disposal. Otherwise, you might as well be a parrot.
Facts.
Argument from was incredulity. The fact that an AI makes an argument doesn't mean the argument it's making is wrong.
Now, I
So
want to
simply
handle
to say
some housekeeping.
the
Sarah.
virtue of the AI is
I
wrong.
want to handle this housekeeping because if the guy's going to mute me and I
Maybe-
have
sorry,
something
sorry,
to push
sorry,
back
question
on
again.
him about,
The answer to this question
then
is
all
the
he's
fact
going to
that
do
AI
is
can
talk
give
through me like
correct
he's doing
arguments
now
to us
because
all,
he
and the
doesn't
fact that
he doesn't
someone
hear
says
me.
that it's
If he
giving
doesn't hear me
AI
and I
other
want to
means
have a
of argument,
conversation with
and the
someone
reason
else
the
and he
argument is wrong is
interrupts
just to be able
me,
to
then what's going to happen, Sarah?
Well,
then we're just going to be
now,
talking
Clay,
over
let's
each other.
be
Am I wrong?
smart. Let's be smart here, Clay. How the fuck is he muting you?
Exactly.
I mute him on my end, so I don't have to
So
listen to him
he
talk.
is. He is. He
So I
is
can just mute
absolutely
all sounds, so I don't have to hear
100%. So that
So-
he can interrupt me. Yeah, let's handle that housekeeping because
What
if
I'm saying is he's actually if he would have to
muting the
mute and he would actually have to mute the entire show, so then he's
in
not
order
actually part
to
of the
plow right
conversation.
through and interrupt me.
Right,
He's
but
admitting that he doesn't give a shit and he's going to interrupt me.
Absolutely,
I'm
you
not
have
the one
zero value as a
interrupting
human
him.
being.
He
Do not
mutes
give a
me
shit.
to interrupt me.
Absolutely, 100%.
Interrupts me by muting the stream and just plowing right through.
I think that was a
how-
question for me, so yes, so you can.
That's
stop speaking.
housekeeping right there. So if you want to have the conversation, and if you're if you're terrified of pushback, you have two choices. You can either have the conversation with me, or you can plow right through like an idiot, and I can shit on you too.
I didn't know you had a new co-host. I didn't know Clay was the new co-host here.
I'm not a co-host. I'm asking.
Clay, do you remember when
why it is.
Clay, do you remember when Rob was here and you and Dusty kept interrupting him while he was trying to have the conversation with you? Good luck, Clay. Good luck, Clay. I'm done protecting people from being interrupted or being hogwashed or pushed over or whatever. It's not my fucking job anymore. I will help keep the panel sane. But if somebody says that they're not going to listen to you because they think you're stupid, it's not my problem anymore. It's
Right,
not my
and so-
fucking problem anymore.
And so if we talk over each other because he mutes the stream,
I'll just put the
is that
both of
my
you back.
fault?
Here's what I'm going to do. If the two, here's what for both of you to know and understand. If the two of you start talking over each other again, I'm just going to put you both backstage for a couple minutes, both of you, and then I'll bring you back up. And if you keep doing it, then I'll just put you backstage. You either want to be here and have the conversation, or you don't want to be here. The fact that you two can't get along means that I'm going to just tuck the both of you away, and then you can learn how to fucking get along or get the fuck out. How's that?
Not really acceptable, since I'm literally just answering the questions
Fuck
you
you.
ask. Like, he's the one talking over me. I'm just ignoring him.
Straight up
completely.
fucking retard.
So,
So he doesn't accept the rules. Exactly. Because
so
you're a
pretty much post back, it doesn't make a lot of
an
sense.
asshole. Fuck off.
Okay, the two of you need to just stop talking to each other.
I'd
All
love
right,
to.
Way's philosophy
I'd like to have a little
says.
exchange.
Way's philosophy says, is Jawbreaker bow tie or T-Jump's comic multiverse more ridiculous? What is Jawbreaker bow tie?
The quantum periodic table. Yeah, it's great.
Ooh. Or the comic
Like,
multiverse.
forgive me for not understanding this. It just sounds like the concept of it kind of sounds like it's a derivative of the quantum mechanics model for atoms. Is that
So
like what
there's no atoms in that view.
Okay, so I just saw like the orbital terms, and I was like, oh, like what is she doing here?
You're starting at the level of the entire periodic table, and then every appearance is a particular subset of that entire.
So that
structure.
what does everything outside of the periodic table represent, like physically?
Nothing. The periodic table is all we have access to in matter. So
then
what's
everything
outside
outside of it is
matter?
what exactly?
There's nothing outside matter, because outside is a concept that is defined relative to matter.
So pretty much everything outside of the periodic table, which is where you start at, is just non-existent.
You don't start at the periodic table. You start at absolute non-dualism, and then it has two aspects. One aspect is the periodic table, and the other aspect, I didn't get into it because it's more complicated, but they're both structural aspects, so they admit a geometric description.
Could you explain your picture to us? Like, what do the colors mean?
I've got it ready to share for the explanation bit.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Absolutely.
not, I mean, you may have to familiarize yourself a little bit with chemistry, but I'll come back to this point again. You know, philosophy is not for everyone. There's a lot of study, and usually people who are effective and successful in philosophy already studied something else that probably wasn't philosophy, and they got really, really good at it, and then they got a taste for being really good at stuff. So unlike T-Jump, who wants to debate as a run-through on a friggin' video game, we're talking about a lifestyle and something that changes how every moment is perceived, because every moment is an opportunity for learning. So how do we get the quantum periodic table from the periodic table? You just transition from steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, illustrated in that diagram there. So I can actually...
What does each step represent? Or what does each step represent, rather?
Well, can you tell me what the first step is?
Well, I mean, the first step is the periodic table, but like set 2 through 5 is what I'm concerned about. So it's also, I can't see it from this. It's just a little too blurry.
Okay, I'll just display the picture. Hang on, let's see here. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. Okay, I can see if I can get a better one. Is that a bit better?
Yeah, a little bit. I can probably figure out a better way.
So step 1 to step 2 is you're just taking all the, are you familiar with spin quantum number?
Like the
Yeah.
orbitals,
Half
like
spin,
how they
quarter
spin
spin.
counter to each other in each orbital.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes up, down, up, down, up, down. So the second one is just the orbitals as a single entity. So it's
And
collapsed.
how do you get from step 1 to step 2 from this? Just the orbitals?
Yeah, you just represent the two successive elements as one because they have complementary states. So that brings it down from one
In this case.
the spin up and spin down.
But helium would have both a spin up and spin down, where hydrogen only has a spin up, I believe. So like, how is that necessarily complementary?
Okay. Because they go from being less reactive to more reactive, less reactive to more reactive.
Well, actually, noble gases are less reactive. They're in a
Right,
stable.
but they're still okay. They're still a full orbital. Full orbital is
that's what
less
makes them
reactive.
stable.
One electron in the orbital more reactive. Full orbital less reactive.
Yes. But yeah, how do you get to the complementary part though from this?
Well, they're complementary in the sense that one's more and one's less. So we argue that means they are. The argument is that means they're two aspects of the same state because they have this pattern throughout the entire thing. So because they're two aspects, we just roll them into a single thing. But all that's doing is rolling the orbitals. It's like an orbital periodic table.
Yeah, but the way you're describing it just makes no sense. You use complementary in kind of like a very like esoteric way.
Well, a lot of what I explained is going to sound esoteric. Philosophy is esoteric.
So none of the way that you're using like orbitals in this case is like internally consistent either. When you said earlier that like something like helium would be more reactive, that is completely unexpected in chemistry.
I didn't say that. I said that when there's one electron in the orbital, it's more reactive. Helium has 2 electrons in the orbital. Therefore, it's complete. Therefore, it's less reactive. That's what I said.
Yeah, okay. So it's a flop on that. But like, how does this?
No,
like, what is this step 2 exactly here?
So step 2 is instead of individual elements, you're looking at individual orbitals. It's not complicated. It's not meant to be complicated. It's just shrinking it by a factor of 2.
So I don't think
orbitals of what?
Yes, no.
See, this is where you have to actually learn something, T-Jump, because chemistry is actually about stuff. So I'm referencing something that already exists as a knowledge basis to sort of prove my point.
Yes, and I'm asking, so what are the orbitals that are represented in number 2? Orbitals of what?
It's what they're called.
Of what? Explain it. Explain it to the cast. Go ahead.
The casts, T-Jump?
Yes, the people, the audience. What do you mean by
orbitals? I'm barely hanging on.
What part of why is there the purple ones on the left, the green ones in the middle, and the orange ones? What are the things specifically that are different about those?
Okay, so the purple ones are called the s orbitals. They occur as 1. And then the next one, the dark blue, is the p orbitals. They occur as 3. And then the light orange is the d orbitals. They occur as 5. And then the green is the f orbitals. They appear as 7. And this is not new. This is something already. The only thing I'm doing new is I'm depicting the periodic table as orbitals instead of as elements. And if you don't like that, you can just take every single one of those balls in the final diagram and divide it into 2 spheres. If it's so horrible as an aesthetic to imagine.
Can you actually give us an example of this? Let's say like sodium. It would be Na on the table. Like how would that be represented under your view?
Well, it would be the same, except it would be in the 3-dimensional version. So each of those balls represents 2 elements, and you start counting from the center.
Well, we'll start at step 2. Like, how is sodium represented in step 2? So we haven't quite made it to step 5 yet. I'm trying to figure out like how your model conceptually works.
Okay, so sodium would be the left side of the 3rd purple one down.
Yeah, and what would be contained within it in this case? Because you mentioned orbitals. Like how would the electrons look in there, and how is it like distinguished from, say, the quantum model?
The way it looks is that anytime there's an entangled field, the electrons spread out in a minimum energy configuration.
Yeah, so this is just the quantum model. That's what that predicts.
Right, but it doesn't predict it as microstates, which this one does, because it's predicted as a combination of the states, which are the individual pieces there in the step 3. The combination of those states with the least internal pressure, which you can calculate because the internal pressure comes from the boundaries pushing up against each other.
I'll say that again. Step 3 is what?
Step 3 is it's a geometric argument, so you have to follow the colors. So in step 2, you start at the top left and you go from left to right and top to bottom. And in step 3, you're starting in the center and you're tracing out a spiral through all of the different configurations.
What is the different configurations? Like, so it's just a shape difference or something? You're converting the shape of this number 2 by starting with one of the purple ones and drawing a circle, a spiral circle?
Well, you think of it like a puzzle where you just pick up the pieces and rearrange them where they are in the 3rd step.
What is the logic of the different rearrangement? What is the
So in
rule?
step 2, they're not as symmetric as in step 3.
You're just making it more symmetric? That's the rule for step 3?
Yep.
And how are you determining spirals are this particular configuration is the most symmetric?
Well, look at it. It's got an axis of symmetry.
I don't think spirals are very symmetric. I like circles. I prefer circles significantly to spirals.
Well, you don't get the option to jump. God designed it.
Well, so like, if I was going to design step 3, I'm going to say, all right, I'm going to do step 2, and let's say we just agree that symmetry is the ultimate thingy. I think the perfect symmetry is a circle, and I would just put all of the different elements in a big circle, connect in a circle. I'd say that's perfectly symmetrical. Why would we prefer your spiral symmetry versus the circle symmetry?
Because it accounts for all the elements as opposed to yours, which doesn't account for anything.
Also would account for all the elements.
Yeah,
What
why
do you mean
wouldn't
by
the shape
account?
account for the elements? You could have a sphere, still circular count.
True, yeah. It would also work with the sphere too.
So why would that not account for all of the elements?
You can have infinitely many models that account for things. The question is, what's the best one? And I'm saying this is the best one because it's the most parsimonious, and it's the most parsimonious because it's the most symmetrical. And we keep going in circles with that.
Symmetrical though. Wait, are circles less symmetrical than spirals, or am I just like, or did I like miss that part of geometry?
You don't understand the true non-dualism.
True. Might actually be going insane.
Well, you have to start with what's on step 2. And if you want to try to build a circle out of that, be my guest, but no one's been able to.
Well, I mean, if I could put them in a line, and then I bend the line and I make a circle. That's how you do circle. Line, bend, circle.
That's called the trivial solution, T-Jump.
Also, circles are just going to be symmetrical along every possible considerable axis, and at least 2 dimensions. If we go to a sphere, it would be symmetrical in all 3 dimensions.
Oh, you got me. We should do the sphere
it
version.
Should be spherical.
You got me. It's the sphere version, the symmetrical version, and it outperforms the spiral.
Our smart Scott has returned to the panel. Hello, smart Scott. How are you?
No. Is Balderson wielding his god against mine?
All right, folks, we gotta get a ball. I'll get a ball out of there. All the potato there. Oh man, I'm rolling on with the potato, man. Put that stink on it. And yeah, we world famous. We invited all over the world to speak on a range of issues and topics, man. Y'all better get in line, get in line. I appreciate y'all. And here's some music. I'm making some coffee. You know what I mean? I appreciate 13 people watching us still. Cool, man. Blessings to the people. And we're going to try to shake and bake out here. I greatly appreciate y'all. And yeah, we're going to be out here talking about Mumford. Renee Guanan, Mumford will throw a little thing on it, right? And I greatly appreciate your correspondence. But yeah, the berating potato world premiere. We'll be back soon. I appreciate Sarah. Hold on, let's try to shout out their channel, right? So we got Sarah the Rager. Right? So this is the Tomato Lady channel. The Tomato Lady. And also Balderson. Let's check out Balderson. And of course, we got Buddha back here. Blessings.
Yeah, blessing. Yeah, I was actually wrong about something. I was wrong. I double checked with my notes. When you were saying mechanistic, you meant like the Descartes, Hobbes, early modern science, the classical philosophical view that implies material reduction. Yeah, but that's true. Yeah, I was
Right.
defining it more narrowly though, like just the causal structural explanation. So like he just he doesn't accept the material reduction, but Scribino, but he accepts the descriptional level. But reality is
Right.
also intrinsically mental and teleological. Correct. So yeah, just using it two different senses. Sorry if I derailed it before. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. No, I think for the people that are not, well versed in the topics, it's good to hash these things out, right? Then it lets them know what the deal is, right? So
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a lot to hash out though.
yeah.
But
Just like on that panel, like look at what a mess that was,
yeah, it
right?
was a mess. Yeah,
Almost nothing to do with non-dualism. I
yeah,
didn't
that's
hear
correct.
one word about non-dualism other than what I said up there. So pretty weird, right? Because I tried to break down the difference between monism and dualism and monotheism. They were kind of conflating all these things, right? So it's interesting when people don't have,
Yeah,
real true rigor, right?
you can ask you something. I'm not saying this is a substitute to proper reading because I have read a lot, but other people have read more than me. Talking to AI, it actually gives you more valuable information than talking to people like on that panel. Because AI, it does. You can also do deep research. You could write you essays. You can give it books. You could summarize things from books, stuff like that. So most people, I'm not saying people should use AI as substitute, but AI can help with learning like, non-duality, monism, panpsychism, stuff like that.
Yeah. The fundamental problems is not having deep considerations on these issues, right? I actually do not find a lack of deep considerations. Actually, there's so many deep considerations. I actually want to not think about it for a while, right? So the thing is like, what is really difficult is communicating, and that AI cannot really help you do, right? Unless you sound like an AI, you're just sort of, regurgitating this info, right? So the great hurdle to communicating these topics, obviously they're extremely relevant, right? And some of the issues are immediately recognizable to the people, right? When we're talking to them, it's almost like you can look on their face that they completely understand what you're talking about with some of these issues, right? Like earlier when I was talking to Santos, it's like he immediately understood, right, the framing of some of these topics and issues. Right. So the thing is you could basically explain it to somebody from almost any background and they'll understand. Right. But the great difficulty is communicating to them in their time through their own particular viewpoint. Right. So that form of communication is extremely difficult, right, on a person to person basis. And of course, communicating the problems are the main issue, right? So yeah, so
Yeah, I see your point. But you could actually tell AI to speak more like such and such person, or you can like parameterize the way it talks to you and stuff. So you can make it more conversational, so it doesn't always sound mechanical. It can sound more natural flowing and stuff.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, these days they're extremely sophisticated, but
Yeah, too much. Too much.
but who knows if it's an adequate substitute? Because I know coming over here and trying to talk to people on the internet, I mean, it's extremely strange process, and then there's 2 to 3 layers of dissimulation obviously that human beings are capable of that AI would not be capable of, right? So yeah.
Yeah, that's true. You know, when talking to people, you know, they tend to use subterfuge or they rely on dissimulation, and that has its own kind of intelligence. You know, it's like being savvy and reading the intentions of others. You know what I mean? Like reading the intention of a poker face or something like that. That's not something AI can do. But AI is good. It's used sparingly for some abstract topics, for like, you know, like you want to learn about. Like you cannot become an expert from AI alone. But you know, like, you know, I was reading a book and I had some trouble understanding something, so I just took a snapshot and I asked AI to summarize it. Then I would ask questions and AI would help elaborate on it, and I understood it. You see what I'm saying? Like also when I was going to school, I would give it my class notes and say create quizzes out of these class notes. It would do such a good job at that, and it actually helped me pass. You know, like I would create quizzes out of my notes for class. You know, help do that. What I'm trying to say is abstraction is being more. It's like the value of information is falling now because AI is getting too good or something. But you're right that in speaking to others is more of a greater intelligence involved in terms of reading the intentions of others and having social acumen. Social acumen. Acumen.
Yeah. And then I think we're having problems with that because obviously person's avatar and personality online does not always correspond to their real world intent, you know, and so on and so forth. So I mean the process is obviously multiplied by the appearance of robot, you know, sort of, you know, programs that can assimilate human behavior and actions, and then obviously, right, there is the conditioning of the people, right? But the main thing is that there's already a layer of dissimulation that's created by the dual effect of, you know, the tools that can be used to mimic human behavior, but also the human being and their own ability to dissimulate, right? And pretend to be, you know, whatever. And of course, this is going back into your personal life, right? Is that, you know, the character that you play online may affect your personal life, right? So there's a huge reverberation there, right? That people think that things that stay online will just simply stay online. And of course, it's not actually true, right? It's a huge danger.
Yeah, that's true. That's a real concern. Yeah, I like to keep things academic, you know, because my interests are academic ultimately. In real life and internet, my concerns have largely remained academic. How many people during their spare time read books like, I don't know, Scribina, or books like, I don't know, Jesper Hoffmeyer during their spare time? You know, that's what I did during my free time. Of course, that's not the only thing I did. Now, sometimes I like to take breaks and play a lot of video games and watch anime. But when I want to focus on what's important, I read books regarding some subject matters, you know, like Buddha, Dharma, philosophy of technology. I consider that's a very important question. You know, I knew about those questions before I even came here. And, you know, also biology. Those are my three main focuses, you know. So, you know, I'm not trying to assault anyone here, but, you know, biology is one of my focuses. I should have gone for a PhD in biology rather than another bachelor's in computer science and another master's in robotic intelligence. I have a BS in neuroscience also, a bachelor's in neuroscience. But I should have gone into something like wildlife biology for a PhD or something. And when you get deep into some topics, some types of conspiracies do just rub me off the wrong way. But I respect people's freedom to have them. And stuff. For example, like flat Earth or like anti-evolution stuff. That's because I come from academic background. I mean, but since philosophy of technology was one of my focuses too, I consider it very important. For similar reasons as Scribino, that's also one of my focuses. So that regard, there are people here, like I don't want to name him, but he loves to scream and stuff. I had a big argument with him today, very big argument. He was saying bad things about both you and me, basically saying our race is predisposed to being PDFs. He said that, but I don't want to go into that too much. That made me very anxious before I came on this show.
Who are you? You had a talk with Twilight before you came in?
No, Dark Lord. Dark Lord.
Oh, I highly doubt Lord made comments like.
No, he did. He did. I don't want to talk about too much because that will be derailing this conversation. So I just wanted to tell you that and stuff. Yeah. So yeah. If you could talk about philosophy of technology or biology or whatever, I listed my 3 areas of focus. I don't want to, spread out too much. Because when you stretch something too much, it loses its areas of focus. It's better to, focus on some areas, not spread too far and then break or snap. So philosophy of technology, or just philosophy generally speaking, biology and Buddha Dharma and stuff like those 3 are what I focus on. I can talk about those all day or something.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll take a little music break now, and then we'll go to some Mumford. For the people here, I greatly appreciate you guys, and we'll go ahead and bring back some ideas of all sorts of things that I think are highly relevant to the show material as we close this one out. And it's been an exciting time, right? We had a great interview earlier, right? It was kind of like a, interview, explanation, so on and so forth, right? So we greatly appreciate you guys, and yeah, we'll have a lot of more things coming up. Now, I don't know when we'll have another guest on to speak, right? But I'm looking for more guests, as I've been saying. So we'll try to get more people on. Here is a video made by Lorp. Now, Lorp can be a little racially motivated sometimes. Let's just say that. But he means well. He's a great artist, and I greatly appreciate his efforts. So let's check this out. In terms of his AI stuff, right? And this is the Cassandra Complex. I think this is a song that is basically expressing a Gnostic belief system. So Spooky Saturday. I greatly appreciate you guys. Blessings.
God is dead, but you're still wearing it on your chest. You say that God is dead, but he's still living in your head. Dark, but scared of the shadows. You're scared of yourself. is growing, your body is changing. The evil's coming out from inside your heart. You were taught it in school, so it must be the truth. You were taught it in school, it's part of you. You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? Do it, Andy. Think that is good. I don't understand. I don't think that I should. Crosses are nice, the weapons of pain, but I still see you wear them again and again. You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something?
Hey, Kim, my volume coming through okay? Or do I need
Yeah.
to put the headphones on?
No, it's great. Blessings.
I just have a couple questions. One question: are you trying to integrate into these people?
Which people?
Well, the basic panel verse personalities. Are you trying to reintegrate? Are you trying to integrate with them, or do you
No.
still hold some type of some type of ethics towards a small content creator with a message?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Small content creators are preferred. Large groups, large content creators are, you know, that's how we do.
Yeah, just trying to get in a mixed message there, and I was wondering.
We're not beholden to any groups online.
Well, I understand. Well, your own group. I mean, you are your own faction with the people that you work with. So, you are a faction. You're not an individualist. You work with a core group.
Actually, I am a kind of an individualist, right? Inside of the core group, I have no leeway to tell anybody to say or believe anything, right? So there is no group that I commandeer, right?
Okay, well, maybe it was your general community and supporters.
They are not, right? For example, right? Exclusive to me or beholden to me in any fashion or in any form, and nor do I anticipate any monetary return for anything I produce online. It is simply,
I'm
yeah,
not talking now. I'm talking personal ethics here, between me and you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
As
Personal ethics are
small,
exemplary. Yeah,
as small content creators trying to hold ground for other small content creators to be able to have an advantage in this arena.
absolutely. Yeah.
And I was kind of getting a little bit of a mixed message there. I didn't know. That's why I come up to ask you to try and get a better handle on what your approach is. I mean, sometimes mine is extremely unorthodox and can be questionable, but at the end of the day, I definitely make my motives very clear. And I was just kind of asking, not to be conflictive or combative or trying to cause conflict, just trying to understand.
And basically, I'm here because our intellectual interests, coincide.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what this channel is about? Access
Right.
Rapid?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and explain them.
Yeah. Can I explain?
Of
Basically,
course. Yeah.
yeah. Basically, you see, there is a genealogy of ideas that led to the idea that technological growth is a good value. It's something we should aim at. Because you hear it all in modern society from the technicians. We need more and more efficiency, right? And so the question is, does technology determine the human behavior? Are we in full control in our lives? For example, iPhone. Initially, it was considered optional. Now, it's expected that everyone should have it. You see, and people like Teddy, people like David Scribino, people like Frederick George Younger, all those people. There's an intellectual tradition that is highly critical that technological growth is negative. As it grows, it decreases human autonomy. That means we lose more and more mobility. We become more and more beholden to these technological devices. In a sense, we become mechanized. Okay. Another thing is the loss of wild nature or biodiversity. Okay. As technological growth grows, we see stuff like intensive agriculture, factory farms, oil spills, PCBs in the ocean. The list can go on. That could be an entire its own entire channel actually. And one more thing is human autonomy, biodiversity, and communal integrity. You see, tradition. Traditions degenerate, and progress, which came from Aristotle, it went to Maimonides and Ibn Sina. Then it went to Desjardins and Hegel, and then Desjardins. See, there's a genealogy of ideas in the Western tradition. So progress itself is reframed in traditional terms, such as more and more progress, the soul's ascent, or something like that, or more and more like transhumanism. It has highly eschatological baggage to it. But you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what the channel's about, Adrian. I appreciate the explanation. I'm not in the dark or confused about what the channel's about. I was just asking.
Yeah, then what is the point of talking about it? Who cares? I'm tired of it today. I got into a massive argument. It doesn't matter. We're talking about ideas here. We're not talking about other people.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
This here.
Yeah, Access Rappler, you once say you don't care about me, okay? I don't care about you either. I'm here to talk about fucking ideas, man. Okay, I'm sick and tired of all the drama and stuff.
What's the problem, Adrian? I haven't come at you sideways. As a matter of fact, the last time we parted ways, I said I appreciated being on a panel with you. I've done nothing to you. Okay, you can keep your anger to yourself, man. Really. I didn't come here for anger.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Access. I don't
fault.
think you mean anything rude by your line of questioning. You're simply asking if I'm beholden to any groups on the internet. I'm simply stating that that is actually not why I do this. I'm not a clout chaser, nor do I have to prove to anyone anything. Right? I'm not beholden to anybody to explain any qualifications for what I do online other than what my videos say they are doing, which is basically they speak for themselves on a range of issues concerning not only the concept of ecology, not only ecology of mind, but philosophy of mind and the questions of technology.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't showing up on the wrong platform under the wrong.
Well, that's up to you. Well, that's up to you. Whether this platform is for you or for anyone else, right? That's up for them to make that distinction, right? But obviously, I'm not beholden to anybody to offer them anything because, again, I don't receive any monetary value. As I said, the fact is that this channel is basically just a running up-to-date version of my most recent thoughts, and of course it's a very small window into that because there's obviously thoughts and conversations and ideas that I've developed that don't end up on the show, right, that I just keep to myself or I write down in my notes. And of course I don't have time to be on here 24/7 and expressing the range of my ideological expression, right? But of course a very small sample of my ideological expression is available on this channel, right? Now, obviously, the reason I do this is to make the research publicly available. Why? Because I think the issues I'm talking about, there's simply not enough time to not have more hands on deck in realizing the potency of those issues, right? So I implore others to research on their own on a range of these issues because obviously the time is short in which people can develop the understanding at the level that, as Buddha mentioned, there's an entire intellectual tradition behind it, right? So for us to sit here and, try to, not expose people to that enormous philosophical tradition, basically we're standing on people's shoulders and calling ourselves tall, right? So obviously the fact is that it behooves us to not only explain that tradition, but then to implore the larger or greater view of people to then shift their focus from their manufactured drama content, from their fake debate nonsense, right? From all of their intellectual handicraft. Now, I believe that we've actually exposed the fake behavior on the internet way more than any other group. So I would like to see any other group of people that are involved or exposing anything, right? And by group, I mean the royal group, right? The royal we, because there is no fucking group. Nobody is beholden to anything I say, and nor on a daily basis do I benefit from intellectual adherence of any one partner, right? Including my own wife. She disagrees with 90% of the things I say on a daily basis, right? So I have no ideological cohesion with any partner, right? I can safely say, right?
You guys have a bad stream tonight or something?
Oh, no. But I like to lay those issues out because, rumors of collusion between me and other groups, that's extremely serious accusation. I will not tolerate such accusations, right? Or such type of, ideations, right? On the.
That's why I asked. I didn't.
Right. And that's why I'm answering with such clarity, right? And that's why I've answered with such clarity, right?
Yeah, if I was making an accusation, I would say, why are you? I didn't say that.
Right. And that's why I'm saying that any type of accusation to that degree will be answered in the degree that I've presented it, right? Is
But
that there's literally
that's
zero ideological cohesion.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
between me and anybody else, or literally zero ideological cohesion between me and any groups. Not only that, but we are the foremost exposers of the collusion that is happening between many groups online, and then and then it behooves us to explain a entire intellectual tradition which most people are not beholden to, right?
Well, I've
That is
done my
extremely
fair
relevant.
share of exposing, so I understand because I am an individualist, and I've done my fair share of exposing, and I don't plan on stopping. And I'm not in competition. I was just curious.
Yeah. Sorry, I was rude to you, Rabla, too. I got into an argument with someone else on another stream, and I kind of took it out on you. I apologize.
Right. It's not like that. It's just.
Yeah, I'm gonna also say that I respect him a lot. I think he's highly intelligent, but I don't agree with him on everything. I say I agree with him like 50%. Yeah.
We have tons of disagreements, even in this show and whatnot. So.
Well, it would be impractical to have a good movement where everybody agreed with each other. That would be very unbeneficial to anybody's growth if everybody agreed.
Yes, the movement. One man, one movement. I mean,
Exactly.
there is no movement. There's only the man.
Well, that's kind of what I was checking base with TM, though. I wasn't looking to create any scenario, drama, or problem. I mean, really.
Well, let's just put it this way. Say I did have a movement. The people not part of the movement would be the last to know about it. That's how things work today, don't they? So let's be obviously sure, right, that I don't even intend on creating such a thing and making people aware of it.
Right.
Yeah, no way. Not me. No sirree, Bob. Not me.
Right.
Oh yeah. You won't catch me out here. Looking like that.
Dude, I'm getting ready to, as for myself, set up a new Google account dealing with technology, AI, computer science, and the field that I'm very familiar with.
Nice.
Frequency technology, far removed from anything associated to what would be considered the panel verse. I found that that's the only way, but I will use the panel verse history that I have on my channel as psychological profiles and examples of people's psychology, mental illness, even dissidents. These things will be made an example of on the new channel according to technology. such as the resistance towards my wife, resistance towards, alternative thinking, group think, but before I leave this platform completely, there's certain people that I do have respect for.
Why did our names disappear?
I don't.
It's because I'm showing this comment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
if you show one, yeah, there, see there.
I did find an interesting legal loophole mentioning cell phones and such forth that may be useful before I go. I printed a public notice, like a public notice of decree in the newspaper, that I no longer take text messages, I no longer take voicemail, and if you want to contact me, you have to do so directly by telephone, which puts the responsibility back on them. And if they didn't catch the public notice, that's on them. And that's perfectly legal. I went through my lawyer to do that and to figure that loophole out. So that might be, if you find yourself bombarded by messages and your voicemail, emails backed up, and you're finding that you're being overwhelmed and saturated, you can put a public notice in the paper and declare a non-response. This is a useful tidbit of information.
Yeah, it's interesting, sir.
So, for what it's worth. But my community that I probably belong to is one of more technology-based AI and computer science, various frequency technology, subliminal technology. That's where I really belong. I don't really have any business in the panel verse whatsoever, other than what I've already established as algorithms, personality traits, characteristics, and individualized algorithms on people as research.
Yeah, I think personally people are free to do what they want. I just feel like talking about other people becomes tiresome after a while. I prefer ideas and even art. Most people are retarded everywhere. 90% of people everywhere are stupid. And I do accept some kind of elitism or something in some sense that the average person out there, out of 100 people, you probably go home, drink beer, watch football, or just jack off to porn or something. That's the kind of way they live. It's not like they take a step back, ask deep questions, meditate, or whatever. They don't even ask the right question. They don't even care to ask the right question. And that's the way most people are. And I think most people are just stupid. Yeah, that's the way. I think even the panel verse is mostly actors or whatever. So I don't really care to analyze them that much. I don't like to think about it. It's wasting space in my mind or something. I don't know.
Well, I did it for frequency technology originally, if you remember, but now that I've moved on from that, and I do have a small peer group that directly works with AI development, interacting with large language models, computer science, and frequency technology, as well as subliminal technology. I think I found a peer group that I'm much more adapt to get along in with a better response and a more coherent feedback and understanding of my disposition.
I respect you, but I'm gonna be honest. Sounds like you're making shit up. You know, because I have a background in computer science. It sounds like you're making shit up. Yeah.
Is
Like
that so?
subliminal technologies, AI, large language models. I don't get it. And so, what are you talking about here? Like really? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who not only develop relationship with large language models as they stand in machine learning and the ideal of development, whether it be through coding, even the source coding for independent large language models, which are now accessible to people without them being belonging to a large tech platform, the development of those models, using them as agents. I mean, you know, as unintelligent as you may think that I am or may appear, that's on you, man. I mean, you know, you can think of me what you want. It makes no
Yeah, I'm
difference.
not. I don't have anything against you. I think you are intelligent, but I don't. I just don't. You know, like using live agents. Yeah, I know about that. But you're talking about like profiling people, and then you're talking about subliminal messaging, and you know,
Yeah,
like
well, those are
I don't
different
get it.
aspects of what I do. I started out with implanting subliminal messages. I would take a JPEG, turn it into a BMP, and I would put subliminal messages in BMP pixelization, turn it back into a JPEG, and then I would release it. And then the frequency technology was individual subsonic attacks on cerebral thinking. The AI is a completely different thing. You can't compile them all. They are relevant to one another, but they are separate. They're separate entities within themselves that I study and that I work in. It's not ignorance. It's just different variables of things that I endeavor in and study and work with. You can't put them all in the same box and say, here, I don't understand. You know, you have to understand the whole aspect of the variables that I use. You know, I've been doing this for several years, and the documentation's on my channel.
I see. I guess that's cool. Yeah. I guess if you
Yeah,
enjoy that, you can do
yeah,
that.
that's
Yeah,
what I do.
that's cool. I
And
wish the best for you. I wish the best for you and your endeavors.
I appreciate that. You know, I found that you're right. The panel verse is no place to throw pearls in front of swine, because it's just a waste of effort. It's a waste of energy, and most of these people are pre-indoctrinated, and it's definitely not with forward-thinking technology. You know, they're holding on to something that is losing ground, and that is a society that isn't going to be dominated with technology and various forms of, you know, whether it be influence through social engineering. You already know that subliminal messaging has been used throughout the years, long before frequency technology that I'm aware of, other than ancient frequency technologies and mathematical ratio technologies such as Mandela's and symbology being used to relay vibrational messages or large scaled information in symbols. So, like I said, I just come to the realization that I'm in the wrong peer group.
I see. You, since you're into mice or have you ever read the Red Ball series? I'm just curious. I know it's a random question. Have you ever read Red Ball when you were younger?
No, No,
Yeah. That was just a quick question. I just want to know.
no. Most of my research, Avian, has been hands-on. That's why, when they raided my house, they took my brood of rats, they took my test animals, they took my snakes, they took all my research. They seized everything, and I had to start back over from zero. And luckily enough, I still have my channel, which has all the documentation of when I even began this research, which was pushing my body to the point of death with a nurse to achieve higher states of comprehension and broader spectrums of thinking when it comes to being in that state. And that's where it all began and developed. And then from there, it progressively went into other fields of study. And, like you said, the people here on the Panelverse, they're, and I hate to use the word again, but they're Luddites, man. They're hairless apes.
Okay. So how are you doing, Dom?
All right.
That's good to hear. I really appreciate you recommending me Persinger. I've been looking into him a little bit. It seemed very fascinating. So it's relevant to my interest. Thank you for recommending Persinger, the guy into the electromagnetic stuff in the brain. His stuff on episodic memories is very interesting, and with his non-identity of brain states, episodic memory. Yeah, thanks. Persinger, he recommended him to me. Remember pronouncing it correctly? Persinger.
Dominator, I have a question for you.
Michael Persinger, yeah, Michael Persinger.
Yeah.
Since you have a bit of an understanding of theology, and you have your aspects and takes on God and such forth, one that I've been recently studying was the newborn mind seems to be the enlightened mind, because it's the uninfluenced, unprogrammed mind. It hasn't learned to lie. So the newborn child, without being introduced to lying or deceptive behavior, seems to be the more innocent and profound mind, more so than one that's been indoctrinated or engineered. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, the babies or newborns are actively trying to learn and experience the world. So they have a level of curiosity that adults don't. And, I think when it comes to science, for example, they've definitely lost their curiosity, because they're only really, or they don't seem to be, I should say, focused on understanding or understanding the world around them, because they genuinely want to know how to live in it. They just want to exert control over it. And this is the ultimate bias of our world, is fear of the unknown. And I don't think newborns have that fear, which is why I guess they would be closer to God.
Yeah, there's this idea from Chandra Suzuki. It's called beginner's mind, and the beginner's mind is full of possibilities, because there are many possibilities, but in the experts there are few. He said, in the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, but in the experts there are few. So Zazen, which Chandra Suzuki promotes, isn't about like gaining something or improving. It's rather about sitting with beginner's mind, where each time you see the new moment as being one full of novelty, rather than one where you're constantly expecting things in return, or you're constantly being conditioned by habits. So The child is free from expectations, and they're free from, habits, so they can see things in ways that we can't a lot of times, in ways that are more fresh,
Innocence.
more novel.
Well,
Stuff like
the reason I asked that to Dominator is because there is a passage in the Bible where you must enter into the kingdom of heaven as a child, and at that point, I reason that it is the unindoctrinated mind willing to accept possibility more so than it is the indoctrinated mind that will reach that state of maybe nirvana, bliss, or even understanding the acceptance of entering into a kingdom type heaven, is having that clean slate mind of possibility and fascination with just the is of the moment.
Yeah, but it can't just be the mind. You have to do things too, you know. You have to show and prove. You have to but that's going to heaven thing. I mean, if you want to believe that, but yeah. But I was gonna say innocent. The kids are innocent. They only go by what they see and hear, and what you tell them to do. They're very innocent. And yes, you're right. They don't think like adults do, obviously, because they don't know anything. They're learning, you know. But they do know things, if you get what I'm saying. But yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I would say that mind has a participatory dimension, because, if you do things mindfully versus if when people like are washing dishes, their mind is wandering a lot. And in a sense, they're not really washing the dishes. But if the mind is like present with the dishes or the body, it's more like a participatory mind in some sense. So, it's about the unity or the disjunction or whatever. It's like, so mind and our relationship to the participatory world and our interactions with it can be very fascinating to explore. And it gets into things like extended mind hypothesis. Have you guys heard of that extended mind hypothesis?
Yeah, and to solidify again, I work with Professor Kent Young from Indiana Purdue now, and his peer group, and that's the peer group that I got in with. So whatever your take or your aspect is on me finding a peer group, that's the peer group that I found. You can find him on Twitter, X, not TikTok, definitely not TikTok, but Twitter and X is mostly where he's platformed out of, and they have group sessions debating technology, such as frequency, in social engineering, and they do even break into parts of a philosophical understanding of how this is affecting world population and general society. So that's to let you know the peer group I'm in with now.
I want to comment on being a child and entering the kingdom of heaven, and God being a child. God is basically like a child with principles, and there is this story told by Manly P. Hall about Lucifer that explains how not to enter the kingdom of God and be this egotistical person, basically. Manly P. Hall says that basically Lucifer was this person who lived in the world, and he could hear the voice of God, and many people could hear the voice of God as well. And when he heard the voice of God, he said to himself, "This sounds like a baby. This is a child talking. Why am I listening to a child talking?" And so Lucifer came along and said that I'm going to do better, and I'm going to be the light because I know more than this child does. And so this is where we get the rebellion, or this is what
How do you
know?
How do you know he was a child, and how do you know what he heard?
if that even happened.
It's a story of Manly P. Hall
Exactly, a story.
from
Okay.
describe Lucifer.
No, I got it. A story.
Yeah.
Where Manly P. Hall speculates on that, Albert Pike tries to put it into solidification. I gotta grab a coffee. I'll be right back. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
what I want to talk about cognition and the extended mind hypothesis. Basically, it comes from Andy Clark and David Shamos. They hold that cognition is not confined to the brain, but can extend into the environment when external tools function as integral parts of thinking. In this view, devices like notebooks or smartphones can literally become components of the cognitive process, not just aids. For example, using an iPhone to store contacts, navigate, or recall information means the device operates as an external memory system, effectively extending your mind beyond the biological brain. So he has a video where he talks about that stuff. You know, he's like saying that when you're using your iPhone or whatever, it's like an extension of your cognition. You know, it's not like an aid. It's like a part
It's
of the
you.
extended mind.
It's like you, right? That's
Yeah,
what
in
you're
some
saying.
ways. Yeah, we're mechanized now. Yeah, it's like this
Pretty
system.
much. So it is. It's a reflection of you because that's what's in your hand. You use it all the time. Yeah. If that's what you're saying, absolutely, man.
Yeah. It's got extended
Unless
mind.
am I echoing or are we good?
No, it's fine. Is my audio too loud? Because I can put it down. I don't know.
No, man, you're perfect, bro. I can hear you just fine.
I'm outside. I don't know if it's picking up.
Yeah, I just hear echo in the background. That's it. That's all. I didn't know if it was me or if it was somebody else not muted. I don't know.
I don't know. It might be me. I might need to put the headphones in. Let me know.
Son of a gun.
You guys were just talking about something about hands, and it made me think about gematria and how to understand the Bible, you have to know gematria from the perspective of the Hebrews who wrote it when they were in exile in Babylon. It's a
Yeah,
whole
but
and I was
yeah, you
thinking,
also got to
I
think
don't
it's a different time. That's a different time. The Bible is in a different time, but yes, does it come
No,
over
it's
to these days? Absolutely. But
Yeah,
what
Bible's
you said earlier was
I'm not going to comment on anything, but it just trust me when I say the gematria of the Bible is absolutely relevant to today.
oh, I would not deny that. I wasn't saying that. But yeah. You just said something earlier that was a little weird, but that's fine.
What was that?
About Satan and what you were saying something earlier, and then you just switched on to something else.
Well, that's because I got cut off.
Yeah, that was me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say that story just comes down to that we're going to come across things in the world that are not going to quite be understandable to us, or they're going to seem frail or weak or things like we could even take advantage of. But just because that it seems that way does not mean that we should do that. For example, we can take all these resources from the earth, and we can take up all this land and destroy all these habitats because these innocent animals, or at least innocent compared to us, they are kind of like children, because they can't do anything. Who are they to tell us that we can't come along and take these resources? Well, there's going to be something eventually that comes along and does essentially make us pay for our actions through consequences.
Well, of course, that's normal. But you got people out here shooting animals. They run in the road. They get hit by cars. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of, it is. I'm gonna be nice. But have you read the book of Enoch?
I've read about half of it.
Okay.
I have read the Book of Enoch, by the way.
Because the devil was sent down here, he got kicked out, bro, for being an asshole, pretty much. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying.
It's heavily based off of Atrahasis and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they took it out of the Bible. I get it. There's more books than there should. There's a lot more books than there should be, but yeah.
It's not the Bible. Atrahasis is like 2,000 years before the Bible.
Okay. So these are the things, but you also got to remember, these were written in those times. And I do believe they relate. Everything is, there's nothing new under the sun, bro. I get it. Like, I understand that. But what I'm saying, what you're saying is kind of weird, bro. I don't, maybe it's me. It could be me. You know what I mean? But
you think the Manly Hall story was weird, or you think that that this stuff was not written as it happened or as it was happening is weird?
I don't know if it was written. I couldn't tell you that.
Oh, I thought
because I wasn't there, bro. I think life is through experience, man. And you see, really, when shit hits the fan, like I don't know, man. Maybe that's me. Experience, going through it and understanding things, and then reading it, and you'll be like, holy moly, it's kind of comes into my life. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm just different, dude. I'm not trying to be like hating. I'm not hating on you at all, man. I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to learn like everybody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine.
So, but like, I just think everything happens for a reason, and I don't think we're not gonna stop what's happening. I think this is all prophecy, and it's gonna happen. There's no way we're gonna stop it. It's good to talk about it. I love it, and it's amazing things. But we can change one person at a time, though, and it's all about inside you, and that's what I think. You want to be evil? Be evil. You want to change yourself? Change yourself. That's like, you know what I'm saying? And I think if we can do that, I think that would be better. Instead of like, I mean, yeah, I can probably get 100 people. That's easy. When I was younger, I got 30 people to ride with me and go out and do evil shit. But try to do that for good. It's more harder. It's easy to do bad, and it's hard to do good, in my opinion, through experience. But that's just me. Because to do good, you got to work harder, bro. You know what I mean? You got to climb that ladder. You know what I mean? You got to go through that pain. You got to go through that struggle. You know what I mean? It's easy to talk about it all day, but if you have never suffered or been through it, it's a whole different story. You know what I mean?
Which group was it that their creed motto was sin to be forgiven? They were very hedonistic and sinful in what they'd done, but that was their course of finding a truth, a profound. There was a group, I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head.
Well, we're all sinners. We were born sinners.
That was their practice, was to
Damn
be.
you, Eve.
Might have been. I'm not sure, and I'm not going to say.
And then Adam had to follow. Eat that apple. Eat it. Now we're naked.
Yeah, I wanna comment on Wolf. He said something about prophecy, and he thinks that there's things set in stone. Now, I'm not going to disagree with that, because that is true to an extent. And basically, at the highest level of priesthood, they pretty much all recognize that the whole God's real book, it's not the Bible or the Torah, it's in the stars, and the stars are basically records of what has happened here. And this is even scientifically proven when they'll say things like, if we went to some other star system that's like 250 light years away, and you looked on the Earth, you would see America 250 years ago, or the Earth 200
I don't agree.
years ago.
I don't agree with that at all. But
You don't see the heavenly bodies as being a map of a circular
I see the same
system.
stars every day, and we're spinning 1,000 miles in space. So
Yeah, because it
I don't
takes
think
time for them to form.
it takes
Yeah.
time. When you see the
Yeah,
same
I don't
stars every
personally.
night.
Yeah, I personally, I respect everyone here. I personally reject monotheism, but I respect everyone here.
I said nothing about monotheism. I just said that the stars are God's book. Now, you can take that any way you want.
Yeah, that's true.
What
Yeah.
I'm saying is
They're definitely alive. I can tell you that. Those stars are alive. Dude, they pulsate. They look like donuts. They're amazing. And everyone looks a little different. They're beautiful, dude. I
Would you
know.
say the pantheist, Dom, the pantheist? Panentheist or something?
I didn't say that. I think he did. But I'm just saying, man. I think we are God's temple. It's in your body, bro.
everything is part
It's
of
you, bro. That's it. It's that easy.
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on, Wolfie. I think he
GML.
was asking Dom a question there. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
Everything is a part of being. And being is one and static. And this being is basically intelligence.
Yeah, I don't agree, but I respect your view. I don't agree. I can tell you what I think, but I don't want to seem like I'm pushing anything on you.
Well, I generally know what you think.
No, I actually had to refine my views a bit. I went to the sutras, and I could tell you what I think.
No, I
wrote
would like to hear what you think, dude. I haven't heard what you think.
Yeah, I would say the self nature is originally complete and pure. Delusion comes from churning toward false thought, attachment, and external conditions. When false thinking ceases through cultivation, one returns to the source and realizes Bodhi, which is Buddha nature is the inherent, unborn, and undying true nature of all sentient beings, neither defiled nor pure, neither increasing nor decreasing. In itself, it is non-arising, without duration, and non-progressive, identical with the true mind and principle, but obscured by false thoughts, attachments, and habit energy, and realized through cultivation. Mind is Buddha, nature is Buddha. But this is Buddhahood in principle, not actual realization without practice. So all sentient beings have Buddha nature, the basis for awakening, human birth, and encountering the Dharma, the rare opportunity for realization. And practice is cutting off false thinking and attachments through precepts, samadhi, and wisdom. So the non-arising, signless, true nature is originally complete. Attachment, false thinking, and conditions obscure it. So it's like a pure awareness or something. It's like the Buddha nature.
Avian, how is that contradictory to what I said?
There's no
Yeah, and why did you have to read it? Why did you have to read that?
Because my mind, I think better when I type things out, and then I talk, especially if I want to be cogent and coherent, especially when I talk about stuff and when I'm a bit tipsy. But about that is, there's no strong telos. I reject telos.
Can I ask you a question, Avian, when they get through?
Yeah.
I've said nothing that's telos.
Yeah, you did. You said intelligence. That's a telos. I don't think it's neither intelligent nor non-intelligent. It's not like there's nothing directing. There's nothing guiding. I reject telos.
Here's the thing, Avian, is that you said that it's all awareness and it's all experience.
It's a non-abiding awareness, and awareness that is non-abiding. That's not telos. It's non-abiding. You can look up non-abidance, and the Wikipedia has a great article on it. Very, very good. And it's the formless is the essence, non-taught is the tenet, non-abiding is the fundamental. So it abides nowhere, the awareness. So it's not confined to becoming or space and time or whatever. So it abides nowhere.
Okay, Avian. You say that its awareness is basically complete, and that's what I'm saying. Because I'm saying that the intelligence that encompasses being is experiencing all things at all times Therefore, its perception is basically formless.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't agree. I say that's smuggling in a self or something. You know, but I do respect your views. That's closer to Vedanta than it is to Mahayana. So, but I respect your views. So.
Well, there's no end. I'm just going to say there's no end.
Yeah. Beginningless, basically.
I'm curious, Avian, how many untrained or undeveloped AI models have you worked with?
Yeah, I worked mainly with sound classification models and convolutional neural networks for image, detection, and also I did like image classification and also the videos. I haven't worked with large language models much, like programming it. In programming you use Python for the models, like
Yes.
different TensorFlow, and Keras. Keras is a high level API. And you can like
Linear algebra. Yeah, I understand. I just was curious as to if you did any zero-based development on large language models or any large language model LLMs.
Yeah, mostly work with sound classification and image.
Okay.
Not much
So,
large models.
so then you would understand more of what I get into with frequency technology.
Yeah, stuff like Fourier transform, stuff like that's basically what convolutional networks are. They came from digital signal processing. That stuff
Yeah.
is really advanced. Yeah, it's very advanced stuff. Yeah, the math to that stuff can be killer stuff. Also linear algebra. Lots of other stuff. That's cool. I like working with spectrograms, like getting audio samples and transforming them into spectrograms and training the deep learning model to classify sounds. It's interesting and stuff.
So I want to ask the panel, because Avian just said something that I'm stuck in becoming, and one of my videos I talk about how being and becoming as it relates to human beings is a choice, and I am against becoming because we are all beings and we are all complete. And when we are trying, or when we choose the state of becoming, we are trying to force completeness to gain something that it already has. But you're looking external beyond what is complete into some void that doesn't exist. So I say that because we're all beings, from a political perspective, the only correct ideology could be something like anarchy or voluntarism, because those are the only political systems, or lack thereof, that respect each individual's ability to interact in the objective world as they choose so. And therefore, you are not forcing that individual to become something they are not through coercive laws like statism does.
So we're basically essentially no independent nodes of the whole.
Yes, and it's yeah, you could look at it like that, but the nodes are eternally independent.
Well, yeah, that's why. So we're independent nodes of the whole.
Yes, and also all the nodes are interconnected and affect one another in this reality, or this realm at least.
You better hope so.
Well, there's someone who comes on here who says that in the spirit realm, or in the state of pure being, It's basically a realm where the only limitation is that you cannot interact with anyone else. So this concept of interaction and non-interaction, I think, is very real, especially because all coercion is and all violence is just interfering with another person's ability to act and behave in the world. In fact, I've watched an interview with Elon Musk once, way before he even got with politics, and he even flat out said, he's all, yeah, laws are basically just restrictions on actions. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what they are.
Exactly. Laws are nothing more than a word that you follow. That's it. You follow these laws because you were told to. That's it.
But it's beyond just that, because if you don't follow the law, you're going to get you're going to get assaulted or kidnapped.
Yeah, that can happen to anybody, bro. I'd just kidnap you right up the street if I wanted to. Anybody can do that. Do I do that? No, absolutely not. But I'm just saying, it's so easy, bro. Anybody can do that, dude. I can run my car into somebody else. Like,
so the difference, though, is that a law guarantees that. You're saying anyone could do that. Doesn't mean that they will. But
you're saying a law guarantees that?
Yes, a cop 100% will enact violence on you every single time if you make the smallest Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, you should. Yeah,
Who
okay.
else enforces the laws?
Yeah, no, I had like 6 cops on me tonight. It was funny. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, no one should have to deal with 6 cops on them. You know,
well, you know how they just call them in. It's so stupid, dude. It's like, dude, why do you need 6 cops here when they can be patrolling other areas? You know what I mean? It's so stupid, man. And you're over here just bothering me because I'm in a parking lot in my car, chilling. Not a problem. Give them my ID, freaking, I'm straight, dude. Not a problem. And then lets me go. They like act me.
Well,
and I know
they depend on your fear of
Area,
consequences.
bro. That's all it was.
They
really,
depend on your fear of consequences. You know, if there was,
I'm strapping off my dad, dude. It's kind of funny. It's so weird.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just your circumstance. I'm talking about the whole of
everything. Yeah, no, I know. Just know what you're doing. Know your rights. Just shut the fuck up, dude. That's what I do. Just shut the fuck up. Do what you got to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'll see you in court, motherfucker.
Because if
that's
they
the way
did,
I talk to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if they didn't
sorry.
have that state of consequence backing them by enforcement, then people would probably be more real as what they truly are by nature.
Yeah, dude, if you just came up to me like a regular human being with a costume on and talked to me, hey, what's going on? Hey, you know, you can't be around here. You know how it is, blah, blah, blah. That's all he had to do. They come up with that power trip, dude. And it's like, dude, do you even know? Do you even know the store down there that used to be Store 24 was fucking, it's not there anymore? Oh, I remember that. I was a kid. I was like 8. I'm like, yeah, dude, respect your elders. Trying to, you know what I mean? Like trying to grab on my dad. He's got a cane. Just trying to drop my dad off, dude. It's ridiculous, dude. It's amazing. It's a bad area, but it's a bad area everywhere for the most part in the city. So these days, but yeah, it's just amazing though how they bring out that many people just for fucking 2 dudes.
Do you think maybe there's a correlation between the amount of cops and the militarization of cops and the reason that the cities are a bad area these days?
Well, what I can honestly say this. They go into these areas. They are bad areas. Dudes got guns. They got drugs. Needles are everywhere. Like, I get it. Like, it's everywhere. I'm not even joking. And
yeah, but what I'm asking is, do the cops make these areas worse?
Sometimes they do. Yes, absolutely. Or you're probably either gonna get put in cuffs or shot. So yeah, it depends how you act too, though, man. That's the thing. But even then,
Well,
is
here's
what
the
I would
thing.
say.
Like let's take like drugs for example. The whole reason drugs are illegal is basically so the US government can have an excuse to incarcerate people.
Right,
And
private. Yeah, why don't you bust Walgreens and CVS? What are we doing here? You know what I'm saying?
yes, and create a pharmaceutical monopoly through corporations as well.
Well, you know what it is. You know what it is, bro? They don't want anybody else selling drugs. They want to sell the drugs.
So
that's
like
what
this comes back to what we were just talking about with the neighborhoods and the cities. So because drugs, I assume, are probably prevalent in your area since you said it's a bad area. If someone says it's a bad area, you could just assume that there's drugs going on there. It's just a safe assumption. But if drugs were not illegal, that area would probably be considered a lot better. So therefore, my point is that cops and the laws that they enforce actively make pretty much every community
there we go.
No, let's get back to the Wild Wild West. Is what he's saying.
There we go. Now listen,
Let's fucking go, bro.
Drugs are
I'm down with that.
listen, drugs are illegal because they kill people. Number one. Number two,
You're an idiot.
the cities
People
are bad.
kill themselves. You dumb fuck.
Yeah, I know people kill themselves, right? It's because
Excuse my
literally
language.
because desperation, right, is driven by the working class being displaced after the industrialization.
No, man.
Right? That's why the
Dude,
cities
you
are
can
garbage.
say guns kill people. That's dumb. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard too. It's
No,
a tool.
again, people over I'm from the Appalachians, bro. I'm from the Northeast Appalachians. Bro, listen, do you know how many friends of mine died of overdoses?
I lived at the end of the Appalachian Trail. I can tell you that. But yeah,
I'm saying there would be less overdoses if drugs were not illegal.
No, you're lying.
There probably wouldn't be a fucking problem, and it'd probably be cleaner and just more dead bodies.
It would still be a problem, bro. Like when opium was free, cheap and free. Opium was cheap and free back in the 1880s, and people overdosed all the time.
On opiates? Opiates, yeah. I thought you said opium.
In those days, people did not, go out and incarcerate you and lock you up for 20 or 30 years for smoking drugs. They actually tried to.
No, they just take your shit and tell you to go home.
No, there's a reason why. It's because, it kills people, destroys societies.
No, it doesn't. Drugs are older than civilization.
No, let me say this. I'm going to say this and let you guys talk. It's the people in the communities that destroy the communities and the people because they're the ones making the drugs, selling it to those people.
No, because there's no future.
At the end of the day, that's real, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's because the community itself is destroyed, right? Altogether, when you don't have a cohesive purpose for the community to be together, right? For instance, if you're not trading food with one another, you're not all working in the same place, and you're unionized, all that type of shit, the community falls apart.
Right, that's just one piece of the puzzle, though, dude. That's the
whole puzzle.
There's a whole picture we need to make.
That is the whole puzzle. It is.
No, it is, but it isn't. You know what I'm trying to say? It's bigger, and you're focusing on one thing, and it goes outside.
No, it doesn't.
Where do you think they get the drugs from? Where do you think they get the drugs from? You think
you don't understand? You don't understand. Listen, if you are not tied together as a community, the community itself is atomized. The individuals are atomized. Right, that loneliness and desperation breeds the need for drugs to escape the lack thereof of community cohesion. It's been shown in rats and mice do the same thing, monkeys do the same thing.
Yeah, we're not animals though, bro. We're human beings.
We are animals.
Getting fucked up.
Do you poop?
No, we have animal spirits, bodies, right?
No, we are animals.
Okay, that's your opinion, bro. But what I'm saying, dude,
we are though.
You know right from wrong. You know drugs are bad. We went to deer. We all know this shit. Unless you're young, I don't know. But I'm just saying, everybody has a choice. You made that fucking choice, bro. You can't blame it on the community.
I quit drinking. I quit drinking back in 08.
I'm not yelling
I haven't
at you.
smoked weed since 04. Right? You're not misunderstood. Bro, I don't do drugs as a whole. But like I'm in communities where like drugs are rampant.
That's not. I'm talking about the community in a whole. People do drugs.
Yeah.
You can't. Yeah. So what am I supposed to do? Kill them? I beat them up because they're doing drugs and make my community better? No, it's gonna happen, bro. It's called
you're
free
supposed
will.
to. No, there is no free will. Free will's dumb. That's not a real thing. All right, yo,
Well,
listen. If you're
no,
relying upon,
it is and it isn't. I get what
It
you're
isn't.
trying to say, bro. I understand that, but I'm
If
just
I
saying you're
could-
not looking at the bigger picture.
If
like
I
yo,
could
everything's a
interject,
system. Go ahead, dog.
I'm a drug
It is a
addict.
system. That's right. Thank you.
I'm a functioning, active drug addict, all the way from
I can hear it.
intravenous.
I was just gonna say the same thing, dude.
I can hear it, dog. I can hear it.
Opioids, whatever. There is no drug of choice because I like drugs, except for, I don't do methamphetamines. I don't bother nobody, and I've been an active drug addict for over 25 years, intravenously.
Yeah. I mean, like, does your grandkids come over and visit you? Do you have grandkids?
Yeah, I have children, and they're fully grown
Hey,
adults.
don't answer
And
that.
yeah, my
Don't worry about
grandkids do visit me, and we have a very functional relationship.
And you're
they
fine
do
with them
that.
seeing your needles and
That's
shit?
just
You're
a
fine with them, like,
projection of a
being...
question.
I don't leave needles laying around for them to find.
Well, there's a difference between a drug addict and a junkie. You know what I'm saying? There's someone that does drugs to function, and there's people that just get fucked. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've seen it.
Nah,
dude. You
nah,
kick them on the
listen,
street.
because
You're
like, you're
like,
supposed
wake
to have...
up, motherfucker.
Now, you're supposed to have multi-generational living, right? Like, those kids are supposed to be there all the time, right? That's how we're meant to function. We're supposed meant in a
I
tribe.
know, but
you know
you're
what I mean?
only
That's structure.
focusing on, dude. You're only focusing
That's
on
the
the drugs
system.
and everything. It is
No,
the whole
but that's the system.
It's
That's
not
the
just
system,
drugs,
right? Is we're
though.
supposed to be relying upon each other.
No,
I
the
know it's
system
not.
just
I know it's
puts
not.
the fucking foot on your neck, dude. That's the system. It could be drugs, it could be food, it could be water, it could be electricity, it could be property, it could be this. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Right, guns. We can keep going if you want. bro. I'm just telling you, what apple tree you can have on where.
That's capitalism, dog. Now, listen, that's original capitalism.
It's called communism, bro.
It's a
That's what we're
commodification
living
of
in,
land.
bro.
No, we're living in capitalism.
Yeah,
no,
capitalism
the commodification.
Bring the heroin in.
No, the commodification, the commodification of land, labor, and motherfucking money.
Fascism,
right?
bro. That's
it's
what we're living
divorcing
in, bro.
that. No. It's divorcing the societal norms from land,
How
labor,
old
and
are you?
money. Is what is capitalism. I'm 43.
Okay, so you're my age, so we're on the same boat.
Yeah.
So
I'm a communitarian. Right.
Whatever that means.
You know, what I mean, like,
I don't like labels.
I like labels.
You're cutting out. You're cutting
Jesus. Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. I think Jesus struck him down right there.
I heard of this one time. I heard about how vulnerable communitarianism is to potential attackers, but I don't know.
Attackers? What? Who? What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think they called it.
No, what did you say? Attackers? What did you say before attackers?
I said I think they're vulnerable to attackers. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know. That's what I think. This is what I heard.
I don't understand what you're trying to say. Who's attacking who, and who's the attackers?
He's talking about communitarianism as if it's some sort of.
I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. I'm not even busting your balls, bro. I really don't. I don't go by labels, man. I just live my life, and I go by experience.
Are you busting my balls, or do you just genuinely not know?
No, I swear on everything, dude. I really don't know what the fuck that means. I'm not even kidding with you.
Oh yeah, I believe you, but I mean.
All right, whatever. Then don't tell me. That's fine, dude. Thanks for filling me in.
I mean, it's up to Appalachian to tell us. I don't know if his mic's working or not.
He's in the mountains. That's all I heard. The last thing he said. I'm being honest. I don't know what that means, dude. I don't go by all these labels, dude. Just fucking spit it out, bro, and say what it is.
Well, that's the thing. It's being honest, just like the microaggression towards my family and me being a consistent and persistent drug addict. I mean, you
So
know,
he's shitting on you for being a drug addict and you're not honest. Is that what he said? Is that what you're trying to say?
well, that's the way I felt. Is that, you know, I'm honest about it, and no, I don't leave my rigs and needles hanging out or my any other paraphernalia when my grandchildren are visiting or my children. But
nobody said that.
doesn't make me less of a person.
You know, when it comes to drugs, I don't know if you
Dude,
guys
everybody's been through something, dude, but people change.
familiar with Larkin Road.
Rocky Road?
Larkin Rose, but he came out with a
I thought you were talking about the Goonies for a minute. Rocky Road
experiment. He came out with a thought experiment explaining why making drugs illegal is a bad idea and only makes things worse for everyone else.
Yeah, I think drugs should be legal for everybody.
Yeah. Well, that guy didn't.
Now, here's the deal. All drugs really medicine. Cops are corrupt, and anarchists can go fuck themselves. Right? Anarchy has never been a good idea, which I can show proof of that. Do you see any anarchy governments around here? There aren't any.
No,
yeah,
there aren't. No, there would never be an anarchy government.
Well, anarchy means no rulers, no
my
kings,
bad.
right?
You're right. You're right. You know,
you fucked up.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
That's true.
But anarchy is not a system that's functional or that works. Cops are corrupt. All drugs were originally medicine. If you're having a problem with drug dealers in your neighborhood, go ask the cops why they're not busting them. Because you can see them all over the fucking place. But the reason is that it's very simple. Cops don't bust drug dealers because drug dealers create drug users, and cops go and bust those for the maximum amount of monetary output.
The pharmaceutical industry made me a drug addict.
No, dude, you sound like a weakling now. You made yourself a drug addict because you couldn't deal with your feelings. Get the fuck out of here with that. And I'm just being honest, bro. Dude, I'm telling you, man. The pain.
Projecting on Axis. That's the second projection on Axis.
I don't care.
No, I'm just an addict to an addict, bro. Like, it's just the pain, bro. It is.
I entered into pain management. I spent 20 years in pain management. Especially when I was in the music industry, I had access to all kinds of pain medicine and stimulants to keep myself functional for shows and tours. And I remained in pain management for 20 years.
But why were you in pain management? Did you get hit by a car, or what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I have degenerative bone disease, spinal collapse, and neurological damage. I'm in a wheelchair.
Yeah, see, and then I expect you to get hooked on it because you rely on it because you're in fucking pain. That's different. It's not like you're walking around and fucking having a blast and having beer and just fucking being a drug addict because you want to. That's different.
But
so
that's
I
a
misjudged you there.
Application.
Yeah, now I would tell them to get off of it, but
yeah, you know, but the medical industry does create drug addicts through their opioids. They're freaking way too strong, and then people freaking get put off them and buy them on the street. Or you go look at Seattle. That's the exact situation.
Cutting out for me. That's I don't know if it's on my end or keep cutting out. Cecil.
Yeah, he was cutting out a little bit for me.
Yeah.
You know, my first introduction to opioids was my mother because of migraines, and it was Tylenol 3. And whenever I was alleviated of the pain of the migraine with a Tylenol 3, I think I was 16, 17 years old. At that point on, I realized the power of a narcotic and its effectiveness. And then when I was touring and pushing my body, and had to be there for rehearsal, had to be there for different, to get on the bus, to wake up from the hotel, to be stimulated, to be able to get through a show, it became a necessity. And I understood the power of that drug. And then when my body deteriorated, I learned a new type of understanding and use for narcotics and stimulants.
All right, listen. Can I tell you what's going on with the medical industry? Like, before like y'all just go, man. Listen, the medical industry is getting people hooked. Like, the truth is that human beings are lazy and worthless pieces of shit, right? Like, look, I got diagnosed with diabetes. Right, I got diagnosed with diabetes. I was 285 pounds. Wait, no. I was 285 pounds, right? Fucking, like, I had an A1C of like 15, right? And the doctor said, listen, we're gonna give you these meds and all this type of shit. In like 6 months, I was off the meds because, like, every day I was like, oh well, I need to get myself in check. I took off of work. I motherfucking went and exercised like every fucking day for like 4 hours, right? I dropped like motherfucking 60 fucking pounds. And I got back in the best shape of my motherfucking life. And I showed it to the doctors, and they're like, oh my God, your A1C's down to like 6, right? And the truth is that, like, I cut carbs out, I did all this fucking work, right? The doctor's was like, holy shit, how did you do this? And I was like, I just made lifestyle changes. Listen, they want you to make these changes, but most people won't, right? I know a broad at my job right now. She has an insulin pen on her fucking desk and a muffin the size of her fucking head in front of her. This is what happened. Like, people are lazy. They don't want to go through the hard work of recovery.
No, it's not lazy, bro. It's called fear.
No, they're lazy, though.
No, it's
they're
called
lazy,
fear.
bro.
They're scared to quit because they're scared to be sick. They're scared to go through the withdrawals. They're scared to actually go through it and actually fight through it.
No.
Lazy,
Wait.
That's fine.
Wait
They're lazy on drugs. Real talk, bro. You're not understanding, bro. I get there's some people out there that don't give. I get it.
No, I got you 100%. I understand where you are. But what it is like, once you're on opiates, it numbs all your nerves the fuck out. So once you get off of it, like a fucking strong
Yeah, you're cutting out. You're cutting out.
Yeah, well, that's not where I am. I've never been there. So, I mean, that was a very long time ago, bro. Like, that was like 15 years ago, bro. I smoke weed. I have a couple of beers. That's it, dude. I'm good. You know what I mean? That's it. That's all I do, bro.
Like, the problem is when you're addicted to like a fucking substance, when you're addicted to a substance that helps with pain, right? What it does is it numbs you up, sort of, in particular psychological pain, but also physical pain, right? So like when you get off of opiates, like a strong wind blowing by is like you breaking your thigh bone, right? Dealing with like basic stress.
Hey, have you ever went through withdrawals?
Oh yeah, for alcohol, 1,000,000%. Yeah, I detox off
I'm
alcohol.
talking about pills. I'm talking about pills.
Oh no, hell no, bro. I never did them because
it's
I never
bro. You
wanted
can't
that.
talk on that, bro.
I have sat here and fucking like pulled my girlfriends through this type of shit coming up because again,
I
I'm from the mountain.
understand that, bro, but you don't know the feeling.
I do. Going off of fentanyl, intravenous fentanyl.
You don't know that feeling, bro, about wanting to kill yourself. You don't know. You don't know what that's like, bro. You don't know what that's like.
Yeah,
and somebody say I'm wrong. No, someone say I'm
not
wrong.
saying
The
you're
pain
wrong.
is worse. That's the problem.
No, bro, I'm not saying. I'm just saying you can't talk about pills because I'm telling you right now, you've never been through it. You've never went through withdrawals. You never did a month of that shit, bro. I'm telling you,
I'm
it's
saying
the
you
worst
gotta
shit in the
build.
world.
You have to build your pain tolerance back up. That takes fucking work. And also, by the way, like all they want to do. Yeah. So like again, when you numb out yourself on fucking pills or alcohol, pick a drug, anything.
I don't know.
Any pain tolerance, whether it's psychological or fucking like physical pain, right? Building that pain tolerance back up is difficult work. It's
I
hard,
said
bro.
bullshit because I have degenerative bone disease, spinal collapse,
No,
and
I believe you,
neurological
bro. I'm just saying, for
damages.
me, that wasn't the case.
There's no amount of physical therapy or alternative type of I'm going to persevere through this that will get me through certain days, especially whenever I'm bedfast for a week at a time.
So I mean, like diet and exercise wouldn't help you in any way at all.
I've been through massive physical therapy.
Again, diet and exercise wouldn't help you at all, would it? In any way, would it?
I'd probably sustain my life a little longer, but as far as curing the degenerative bone disease,
no one's saying it's going to cure anything. It'd be easier to deal with it if your body was at fucking peak condition.
But he's saying it's not.
It's hard to do in a wheelchair when you can't. All right, dude.
I mean, how many yoked ass dudes are in a wheelchair? A lot.
Okay, I'm going to let you have this one.
Right? Like, yo, you can get in better shape.
Appalachian doesn't seem to understand that people are individuals and that some people.
There is no such thing as individuals.
Yes, there is. What are you?
No, there's not.
You and I. What is you?
No such thing as an individual.
There's only you and only us.
Listen, there's no such thing as individuals. We're all representing a family.
All right,
place,
dude. It's just a word. We get it. I understand what you're saying. Just like gravity, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, whatever, dude. We're good, right? Time is illusion. It's for the working man. I say the same shit. I get it.
Yeah.
Well,
there's no such thing
we
as
can get off
individuals.
that.
Gravity's not real.
Yeah.
It's fucking dumb. By the way, like, yo, the process. Wait, yo, the reason I hopped on here, like, yo,
Dude,
the
it sounds
process
like
of becoming.
What did you take tonight, bro? Because you're like, down the process tonight. We going now. Hey, you sound like, hey, $5 here, $5.10.
No. Like, yo, I live in a living room. Like, I'm a guinea from the Northeast, right? Fucking riding 60 miles an hour in a truck right now. The fucking rain pouring down. I'm kind of wired.
Oh, this guy's even driving, bro. This motherfucker taking Adderall. He's just all over the place.
Nah, yo, listen, I got like fucking 2 gallons of fucking. I got 2 gallons of Gary's iced tea from fucking Schuylkill County beside me at the second. Right, just a lot of caffeine.
Shit.
Right, caffeine and smokes. Right.
Iced tea with some ice cubes. Iced tea with some ice cubes.
Nah, but like, yo, the process of becoming.
Appalachian, you were just saying like 15 or 20 minutes ago, basically, that you think it's a good thing drugs are illegal, but your coffee and cigarettes, when those are basically also drugs. They're just legal drugs.
Yo, listen, again, yo, I have to work. I live in a place, right? Like, I don't believe that, like, hypocritical things real, right? Like, hypocritical shit is bullshit.
You're a hypocrite.
You can't power through
It's addicting. Anything is addicting. Do you know that? It's not just drugs.
Yeah, well, I got kids. Do you think I tell my kids to smoke or, like, take caffeine or do any of these things? No, we all do this shit. Like, yo, hypocritical shit is dumb, bro. Like, it's stupid. All right, like, yo, I don't care about that. That's a fucking dumb Greek value that I don't give a fuck about.
You know what I would say if I had kids? Go do everything. Go get it. Go get STDs. Don't wear a condom.
You wouldn't.
Just go do it.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, bro. Like, listen.
No, you wait, swear bro. I would. You know why? Because every time I was told no, I did the opposite.
Yeah, I got 3 daughters, son. I got 3 daughters, bro. Like, listen, I got 5 sons. I got 5 sons and 3 daughters. Bro, listen, ain't no way.
Shit,
like, yo, ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way. You know what I mean?
You know he was on drugs. He never pulled out. Oh, my man. No, I'm just kidding. It's a beautiful thing now.
Yeah, I feel you. Like, listen, my kids are awesome. My oldest son's like back home, right? My fucking second oldest son's in college right now. My third one graduates this year. Well, other ones are little though. They're like fucking, 9, fucking gonna be 8, and fucking like 5 and 3, right? Well, 5 and 3.
Are you driving a 18-wheeler?
Yes, I am.
Well, fucking honk that horn for me, dude. Come on.
There you go.
I think I heard it.
I didn't hear shit.
I think I heard it.
Hey, hang on, wait. I'll put the window down. Right. You heard that, Tom?
No, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I got noise canceling on this headset.
That's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I didn't hear shit. Damn it.
Yeah, I apologize. I blew it like 4 times. Like, but it's what it is. I don't want this fucking construction guy in front of me. I think I'm blowing my horn at him. But yeah, listen. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the dude about the becoming thing, right? Like, listen, I heard a guy one time fucking talk about like your vocabulary is based or your vision's based on your vocabulary, right? And basically, you can see what you have a word for, right? And he talked about like people walking into an auditorium, and he talked about different people. He said like a regular person walks in, and he just sees like chairs, a stage, curtains, or like two walls and a ceiling or whatever, right? Another person walks in who's like an electrician. He doesn't just walk in and see the seats, like the chair at the stage. He sees the lights and the ballast, and he sees like the voltage and the wattage and the different bulbs, right? A plumber walks in, and he sees like the pipes sticking out of the ceiling. He said, you know what pipes those are? Those are PVC, these are copper, these are fucking like return pipes, these are like feeder pipes, whatever, hot and cold, right? And then a painter walks in, you don't like see just the walls, you see the color code on the walls. You see all it's because you had that vocabulary to be able to understand it. And like I kind of had the same thing where like you have people get mad because I get like the left lane sometimes, but like there's signs that tell me to be in the left lane. They don't even see them because it doesn't apply to you.
Hold on. Wait. What are we talking about again? Because you just
becoming, becoming, right? The process of like being and becoming, right? Becoming is like, it's when you're gaining more knowledge as you walk through life. It's not about becoming complete, right? It's about becoming because like you're gaining vocabulary to have a better vision of the world, so you can see it in higher definition.
I would call that bullshit.
No, you do, bro.
In a way.
You do. I mean, like, all right. So, like, if you got trained in like a different field, pick a field.
So my words are gonna guide me, which makes sense.
No. I mean, like, when you look under the hood of your car, if you didn't know anything about it, you'd look at female, and she'd be like, you'll find the alternator, and she just stares at the car like dumbfounded. But if you're a mechanic, you know immediately where everything is under that car engine. So you had the vocabulary.
Well, not everybody's a mechanic, though.
I know, but this is a process of life as a whole.
Well, no, that's called growing, bro. You got to live through life to grow.
It's becoming.
Okay, I guess it's becoming. I guess. Okay.
Yeah,
well, maybe we're on the same page.
That's why I wanted to hop on, because my man said he doesn't like becoming because it means to become complete. No, you're just becoming because like you grow as you gain vocabulary, you have a better understanding and a higher definition vision of how shit works.
Well, it doesn't always have to be about vocabulary. It's about experience, going through things and learning things. It's not about reading books. I mean, it is about reading books. I take that back, because if you read and study, you know what I'm saying? Now, like, I get it. It's all like I was telling you earlier. It's a bigger picture, right? So yes, it's about reading books. Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, but I think experience. I think it tops it all, bro.
Wisdom, it's wisdom. Wisdom's important. But like, for instance, like
you
ever read
need
Edward?
books, you know what I'm saying?
Have you ever read Edward Bernays' Propaganda?
No.
You should. Right, number one, you should. You will never look at television or a commercial or anything you view the same way after reading that book. It gives you the inner workings of how like advertising and like
I already know
propaganda exactly work. Bro, it's fucking amazing.
Dude, I've been in the game for like over 10 years, dude. I know all about this shit. It's
read the book first. It's a really short read. It's only like 60 pages. Right? It's really short.
I'll get an
but it'll
audiobook,
change you. It'll fucking change
I'm lazy.
I feel you.
Said, we're lazy,
I got you.
Bro.
We are. We'll do the most easy thing possible. Right? We really will. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers will stand here and like lay out credit for shit that they want. You know what I mean? And they don't need, rather than saving. You know what I mean? It's the basic premise to how shit is. People would rather have a pill to fix something than to actually do the hard work of actually repairing themselves.
And that's why I said fear. It's fear, bro.
I mean,
it's
that's part of it.
They're scared.
It's 100%
They're
it's part of it.
to go through shit.
Yeah, and they're lazy.
Hey, that might be true too, bro. And I'm not gonna sit here and lie, dude. There's some things that I'm scared to get over, bro. There's some shit I need to get over. We're all human. There's humps that we need to get over. You know what I mean? I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. You know what I'm saying? We all go through shit. You know what I mean? We're all human. You know what I mean?
I got you. There's a reason I have
That's
5
why
babies,
I gotta
moms,
thank my
and
man
2 women.
TML
You know what I mean?
right now for laying us up, bro. Like, this is amazing talk. Like,
I feel you. Like, there's a reason I have 5 babies, mamas, and 2 fucking females at home. You know what I mean? Like, is what it is.
You got what?
I got 5 babies, moms, and 2 fucking females at home. There's a reason for it. We all have shit about ourselves that we don't want to really like fucking deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't have no kids, bro. No, I never wanted any, and I left it that way, bro. Like straight up. I think about it
Nah,
sometimes.
man.
I'm like, should I? I don't think so. I think God had it planned for a reason, bro. He's like, you ain't having no kids. No, no.
Nah, man. Listen, fucking, like, yo, like,
I tried, bro.
I
I
love being a
tried.
dad, bro. It'll fucking break you. You know what I mean? Like, my little man's right. Well, actually, he's grown man's now. But like, he's 24. I remember when he was like 4 years old, right? He was outside, and some little kid pushed him down and took his frisbee. My son walks up to me, goes, "I'll be right back." Goes in the house, comes out with the extension for the vacuum cleaner, those big plastic pieces. Right, comes outside and wears this 8-year-old kid out till he puts stitches in him. Right, you know what I'm saying? And the dude's stepdad comes over and goes, "Yeah, he probably deserved that." I said, "I feel you. I'm taking my son for ice cream." You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, listen, yo, your kids will fucking fuck you up, man. They really will.
I wonder if Avian has anything to say about that, considering that he is an anti-natalist.
Yeah. To be more accurate, more child-free, I don't think there are strong
Trucker,
normative.
what's that dude saying in the truck? I'm sorry, he needs a mute, dude. I can barely hear you guys.
That's Axis.
Accent.
Yeah, some type of reverberation going on.
Hold on, let me see if it's my phone.
Yeah, I think this. I'm a child-free. I'm not anti-natalist, so they don't.
I've heard you claim those words on the other panel.
Yeah, about that. You see, there's an issue if the
You got caught LARPing.
Yeah,
You got caught LARPing.
Avian knows better to try that shit around me. That's what this is. We've had this conversation many times.
Look, since I'm obviously, I just muted up. If I'm still reverberating, I'm out of here. So it is what it is. Thanks for the panel.
It's
yeah, it's
still
not
going.
that bad, Access, but it's some type of bubble, like it's like underwater. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of weird, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like boom.
Hey, be more accurate. You see, I see it as you see, something can be negative, but that doesn't give normative justification for it. Like one ought to do something. And Hume actually has some good arguments. You look at the is-ought gap. I actually don't think that could be bridged easily with what they're saying. So if you want to do like a strong version,
Actually,
huh?
I bridged the gap through Parmenides.
No, I don't think you can bridge the gap.
Yes, the is and the ought are the same thing because they're a part of being, and being is static, and basically everything happening at once.
Well, you just say there are no oughts, because ought means that you ought to do something. You just say there's no ought, and then there just is, because you deflate it, you're like saying if ought like collapses into is, then all you're left with is what is.
Also, not only this, I had a discussion with someone about this yesterday, and they were saying that David Hume was actually responding to other philosophers and the church, I think, as well, and saying that they have not successfully bridged the gap between ought and is. But he's not saying that it's not possible to do that. And in fact, every moral system that's ever existed attempts to bridge the ought and the is.
There are different moral systems out there. All I'm saying is I know there will be dark times ahead of us. Like if I knew a Mongol invasion was happening, I personally would choose not to have a kid. If other people want to do it, I don't give a shit. Unlike LA, I don't really care if human beings really suffer anymore. And I don't take glee in it, but it's not like I'm gonna that's not my focus anymore. You see, let people do what they do. It's not my problem. I don't give a shit anymore. What I'm worried about is shit like the nanotech going out of control and taking over all organic life, or stuff like humanoid intelligence or whatever.
That's fantasy.
What?
I would say don't worry about that nano shit, bro. Let it go. Don't let it worry you.
Like most of the sci-fi
I know.
conspiracies are turning out true and stuff. That's why
Yeah,
we're
but
here.
I would tell you this: if it's out of your hands, bro, leave it alone.
Well, I'm going to make a point.
Yeah, I
though.
do what
You
I
can't
want.
really
No
do
matter
nothing about it, really, at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? You can try to fight it, stop it, but at the end of the day, you got to focus on you, man. That's the most important thing is focus on self. You know.
I want to make a point though, because Avian, I think he makes it seem like that the technology is going to defeat the Earth or something and overtake all life, and that is just impossible.
Yeah,
There's
but
absolutely no way
yeah,
that
there's
anything that we've made or anything that any DARPA could have that's going to overtake all life on the Earth. Because number one, the Earth is billions of years old. Number two, it's endured a lot more than just humans. And number three, it is a living thing that basically has an immune system that has responded and reacted to humans in the past. It's
yeah,
reacted to other
it's not
species.
kind of naive
That's
because let's look at it. There is a coming age of scarcity. That's a fact. You know, there will be more scarcity, you know, because of growing technological complexity, the petroleum-based economy consuming and ravaging a lot of ecosystems and blah blah blah. You know, it's a reality. You know, and the 20th century was one of the bloodiest in all of human history. You had Yugoslavia, you had you know, Vietnam and Cambodian War, you had
World
like
War One, World War
Rwanda,
Two. Listen,
Which
they were,
Poland.
which
they
we
were terrible.
lost all of them pretty much.
Yeah, Holodomor,
I
and
mean,
we have
we
Ukrainian
shared a win
genocide.
in World War II with Russia. But like,
Yeah,
yo,
there was a
listen,
lot.
Avian, listen. As petroleum, like, and I mean, in general, becomes like the ROI on it gets worse, which has been happening, which is why like all of our economies looking like dog shit. Humans are going to become much more important, and communities will too. Like, if you can no longer transport, like, I don't know, fucking
What
cans
did you
of fruit
just
cups,
say?
10,000. As petroleum's ROI becomes worse, right?
And
So
you
like the
just said
return on
people
investment.
are going to be more important.
Yes, right. Because like, yo,
What
if you
do you
cannot
mean,
transport,
bro?
if you can't, wait, if you can't transport
As
fruit
an
cups,
AI?
10,000. Okay, stop, please. If you can't
Okay.
transport fruit cups, right, 10,000 miles, right? You know what I mean? And then charge people $1.50 for them. You're gonna have to start growing your own food. Like, there's going to be like structures that, you know what I mean, they can't uphold because they don't have the resources to keep the transport going. All of these logistic chains are going to break down as oil becomes more scarce.
Yeah, I got you, but you know what I'm saying is I'm more cynical or pessimistic because you know, let's say that issue is fixed. You know, maybe they're gonna make stuff like artificial suns, like China is doing, or something, or they're going to make more nuclear plants or something. I don't know, but the point I'm making is,
How do you transport the nuclear fuel? How do you strip mine the earth? How do you run it without diesel for the diggers? Right? Like, all of these things are like it requires like petroleum, right? Oil, lubrications, tires, all these things, bro. Like,
Hold on, bro.
go ahead.
But what I would say, there's a lot more things out there than that we know. We've only been programmed to believe these things, and everything you've been taught and read online. You get what I'm saying? Or in a book.
We have 8 billion people
No, I
because
understand
petroleum's
this
a
is
thing.
real, right? No, I get what you're saying, bro. But I'm saying this is funny, right? I love it. No, but I'm saying they block the sun every day with strontium, aluminum, barium. I grow gardens all the time, dude. You know what I mean? And they block the fucking sun, so it's barely. So how the fuck are we gonna grow, right? You got to think of those
like
things
they're
too.
not going to block
I
the
don't
sun.
need gasoline and oil for that, though. You know what I'm saying?
No, okay. So like, you need gasoline and oil to transport like the fucking fertilizers in order to like have mass organic.
I don't do that.
So, like,
I use
places
real
like
dirt, bro, and seeds.
I got
That's
you.
it.
Yeah. That's not possible for 8 billion people. If the oil
Well,
goes
no, I'm
away,
only
and
doing
by
it
the
for
way, and by the way, China doesn't have 1.4 billion. It's probably closer to 600 million. Right? That's
Yeah,
like,
I don't even think they
that's
have that.
That's actual shit.
I don't even think they have that many people there, bro. To be honest with you, I think they're lying.
Yeah,
Especially
they
when
are. That's
cut
what I
the
said.
kid
It's like
count
600
down.
million.
He
Yeah,
just
it's like
said
600
that.
million. Right? So like, we have less people than we think, but like, we can't provide like the way that we want to be able to live now with the petroleum resources that we have. And once you have like fertilizers become less and less, become more scarce, once you no longer have these large fucking logistics chains to be able to provide for people, humans all
What
of
are
a
you gonna
sudden
do?
become a much more viable option as far as staying home and growing food. Food should not be 6% of of your fucking budget. It should be like 30%, because that's
But you
more
gotta think.
historically normal.
You also got to think though, how they grow our food. They spray it with bullshit. Half of the shit is poison, bro. So why eat it? Like, I understand, like, we'd starve to death, whatever. I get it, you know what I mean?
I agree, but
I think that's what I'm trying to
mass
tell you, dude. We
calories.
can fight tooth and nail, dude. I try to wake people up, dude. You know what? I get smut in the face, and that's why I don't even bring up these topics around anybody anymore, because they don't care. They don't want to know. They don't care. They're on the hamster wheel, dude. They're running and running and running. They don't have time. They don't care to look into these things. They don't care. This is why I call it prophecy. I think everything is meant to happen for a reason, bro. And if you're in the loop, you're in the loop. If you're not, you're not.
Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, I'm writing a novel
I'm
right
only
now.
going by what I see, bro.
Yeah, listen.
My own
Yeah, I'm writing
family,
a novel.
bro.
Oh my god!
You
bro,
can't
like,
come
I'm writing
over
a novel
here
right
anymore.
now.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
writing a novel. Yeah, I'm writing a novel called 2035, right? And it's a post-AI novel where like they have half the population, but like 80% of the population is inside of these pods, right? And all they do is just play VR games all day. And, you know what I mean? Like fucking get fed like dino nuggies and shit. Like, and it's all ran by motherfucking like Tesla bots or whatever. Right, and then you have the rest of like I heard 20% of the population is living as agrarian farmers, right? And that's just the normal way that like humans live, and they're not going to want to provide for you. And the best, like, it's going to end up being a structure where you have people who are going to feed themselves and other motherfuckers in the city who can't and aren't needed by the system anymore because AI can do their fucking job better, and they're going to be put in pods, right? And they're going to go willingly because they'd much rather play video games all fucking day and play with their pricks anyway. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's what it is.
I don't believe AI is going to take over humans because AI is not doing it right now. But in the future, it probably will get better. You got fucking, like these robots tweaking out. They're chasing freaking pigs, which was pretty cool. I think that was in Russia or in Poland, I think, or wherever it was.
Have you talked to 100 IQ human?
What's that?
Have you talked to 100 IQ human?
Have I ever?
Yeah.
Not that I don't know. Hey, dude, what's your IQ? Can I talk to you? No, dude.
Yes,
I just talk to anybody.
No. I mean, like,
you know what I mean?
Wait. I know. But talking to 100 IQ human, bro, listen. Okay, they can be replaced with machines, right? If they're not in like a regular job, like if they're in like a cubicle, they will be replaced.
Bro, I don't think that's gonna happen, bro. I think it is happening in a way, right? I just don't think it's going to be fully that way.
No, it's going to be that way. No, it's going to be that way.
Man.
I know you will, but you're not going to need like the bottom fucking 80% of them.
Yeah, but dude, you know what's funny, dude? This is the problem that I was having. We give the devil too much credit, bro, and never enough to the creator, bro.
Remember 30%
the fucking devil, bro.
Yo, listen, 30% of the population, 30% of the population can't picture anything in their heads. All right? They literally have no inner monologue. Right?
Some people do know, they just don't care, and that's the fucking problem.
No. I've talked to these people. I talk to them all the time. Right? They literally can't picture shit in their heads.
Oh, you mean like picture something in their head, like as in a picture? Like what I did yesterday, I was having a blast. Like, yeah. Oh.
No, I mean, like literally, if you told them, "Hey, listen, can you picture a fucking like a spoon in your head?" They can't do it. They don't have that ability.
I think
no, I'm not playing with you. It is a recognized psychological thing, and 30% of the population has it. These people don't have souls. They have no imagination. No,
too much.
They don't have the ability. Right? No, they're too dumb.
I don't think
these people are gonna have to like they're gonna be put in a pot because they're useless.
Bro, dude, do you see the way you talk, bro? That's crazy, man. They're people, bro.
Yo, be pragmatic about it, though. Be pragmatic about it, bro.
So
no,
you
I'm being
actually
honest,
think, hold on. You actually think this should happen?
Yes. They shouldn't exist in the first place. The only reason these people were born is because, like, literally oil exists.
No, because God made it happen, bro. That's why.
No,
Just
it's
like your
because
children.
oil. No.
What if I said
it's
that
because-
about your kids?
Yo, the reason my kids exist is because I'm a fucking monster.
Yeah, see, dude, that's all in your head. Can you picture a monster in your head?
No, I'm
Come on,
an
bro.
actual fucking monster. No, I am a 6'1", 235
I don't care,
pound
dude.
being.
I will.
Right?
Dude, it doesn't matter how big you are. How you are. It doesn't matter.
No,
Dude,
I'm a
just saying.
monster. Women want to fuck me because I look genetically well. We're talking about 5'6", 5'6".
Dude, I thought, bro, this guy's really got. He's really conceited. Holy shit, dude! This guy's like, I got the biggest dick. I got the best shoes.
No. This is just
Everybody
reality.
gotta die because they don't agree with me. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm not. I don't. No. It's not about agreeing with me.
Bro. I think we've heard enough, Gorilla. You've lived up to your name, Gorilla.
Gorillas are actually very intelligent. You know, gorillas are very noble creatures. They are. Yeah. So much for caring about nature, insulting gorillas and stuff. You know, gorillas are being threatened with extinction.
I do care. I do care. Listen, I care about people, but I'm saying the reality of what this is. Like, yo, if you can't keep up with the machines, which it's coming, it doesn't matter whether we like it or we don't. It's coming. Yo, bruh,
you're wigging out.
It's coming, dog. I'm telling
You've been driving a little too long. I get what you're saying, but damn, bro. Holy moly.
You guys make it seem like it's gonna last forever.
Yeah.
How long? Wait.
I
Okay,
would be
so
the first
how
one to
long?
say nothing
How
lasts
long?
forever.
All right. So what did goddamn it? What the fuck's his name? Von Klaus.
That doesn't mean I want to just knock people off because they can't picture a spoon in their head.
No. I'm saying they're going into pods, bro. I'm saying they're going to go into pods.
What's that movie where that happens?
Oh, dude, we're going to Avatar now.
They're going into pods.
It's something older.
Yeah, they do 5 years in fucking 2 minutes.
Yeah, you know,
not even, bro. Like, they're going to be playing video games
29
and hanging the fuck out.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's like that. Where they go
I'm coming for you, dude. I'm gonna get you. Body snatcher.
But yeah, it's good to be optimistic depending on your goals in life. But I myself lean towards being pessimistic overall. But I do my best based on the circumstances. But
I like you, dude.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. So I would say
He's
that.
sneak dissing, bro. He's sneak dissing, dude.
Yo, listen. Look. I like Avian until like he gets all extracurricular, like mad about shit. You know what I mean? Like Avian. I remember Avian.
You heard
climbed
what
my
he said in the
Discord one
beginning.
time.
It was so funny.
Yo, listen. Avian climbed to my Discord one time, bro, and just started spurging the fuck out. It was the craziest shit. He's like, I swear to God, these fucking guys with these flat earthers fucking coming in here, fucking Twilight. Yo, listen, he got so bad. It was the funniest shit. But nah, bro. Like, yo, this is just be pragmatic about life. You know what I mean? Like, recognize reality. Yo, you might not want this reality. I might not want this reality, right? Like, as a thing. But you got to go, well, like, yo, this is what it is. Just like the boomers.
Dude,
They're the day of the pillows. They're the day of the pillows coming for the boomers. Whether they like it, they're
I really
too
want to hear what
expensive to like allow to
TML thinks,
continue.
dude. Because this would be, dude. I'm wondering what TML is thinking right now, dude. I could just picture him sitting there, like, All right.
Yo, listen, can we keep supporting the boomers for the next 20 years?
Oh God. Well, everything moves on. You can't help it, brother. You can't change it.
Can you? Can our society keep supporting the boomers for the next 20 years?
No.
Dude, you just answer. You pretty much like really. Do we have to answer that?
I mean, these are the realities that we're talking about.
Well, yeah, people pass away, man. Things go.
No. It's not about passing away. It's about the fact that they're too expensive to keep living the way they're living.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Is it?
In a way, yes. Because I know a lot of people that fucking live better than young people. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm saying they are too expensive, right? Like 90%.
No, dude. Everybody's different, man. You can't do that. You
This is
can't place
reality,
a whole
bro. Like,
fucking generation in one fucking dude. No, it's
they
not
are.
like that, bro.
Yo, there's
Okay.
not enough of us, and the more of us you add to the bottom, the weaker our wages get.
You know what it was is the Beatles. It's what made those boomers so bad.
The Beatles.
Yeah, I mean, like, are y'all willing to have a real conversation? You just want to keep, you know, what I mean, like, acting like I'm saying crazy shit.
I'm serious. They're a Tavistock
It wasn't
creation.
You're listening.
You know about
The
Tavistock?
boomers are terrible. Yeah, the boomers are terrible, right? But like the point is, right, is that they are too expensive to keep living.
Okay, what about the animals? What about the beetles? What about the snakes? What about frogs? Like,
The snakes and frogs
life
don't
goes
cost us
on, bro.
anything.
And eventually, nothing lasts forever, right? As in,
Yeah, I mean, eventually we're gonna have to have a conversation about like taking their shit. Yo, listen. All right, how about this? Millennials and Zoomers right now, right, as two generations in this country. One of them is 47 million, which is the Zoomers, and the Millennials, which is 46 million. Which I don't know, like the Zoomers are bigger because of immigration, and this is just this country, right? They have the same amount of wealth as the 19 million silent generation.
Listen,
people who are
can you
left.
just say
Wait a
what you're gonna say?
Wait a minute. I am. They have the same amount of wealth as the silent gen, right? Which is 19 million people, right? The boomers have $70 trillion. We have like 17 trillion among all fucking like, what is it? 94 million of us.
Where are you getting these figures from?
Fucking, I don't know. Like the fucking Department of Treasury.
Are you sure that the Department
Dude,
of
that's
Treasury
insane, bro.
says that the boomers have $70 trillion?
Yes, they have
You can't
70
believe
trillion.
Dude,
No,
you
they
can't
do.
believe
They
that.
have $70 trillion, bro.
I'm gonna have to look this up.
Yeah, look it up. The boomers have 70 trillion in wealth, right? The silent gen have like 19 trillion, and the millennials and Zoomers together have like
All right.
$18 trillion dollars.
So
right?
my
We don't
parents
have the
saved-
ability.
So
You know
if
what I
my
mean?
parents saved up like $1 million, dude, right? Just
They
say
didn't
like
save it
we're
up.
doing.
They didn't save anything up.
Okay.
So listen,
This
they
fun,
invested
bro.
into a market that was extremely expansionary because of 0% interest rates for like 40 years. And then they
I'm
cut
not
away
gonna
all the
deny all that stuff, but
yeah,
whatever.
they
dude.
cut away all the social programs that got them to where they are.
What programs? What?
I don't know, like all the like the GI bills, college bills, the motherfucking the union movements,
College
right?
bill, dude. They're old people.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are you
Again, they went to college. They went to college for $10 and a fucking burger
No,
and a
they
Big
never
Mac.
went to college. They worked their fucking ass off and saved up money, and now they got a beautiful house. Do you get what I'm
They
saying?
didn't
You're a
save
liar.
anything. They bought their
Bro.
house for fucking $12 and a blue number 2 from Uno.
I'm just saying, yeah, dude. Money it's all bullshit. I get it. It's fucking not
So
backed by gold
Google
and silver. I
says,
understand that all that.
I'm gonna say that Google says that the boomers do have $70 trillion.
Yeah, I'm not lying.
Holy
you know what I mean? Like
shit.
I have all the. Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. Do you actually believe those numbers? What about the shit in your mattress? What about the stuff that you leave in cash?
Yeah, they
don't
probably have
count that.
more, right? They probably have more, right?
You gotta
But
think
that's
of
not
that,
the point.
though, right?
Yeah, wait.
That's not the
The
point.
millennials and Zoomers don't have anything and can't get into the market, right? And they need kids, right? They need to be able to like have a future.
Like a market, like what do you mean? Like as in like putting money into the
The
market?
average
Like,
house, costs
It's all a scam anyway.
$525,000. The average house costs $525,000, and the average take-home pay right now
Well,
in
it depends
America
where you're
is
at.
like fucking 40 grand.
Yeah, it depends where you're at, but yeah, I guess give or take, you're right. If not half of that, you're right. Yeah. If it ain't 500, it's at least half, right?
No, it's more than that. Yeah, but it's at least half wherever you are, right, as a whole.
Yeah,
Right?
depending
So
where
again,
you're at. Exactly.
the kids, like, so back then, the boomers bought their house for like 2 or 3 times like their value of their average paycheck, right? Their yearly salary. Today,
Yeah,
it's
everybody's
10
getting
times.
fucked, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
right?
today it's 10
Today-
times that.
Mm-mm.
That's
Okay,
the
I
problem.
can see what. Okay.
Right. So again, it's a boomer.
Because
right,
the
as a whole,
dollar is it's a petrodollar. It's not backed by gold and silver. It's backed by nothing but your sweat, blood, and tears. You know what I mean?
I fucking agree. I remotely agree.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, like the dollar's half the problem. Right. The other half of the problem is that, like, you know, there was a promise made to them. Right. And I mean, and like, they're the largest voting bloc in America today. And they're
promised
still the
land.
number one. Here's the crazy thing. They're still the number one consumer. Because they have all the fucking money.
They are, dude. Yeah, because they're old. Yeah, they watch TV. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But yeah.
And on top of that, right, that we had the problem of like the fucking boomers. 90% of like all healthcare centers, which by the way, Medicaid is like a third of the U.S. fucking federal budget. Right.
All right. I want to hear TML on this, dude. We gotta fucking bring him in, dude. He's gonna drop some gems. I guarantee it.
Go ahead, TML.
Let's go.
Oh wow, there's like nudes on the screen.
Well, it's not news. Let's not.
Chicks
Let's
like
not lock the
bikinis.
people up. But yeah. What was the question again?
It wasn't really a question. I was explaining to them, like, you know, I mean, that eventually, like, you're gonna have to have a conversation about like either like just, I don't know, what's a good word we can use? Euthanizing the boomers, or just forcefully taking their shit. One of the two is going to happen. Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, there is a sort of obviously huge problems. There's not enough programs for the youth, for sure. There's not enough kids being born. For sure, it's like a society that's run by old people. So yeah, you got a point there for sure. But yeah, young versus old is kind of like a false dialectic, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Oh,
Turn it
okay.
up just a tad, though. You'd be good.
Oh shit. Yeah, that shit's like middle volume. But yeah, young versus old, black versus white, men versus women. It's like false dialectics. Whoa, this thing's cool. But yeah, what else, guys?
All right, so we're gonna take out your grandmother, your grandfather. We don't need them anymore. So
Yeah,
say
I mean,
goodbye.
that's the thing. That's the thing. Is like respect for the elders is a key thing, right?
Absolutely.
But it's like, you know, it's like the society should still be for the youth. Like
Also, these people, you know, we can harp on the older generations. You know, sometimes I do, but
that's it.
they did
But
their
no,
best.
that's
They
what
did their
got us
best
here.
within their frame of reference for how they thought the world worked.
Right. It's different
And
times.
even though it's not working out for us today,
Do you know why?
at the time it didn't seem so bad. From their
Do you know why?
I definitely
Do you know why?
think so. Yes, I think so.
Because people don't know how to stand up, and that's the problem. They don't know how to govern themselves. They don't know how to stand up and say anything, bro. All they do is yell and do picket signs. You know what I mean?
Well,
and I'm probably sound like Paul on slave right now, but it's kind of the truth. It's real shit, dude. People do not want to stand up all at once.
Well, if we look
Because you
to
cannot get
past
everybody
generations,
on the same
they didn't
page
even
is
know
what I'm
to
trying to say.
stand up to. past
What do you mean?
generation didn't even know what
This
to
is
stand
amazing.
up to. Like,
They're,
for example,
yes, they did, dude. They stand up for
the
alcohol.
lost
They stand up
generation,
for a lot of
the
shit
lost
back in the day.
generation. Could I talk?
Yes.
The lost generation, or in the so-called greatest generation, you know, they grew up in the Depression. They grew up through World War II. And so afterwards, when they finally got to have a regular life and, you know, work for themselves, they created all this wealth that the other dude was just going on about. The baby boomers basically took advantage of that. They rode the wave of these people. What were they going to stand up to, you know? And from
Yo,
their
but in all reality,
the world was pretty much getting better.
bro, but everything you learned is from them. It gets passed on, bro. What are you talking about? You learn from your mom, and your mom learned from your mom's mom. Do you get what I'm saying? It's called programming. Everything you've been taught by the old school. So how can you sit here and shit on them? It's the same thing. It's just times are different. You're not, don't you get it? It's so simple and people make it so difficult. It's so easy, bro. We've all been programmed to this moment. And guess what? It's their fault too. And we can go down the line. It's everybody's fault. But this is why I think everything is happening for a reason. We're not going to change it because nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's going to stand up and say, hey, yeah, maybe 100 of us will, right? Just say, imagine everybody on this live stream and everybody that we talked to on the YouTube came together. It still wouldn't be enough. And that's just real, dude. You know why? Because we already beat them up. They take your tax dollars. They got all the guns. We're supposed to have, oh, look at those titties bounce. Damn you, TML. No, I'm just kidding. But you get what I'm trying to say. This is nothing new, bro. Nothing new under the sun. This is supposed to be happening. It's happening the way it is. And yeah, can we put a dent in it? Absolutely. Are we going to stop it? Probably not. Do you get what I'm saying? Everything happens for a reason, bro. Everything. There's no Quininky dinks. None of that.
But it was good talking.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we'll shut down soon as well, I think.
All right, laters.
But yeah.
Yeah, I don't personally agree, but you're free to believe what you want. I don't think everything happens for a reason.
And I respect you too, bro. And I would ask why you don't think things happen for a reason. Like if you do something like going down a hill, you slip on a rock, you think you just slipped on a rock. Is that what it is? Or it could be even deeper than that. But you know what I'm saying? Like I think things happen for a reason. They just don't happen by accident. That's like you coming out of the vagina on accident. There's no such thing as an accident.
Yeah, but, you know,
When it comes to that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
The question of telos, you know, like some kids are born with weird genetic deformities because, you know, Agent Orange or whatever, their copious stuff like that, or bombs are dropped. That's the first thing they see. Some people are born into slavery, you know. There's no, I don't know, I can't see that there's like a script in
We're all
advance.
slaves.
Well, you know, some people are worse. You know, some people are in worse situations.
Oh,
some people are born to child trafficking networks. Some people are born to bombs being dropped on them. You know, I mean, that's the reality.
Right. And I think everything happens for a reason.
So you think there's a reason for a child being born and seeing bombs being dropped on them immediately? You know, because that has happened in history. You know, like and still does. You know, like.
I mean, I think everything happens for a reason. If I get shot right now, it happens for a reason. Because that dude made it happen or whoever. Do you get what I'm saying? I think it happens for a reason because I was meant to get shot.
No, that's the issue I have. You know, there are causes and conditions to everything because things arise in dependence on other things. But that
No,
doesn't
I see
mean
what you're saying. Like
there's
a girl
meaning.
gets took from somebody and then like
Yeah.
Does that happen for a reason? Maybe.
Yeah, I say no.
That how do you know though? Nobody knows. I don't
Because
even know. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. You know what I mean?
yeah, I see your opinion. Yeah, I just lean towards no though.
And that's fine, bro. So when good things happen, it just happens, is what you're saying, right? If bad things
Yeah,
happen, it is what it is. Okay.
yeah, that's all I say.
I get it. And I respect you, man. You got a lot of good stuff. I listen to you, man. I'll respect it. I'm just throwing things out there too as well. And just stating what I believe. But yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, there are people of many different backgrounds here. They have different beliefs. You know, it's fine. You know, I don't
That's what I
have.
love. I
Yeah,
love it.
yeah,
It's
me
good to
too.
hear. It's good to hear other people's opinions and how they live or what they think. It's great. It makes me think about, maybe am I wrong? Maybe I should look into that. You know what I mean? That's what I love about it.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here.
TML, thanks for having me on. I know you wanted to cut this in a little bit. And thanks for having
Yeah,
me on. And
blessings.
I'll
Yeah,
talk to
thanks
you
for
in a
being here.
bit. All right,
Yeah,
man.
peace. Peace, Holmes.
Peace, bro.
Thanks for being here. Blessings. Talk to you guys soon. Honestly, it's been a long night for sure. But yeah, you know what I mean? The people that are on here, there's no hurry. I'll drop the link one more time. If anybody wants to come up, there's no rush and whatnot. Oh my gosh, what the hell? Yeah, it's pretty dark art. I mean, it's like verging on the satanic. So, pretty much recommend me the most satanic stuff, I guess, for some reason.
Yeah. Neuro Jack is in the back. He's asking to be put up.
Oh, yeah, I thought he was on here for a second. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I lost audio. I couldn't hear Avian, so I had to reset it.
Yeah. Everybody left.
I like your art though. Your
What
feed
about
is
this one?
much better than my feed for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Especially this one.
Yeah, this one. The jeans. Good jeans.
Like no, like all I get is like conspiracy, like white nationalist shit, and like I don't even want to see it on my feed, and it just sends it to me. It's like this is much better stuff.
Yeah, it's like
It's because I never like anything. Like I don't ever like post really. So maybe that's part. Maybe you have to
Yeah.
like the right stuff, and then it sends it to
right.
you.
If that's like whatever that was. This says this is on Grok. So this is a Grok image.
Yeah, Grok does some pretty cool stuff. It's not as good as like the Claude, but it's pretty good.